This is another story of a virgin loser, but the twist is that she is a female. Meet Choi, whose life was really a living hell. First, she got abused by her parents. Then her father got away to buy some milk. And if this was not enough, her boyfriend was making her feel worthless every day. And if this was still not enough, he left the girl inside a secret dungeon, where she was attacked by perverted insect monsters, being eaten by them again and again and again for 1,000 years. And God knows how many bad things they had done with her. But due to a cursed item that she had got, she was not able to die even when she was eaten constantly by the insects, resulting in never-ending pain and agony. But after enduring it for 1,000 years, she was completely flipped and had turned into a complete maniac, deciding to kill anyone and everyone who came in her way, and especially her sweet and lovely boyfriend who had given her a living hell of an experience when she was with him. The story begins with a gruesome scene where multiple insects were feeding off from the body of a female who just wanted to die or wanted someone to kill her. But it was not happening, and she was experiencing excruciating pain all over her body. She was remembering about what had happened a few hours earlier, and we see that a group of adventurers stood behind a giant gate, and their leader was thinking of going inside, while the other players wanted him to think it through, because no one knows about the hidden dungeon which was present on the inside of the cave. But if they keep the information to themselves and clear it quietly, they will get the reward, and no one will get to know. Another girl from the team also got ready and wanted them to let her in. The leader named Heath realized that even when they were hunters, their pay was barely above the minimum wage, so they should go inside the dungeon and handle it themselves, so that they get rich immediately. But the leader's girlfriend named Choi told them that they should not go in, because it could be really dangerous, and they were not informing the headquarters too, which is a punishable offense in its own sense. But hearing that, the leader snapped onto Choi, telling her that the team was not ever going to have another shot like this, and everyone else was on board, so why was she the only one who was hesitating? Then the boy used his trump card, wanting to know from the girl if he really wanted to humiliate him in front of the team when he was the leader, and something inside Choi broke, while she tried to tell her boyfriend that this was not what she meant, and that she just thought that maybe there would be bugs again like the last time. Heath gave a menacing laugh and asked Choi about how long she was going to keep freaking out over the bug-type monsters, making her remember that she caused chaos before due to the bug-type monsters. The boy told Choi that if it was too much for her, she should just quit the group, because they don't need a C-rank tank holding them back. But the boy knew that Choi would not make it into another guild without him, and as the girl also thought so, she agreed to go inside the secret dungeon. The boy was glad that the girl was finally trying to see straight and wanted her to just follow his lead. Meanwhile, inside Choi's head, she thought that her boyfriend was right, and she was only part of the guild she was in because of Heath himself. She thought that she was just being selfish, and Heath tried manipulating her, telling her that he was her boyfriend, and he was doing everything because he cared for the girl. The girl was also convinced that Heath was right, thanking him and thinking that he is the only one who could ever love someone like Choi. Knowing that his manipulation has worked, he started going inside the dungeon, while telling Choi that, as was the tank, she should go ahead and take points so that they can survey the whole secret dungeon. The team started going inside, and Choi thought that she cannot let Heath down again. But as they entered the dungeon, we see that a lot of insect monsters started appearing and surrounded all of them. One of the adventurers wondered about absurd number of so many insect monsters, and as they started screaming and attacking, the adventurers tried to trap them and wipe them out. But still, the sheer number of the monsters was making it difficult for them to move ahead. Meanwhile, Heath told Choi to just hold the line, promising her that he will handle the rest, and hearing that, Choi started using her tank ability and tried stopping multiple monsters, while only thinking about hanging in there. She thought that she have got to hold the line so the others can clean up behind her, and even when she was getting brutally damaged by the insects, she decided to not panic at all because she thought that they were almost through. On the other hand, as Heath and the others saw the monstrous quantity of the monsters, they realized that they cannot deal with so many of them, and wondered about what they should do. The scene shifts once again, where we see that Choi was still holding on her tank powers, while multiple insect monsters kept attacking her. It was hurting so bad that she was not able to hold on, and wondered about how much longer she had to keep doing this. She turned around, telling Heath to heal her so that she can protect them even further because she was reaching her limit. But as she turned around, it was shocking to the core for her to see that everyone else was running away from the dungeon. Choi was broken when she realized that her teammates were running away and abandoning her inside the secret dungeon. She started screaming at Heath, asking him to not leave her and heal her. But the boy made a disgusted face, calling Choi an idiot and telling her to just hold the line. But it was enough and she left the line as she started running towards them and saw that Heath was closing the dungeon gate. She was desperate as she did not want to die, but Heath, on the other hand, did not care. One of the other team members also criticized him, asking him if he was insane for leaving his girlfriend inside. But Heath was still hell-bent on closing the gate, and finally the door was closed. Choi tried opening it, but the door was not opening at all and she started slamming onto it, calling out to her love of the life to open the door and save her. Meanwhile, she can hear the conversation between the other girl and Heath, where the girl tried to make Heath open the door. But he simply does not care, telling her that they were all dead if they waited around for Choi, and he closed the door so that the rest can survive, while Choi will really understand about why this was done. As the girl turned around, she saw the monsters who were coming towards her and realized that it was no time for her to break down. And as she saw the forest in front of her, she started running away, thinking that she needed to focus and just survive, so that she can keep breathing and then Heath will come back for her. As the girl ran inside the center of the forest, she saw a giant skeleton of an insect, where inside its carcass, a yellow light was emanating a golden aura. And Choi noticed that the tree was looking like a hand, and the ring was shining brightly through it. The girl wondered about what it was and took out the ring, wondering if it was the hidden item that the team wanted to get. She immediately wore the ring, thinking that it will give her some powers to deal with the menace. But as soon as the ring got activated, a notification popped up, telling Choi that it was a parasite ring of X rank. The girl was happy for a moment, thinking that now she was saved, but suddenly multiple notifications started popping up, telling Choi that the ring affects the wearer's growth and life, and most importantly, it regenerates the wearer infinite amount of time. And due to that, Choi cannot die until the whole incubation is complete. The girl was having a broken look on her face, while she wondered if the ring did not give her any extra powers except regeneration. She wondered about how. She was even supposed to use the thing for dealing with the situation, but it was too late, and she saw that a large amount of monsters were behind her. Before she can even process anything, the insect monsters attacked her and started biting her all over the body, causing her to scream in pain and agony while she wanted someone to help her. She was so desperate that she just wanted anyone to save her. But then we come to the present, where we see that the insects were continuously eating her, and it was hurting her like hell. But she was not able to do anything and just cry, while the ring started glowing with a faint aura and a notification popped up, telling the girl that as the incubation was incomplete, she cannot die. Choi took her final breath, but suddenly she was awake once again with a sudden scream, wondering about how she came back to life. But the insects were still not gone, and they started attacking the girl once again, making her scream even more than before. The girl's condition was getting pathetic while the monsters were doing all kind of things to her, but she was unable to die because the incubation was still incomplete. She did not want to come back again, but still, she was regenerating and dying by the hands of the monsters again and again and again, for more than times she can even count. Meanwhile, the insects were devouring her each and every time because they have got an infinite food supply. She was still believing in Heath for him to come and save her, but the insects were not stopping at all, and the pain was not subsiding. As the scene shifts, we see that multiple notifications have already popped up, signifying the multiple revivals of the lady as she was getting eaten by the insects due to their unsatiable hunger after a lot of time has passed. Choi wondered about how long she had been struck inside the secret dungeon, and wondered if years or decades have passed. But she thought that maybe even a century would have passed, wondering about when she will be allowed to die. She wondered if she was cursed to live forever and become monster food for eternity. But suddenly, she turned around and saw a sword which was belonging to her. She wondered about how stupid she was for not having looked for any kind of weapon, and remembered that it was Heath who had given her the sword for her birthday. But now, she was not loving the boy anymore, and knew that he was a bastard who had left her behind for his own sake. Even when Choi told him that she did not want to go, he shoved her in anyway, and it was that due to some mere greed of finding a hidden drop and earning a few more coins. But now, Choi was struck into this nightmare due to Heath's manipulation, and it was then that the girl turned completely maniacal, deciding that she was going to kill Heath. At that moment, Choi was filled with intense determination, grabbing the sword once again and slashing multiple insect monsters, and just by killing 2 of them. She gained a strength of +2. The lady wondered about how this was possible, because she was gaining strength points so easily just by defeating a few monsters. She tried to test it out again, slaying another insect monsters and gaining an accuracy increase of +1. She knew that she can get even stronger, slaying the insect monsters again and again and increasing her attributes slowly but surely. As her attributes increased, the wounds sustained during the battle were healing. And now, the girl was laughing maniacally, finally realizing about how she should use the ring that she had got. The lady was continuously laughing like a maniac, and was calling out to the insect monsters instead, telling them that she was going to tear every last part of them apart, and then she will get out of the secret dungeon and find her sweet and lovely boyfriend, so that they can be together forever. The girl was having a creepy smile on her face while she told Heath to just wait a little longer for his princess. As the scene shifts, we see that Choi has completely decimated all the insect monsters as they were screaming in pain and agony, while the girl was still slashing them even more and dealing a lot of damage. But suddenly, one of the insect monsters attacked her from behind and pierced her stomach in one fell swoop. The girl felt a shock and wondered about how this insect was able to creep behind her. But the ring suddenly activated and she regenerated, along with killing the filthy insect who tried to attack from behind. The sharp claws of the insect as straight up went through the stomach, and Choi took it out and threw it away while the system regenerated her skin and filled the wounds. She was once again surrounded by the horde of insect monsters. But this time, she was not afraid at all, and instead, she wanted them to come at her all together so that she can gain a lot of experience. Suddenly, Choi noticed that the insects were kind of afraid of her and were not charging at her carelessly, and this made her smile in a really creepy way, while she decided to charge in instead. The second round of the battle between the girl and the insect monsters began, and Choi was able to slash the heads of the insect monsters more effortlessly because of her ever-growing attribute points. Realizing that this was really hilarious, the girl was having a sadistic smile on her face while she thought that everything was amazing, because it was for the first time that she felt that she had finally grew stronger. She wanted to keep feeling like this, and for that, she knew that she will have to keep killing more and more and more. She straight up jumped up into the sky and got ready with a ferocious punch, throwing her sword away. She was having a maniacal laugh on her face while she screamed at the monsters to die and launched a ferocious punch straight onto the ground, throwing all the insects away in the vicinity and completely decimating the ones who were in her attack radius. The system told her that the Eternal Sanctuary was cleared, and all the entities within the dungeon have been destroyed, and the time took by Choi to complete the dungeon was 9 million hours, or approximately 1,000 years. As the lady read everything, she was broken and realized that no one else she knew would have been alive. But just then, the system notification popped up, telling the lady that she had been upgraded to a Grade A adventurer, and she was not able to believe that finally she was getting out of the dungeon alive. She wondered if she should go to the team and rip them apart for what they did to her, and as the scene shifts, we see that not a single moment has passed outside the dungeon, and time had flew away only inside. The other girl of Heath's team was angry at everyone, wondering about how Heath can trap his girlfriend inside and slam the door shut, because Choi was the only one who loved him greater than her life. The girl was not at all happy that he was always barking orders at her, and finally, when it was the time to save her, he ditched her and let her die. Heath was really a maniac, still explaining to the girl that if they stayed behind, they would all have been dead by now. And if the girl was so worried about Choi, she should not have ran along with them and act all high and mighty when she was safe. Meanwhile, another boy from the team told the girl that the ones who can live should survive no matter what, and as they were higher ranks than Choi herself, they should be the one to survive rather than her. The girl was not able to believe that her team left someone just because they were weak, and now they were justifying this action by relying on their high ranks. The girl was finally done with the scrap and decided that once they were out of there, she was going to tell everyone about what the adventurers did. Heath was suddenly having a maniacal laugh while he called out to the girl who was named Nara and asked her about what she should do if they left her behind the next time. He started manipulating her too, asking her if someone like a C rank can get out of a B rank dungeon on her own. The lady started shivering, knowing that Heath was not right, while the boy asked her about why she was so afraid. Heath was having a really dangerous laugh while he told the girl that they should all just go through the dungeon without any mess, and that Nara should be happy that it was Choi who was left behind and not them or her instead. But suddenly, Heath's dangerous manipulation came to an end, as a sudden deafening boom was heard by all the members, and they saw that the gate was broken by some intense force. Both Heath and Nara were shocked as they turned around and saw someone familiar. Meanwhile, we see that as Choi was walking outside the gate, and she was shocked to see that everyone was still the same when it had been almost 1,000 years for her, being trapped with the insects. Choi was looking really maniacal, but not gonna lie, she is one hell of good-looking character. She greeted everyone while telling them that it has been a while since she saw them. The most shocked person of the group was Heath, because he knew that he can save Choi, but still left her behind. But he wondered about what the hell the girl was talking about, because only a few moments have passed as they had left. But the most important thing for Heath was to know about how the hell the weakest girl had made it out alive, when he thought that she would be dead and he will get another beautiful girlfriend instead. Choi moved her hair away from her face, while looking at Heath with all the hatred she had got for Heath in the 1,000 years of suffering. Meanwhile, Nara was shocked to see Choi alive, and Heath was ever an actor, running towards the girl and instantly hugging her, acting like he was not able to believe that the girl was alive. He told the girl that he was sorry that he cannot rescue her, but he explained that he had to think about everyone else, and that there was no other way to come and save her. To his surprise, even Choi told Heath that she understood everything and that it was important for him to escape. The boy thought that the girl was still in his manipulation, thanking her and telling her that she was always so kind, but it was then that fear ran through his mind as he finally looked at the killer and sadistic face that Choi made. Something deeply instinctual activated in Heath, and he knew that something was not right. He started looking at the girl from top to bottom, realizing that her whole outfit was torn up and still. There was not even a scratch on her, and it was not at all possible because the dungeon was full of insect monsters. He realized that something was not right, and the girl was really trying to do something. But suddenly, another one of the adventurers grabbed her from the back and thanked her for being so understanding and to let the others escape. The boy told her that he was so relieved that she was back safe and sound because now, they can finally go and take down the boss together. Even Choi knew that she cannot reveal everything and started acting all friendly, wondering about why the boy did not finish the boss off. She was acting all moved and shocked by the fact that they have waited for her and immediately thanked them. This act let Heath believe that maybe he was overthinking everything and that Choi was all right. The boy started taking her away, telling her that he couldn't bear to just leave Choi alone as his conscience would never let him do something like that. We see that Heath thought that he was being paranoid, but Choi was still having that killer and sadistic smile on her face, while she was planning something even more sadistic to do with the team. As the scene shifts, we come to a forest inside the dungeon and see a C-ranked boss monster, which was looking like a deer. Heath was hiding behind a tree, telling everyone that they should gear up and get ready to handle the boss like they always do. Meanwhile, the red jacket boy wanted Choi to draw the deer's attention, so that the rest of them will wait for the right moment and strike. And Heath also turned around with a smile, telling Choi that she will have to keep the boss focused on her, so that they can silently strike and do it like they have planned. But to all of their surprise, Choi started running with insane speeds with her shield, and all of them wondered about why the girl was charging in alone. Heath tried to stop her, but the girl was not listening to anyone, and she slammed the shield away and started getting enraged with a power-up which was so intense that it made even the boss startled. Heath was not able to comprehend about why. Choi was pulling too much aggro of the boss towards her, wondering if she was really out of her mind. But still, he cannot let go of a free kill and wanted to quickly get behind Choi. But as he ran towards her, we see that the girl had made close contact with the boss monster. Thinking that the girl is in danger, Heath told her to not worry as it was just a B-ranked boss. He started reassuring her, telling her that as long as she holds the front line, they were all going to get the boss. But as the boss was really angry, he started attacking the lady. But instead of protecting everyone, she jumped away, and now Heath and everyone else were in danger instead. Suddenly, the red jacket boy realized that if Choi dodged the incoming attack of the boss monster, then he was the one who was going to get decimated by such a powerful attack. Both the other girls were shocked to see that Choi did something like this, and Heath was shocked, realizing that whatever he thought was right, and that something was wrong with her boyfriend. Instead of having a hint of fear in her face, Choi was laughing, asking the red jacket boy if the attack really stung him. She was still acting like an innocent lady, telling everyone that she got so scared that she dodged without thinking. But this time, the girl was having the same sadistic laugh on her face, while telling everyone that she hoped that they will understand about why the girl did so. Meanwhile, Choi was riding the C-ranked bull monster and was making everyone fall with the sudden rampage, while Heath wondered if Choi was out of her mind. He wanted to know from her about what she was doing, and the girl turned around, stopping the bull for a moment and asking Heath instead about what he thought she was doing. Heath wanted Choi to stop fooling around and get down on the ground. But this made the girl even angrier, while she made Heath look at the boy who she decimated, asking him if the group really thought that she was fooling around. The adventurers were silent, while the girl decided that this match was going to be the survival of the fittest. She slammed the back of the bull, and the creature started attacking the adventurers one by one, making them run away and scream in fear. A few moments have passed, and we see that all the 3 living members of the group were now out of breath, wondering about what they should do. One of the girls was told by Heath that she should do the tanking of the attacks, while Heath will heal her from behind, as he had also got some basic attack skills. But the girl told him that as she had never tanked against a boss monster before and it was not possible. But Heath was the leader and told the girl to not worry about it right now, because if she was not going to do it, then they were all going to die immediately. Heath was so full of himself that he told the girl that if she did not want to die, she should listen to him, because he was the leader of the group. He told the girl that he will back her up and that she should just tank properly, because they were definitely getting out of there. Meanwhile, Choi was getting really bored, wondering if the members have done talking so that she can start the rampage once again. The new formation was ready to take down the bull, but it was useless because the bull charged at them with full force. Meanwhile, Heath wondered about how Choi was able to control a B-ranked upgraded boss monster when she was just a C-rank herself. But his train of thoughts was interrupted by the intense attacks of the bull, while he told the girl to tank it. The girl started using the guard and was happy that somehow she was able to block it. But the lady was going to get a terrifying surprise, because the bull was not done and did the second attack, breaking the guard of the lady and making her a swirling whirlpool of blood. She got drilled several meters away and got slammed onto the ground with her now distorted body, while Heath was not able to comprehend about how this had happened. Even Choi wondered about how the monster was so strong when it was only an upgraded B rank. She made the creature stop for a moment and used her inspection skill, as she came to know that the monster was now an A-ranked being who had upgraded twice due to the buff status of blessing from someone unknown. The girl was not able to comprehend about how a C-ranked monster got someone's blessing, but then she thought that maybe the ring of the parasite was having some kind of effect on the monster which was controlled by her. But she decided to not think about it anymore, because now she had to first kill her lovely boyfriend and figure everything out later. Meanwhile, the boy was dodging each and every attack done by the bull, somehow being alive for a little more time. But now that he was out of breath, Choi laughed maniacally and asked him if he can still manage. The boy knew that there was no other way, as he had realized that Choi must have gotten a hidden item from the hidden dungeon, and now it was due to that item that her personality has completely changed. Heath decided to apologize to the girl by bowing down in front of her and saying sorry. The girl wondered about why the boy was suddenly sorry, and he started explaining that first. He abandoned the girl and ran away, and he even shut the door before Choi could make it. And then, added to that, he even forced the others to understand that it was a necessary sacrifice. The girl was still not ready to accept the apology, so the boy tried everything, acknowledging the fact that he had messed up everything and was really regretting it. But suddenly, Choi started telling Heath that he does not even know about why the girl was angry. The boy was happy inside, thinking that the girl was really going to tell him about why she was angry, and then he can make amends. As the boy looked up, he was relieved to see that Choi was back to normal and was telling him that she was just angry about one thing. He told her that if he came to know about what it was, he will surely apologize for that. And this is when the girl switched into her maniacal self once again, telling Heath that his very existence is the core of the problem, and for that, he will have to die to truly apologize to her. The girl did not even wait for the boy to process what she had said and made the bull immediately stomp him, and this decimated the filthy bastard and turned him into manure for the ground. Meanwhile, Choi was laughing contently, knowing that finally her revenge was finished. But suddenly she heard the scream of Nara, who was almost ready to become unconscious while she wondered if she should let the lady live or die. Nara was trying to tell Choi to spare her, and even the girl remembered that Nara was the only one who was against Heath for closing the door. Choi just smiled, telling Nara that she was not going to die if she listened to her from now on. But the girl also told Nara to not think that sparring was an act of pity, but instead, she did not want to forget about her humanity, so she decided to do so. Both the ladies started going away while the bull was still kneeling on the ground, but suddenly, Choi told Nara to be aware of one more thing, and when asked by her about what the thing was, Choi turned around and slashed the bull in two halves with only one swing of the sword, telling Nara that if she said something stupid, then she will really get decimated just like how the bull was. Nara was completely frightened, agreeing to everything that Choi said. And after that, the girls started laughing once again, telling Nara that now they were on the same team, but if the girl betrayed her, then she would surely be dead. After this conversation was finished, Choi suddenly remembered that they needed to grab the mana stones, and before she said anything else, Nara immediately started collecting the Mara stones. And on the other hand, we see that many adventurers were waiting outside a dungeon portal for the team to arrive, and they were shocked to see that only 2 females who were of the lowest rank came out of the portal. The guild where Choi was in was called Hanshin Guild, and the dungeon management team wondered about where the other members of the adventure team were. And Choi slightly smiled and told everyone that they have all died. As Choi got away, Nara started explaining to the dungeon management team that the boss monster rank inside the dungeon suddenly went up, and while protecting the lower ranks, the others ended up getting decimated instead, and hearing that, Choi started chuckling a bit. But Nara immediately diverted the attention of the dungeon team members towards her, telling them that, instead of laughing, Choi was crying and was not able to take it. She immediately turned around, telling everyone that, as they were struggling a bit right now, they will leave the mana stones and head in first. But suddenly someone else came from inside a cabin and wondered about how 3B ranked hunters died, and only 2 C rankers were alive, and the dungeon was not that hard either, categorized as a C rank itself. The man called out to both Choi and Nara, wanting them to explain in full detail about what had happened inside. We come to know that the man was the guild master named Han, who was also the uncle of Heath. Choi looked at Han and was really disgusted by the fact that the guy was still around, as he made her remember Heath once again. On the other hand, the man was constantly shouting on the ladies, not taking into consideration that the rank of the monster went up, telling them instead that their job was to assist with the attack-type adventurers, and they did not do it right, and that's why all the others died. But Choi was not getting affected by the scolding at all, and even Nara was surprised, wondering about how she can be so calm when she was the one who had killed all the others instead. Nara knew that if the guild members found out that someone was killed inside the dungeon, they are both going to get punished. But on the other hand, Han was really getting frustrated by the fact that his nephew had died, wondering about what he was supposed to say to his father, as their company was already in bad shape. But suddenly, Choi noticed the luxury watch, which the man wore, along with the really expensive suit, and the girl started smiling, questioning Han about how he said that he had got no money along with the company, when he had got insane money for luxury goods. The girl started pointing out that the watch he was wearing was from a well-known brand, and it was really expensive, and the car which he drove was a completely new, a high-end model of an expensive car brand which was worth hundreds of millions. Choi tried acting all innocent and dropped some crocodile tears while sarcastically telling Han that when the adventurers were risking their lives to get the work done and get paid only slightly above the minimum wage, their leader, on the other hand, was busy spending insane amount of money. Suddenly, suspicious murmurs were heard by the leader, all over the dungeon management team, and he wondered about what had happened to Choi all of a sudden, because usually she was just standing behind the heath and trembled like a criminal, without even doing anything. And thinking that he can still punish the ladies, the leader told them that they will have to take responsibility for the incident where they have come out alive, and everyone else had died. Their day off was completely taken from them, and they needed to find a dungeon and enter inside the next day instead. Nara was not able to believe that they were getting penalized for the fact that they were alive, telling the guild leader that the punishment was going too far. But the man was not listening to Nara, telling her that she should be grateful that they were getting work, even when they are low-leveled, because the hunters' supply were short, and now many of the high rankers have died. Deep inside, he knew that when the guild was finally starting to settle down, his nephew died, and now he cannot find hunters properly without Heath himself. But he did not realize that Han was thinking out loud, making everyone hear that he wanted the girl Choi to die instead of Heath, so that they would have only high-ranked members. But still, as they were two ladies left, he wanted to work them to the bone and make every bit of money that he can by abusing those two. But suddenly, the man was really going to get an unpleasant surprise as Choi came behind him and straight up kicked him on to his two precious jewels, making him have a distorted face as he was not even able to scream. Every male worker in the dungeon management team felt that kick, and Nara realized that Choi was now completely crazy. But on the other hand, the girl was happy that the kick had finally left the mark where it should have landed, and even when Han cried for somebody to help him, Choi wanted him to not act like a baby, and if money was tight and hunters were short in supply, then he should be the one who should go into the dungeon himself. But as it was scary and Han was just a scared cat, he hated dungeons and did not want to clear it alone, fearing for his own life. Hearing everything, the man asked Choi if she was crazy and thought that now as Heath was gone, the girl was showing her true colors. But hearing this, the girl started laughing like a mad woman, immediately realizing that it was no doubt that Han was Heath's uncle, because they were all acting in the same way and even their lines were the same. Choi was still having the sadistic look, while telling Han that his whole family is really a mess, and it was making her laugh really hard. The girl sat down near the man and told him that she was crazy indeed, for not dying in the place of his precious nephew. The man immediately realized that something was wrong and asked the girl about what she wanted to say. The girl laughed once again, telling Han that it was just as he had heard, and now that she was done with Heath, she did not want Han to bring him up ever again, and added to that, Choi decided to leave the guild altogether, and this shocked Han the most, because he knew that if the girl will leave the guild too, then it would not survive. Choi started laughing once again, telling the man that he should have treated her better while she was still inside the guild, to do that kind of conversation. But as the man was not ready to give up, the girl asked him if he wanted another kick like the previous mind-boggling one, onto his precious jewels. Choi had already decided to leave, but suddenly she remembered something and took out a currency mode, dropping it down on the ground and telling the man that as there was not much left of Heath himself, the money was a condolence gift for him. The girl wanted the man to take care of Heath on his final journey. After saying that, the girl started going away along with Nara, while telling her that she was really tired, and even Nara turned around, thanking the man for everything until now. But as the guild leader was not awakened, Nara wondered if he would be all right with dealing inside the dungeon alone. As the scene shifts, we come back to Nara's house, where even Choi was living and trying on a new t-shirt, asking the girl if she liked rock bands, but Nara denied, telling Choi that she just brought the clothes from an outlet which was selling cheap ones as it was looking cool. Choi decided that she should start wearing clothes like this from then on, and hearing this, Nara was astounded, wondering about what she wore before it. Choi was sad, telling Nara that Heath was a controlling bastard who did not like Choi to look good in modern clothes. But Nara made her feel better, telling Choi that they should not talk about him as he is already dead. But hearing that, Choi started giggling, really getting happy by the fact that Heath is finished, and she was the one who made him lifeless. But on the other hand, Nara was hella scared as she saw Choi, who was slamming onto the pillow like a crazy maniac, and she suddenly changed the topic, asking about why Choi was suddenly staying in her place when she had a home. But after thinking for a while, Choi asked her if she can stay in her house for a while because she was living with Heath before, so she does not want to go back. Even when Nara was skeptical about letting a crazy maniac live in her house, she was scared that if she denied, then Choi will definitely kill her. So she decided to let her live together with her for a short while. Hearing that, Choi was happy, thanking Nara. But the lady still wondered about how they were going to survive without money, as both of them have left the guild, and she wanted to know from Choi if she had a guild in mind to rejoin. But the girl obliviously told Nara that she was not going to join any guild. The lady was shocked, wondering about how Choi was going to pay for living expenses, and the girl told her that as she had already got 20 million in her account, she will manage somehow for the time being. Nara was shocked, wondering about why Choi was having such little money when both Heath and Han were bragging everywhere that they were paying for Choi's rents and living costs, letting her practically live for free. But it was then that the girl revealed that the uncle was only covering the deposit, and they used to split everything else. Nara was not able to believe that both the men were so scummy that they were lying about even the rent. But suddenly, Nara realized that if Choi was not having any plan at all, she was going to stay stuck at her place, and no matter what, this was not happening. She pestered Choi even further, wanting to know if she was going to find a place or get a job. But right now, Choi did not really feel like doing anything, as she had already achieved what she wanted to do, and now she did not know what to do next. Nara was shocked and wanted to know about how Choi had achieved everything she wanted to do at such a young age. But suddenly the girl was having an oblivious but sadistic face once again, telling Nara that finding the adventure group and killing them was the only goal she had since a long time. Nara was not able to believe that this was the answer given to her, but now she was really thankful to Choi for sparing her. On the other hand, the girl started laughing, finding the reaction of Nara really hilarious. But suddenly she heard some grueling sounds coming from her stomach, and Nara inquired if she was hungry. Even she realized that she had not eaten all day and wanted to know from the girl if there was anything she wanted to eat like fried chicken or maybe something else. But suddenly, Choi revealed another shocking fact that anything they will eat is fine because Choi was never having a choice of what she wanted to eat. And Heath did not let her eat this late by saying that she would gain weight, and then she would not be appealing anymore. Hearing that made the blood of Nara boil, while she was really getting happy by the fact that finally, Heath was completely obliterated from the world for doing such things. But on the other hand, Choi was not able to comprehend about why the lady was mad, and Nara just told her that anyone would be angry when they heard that Choi had such a controlling boyfriend. The girl was happy, telling Nara that she was the first person who had gotten mad on her behalf. But to the lady, it was common, because even a random person on the street would get angry on such abusive habits. The lady decided to order something so that they can eat and have some good night's sleep, because the more Nara was thinking about it, the less it was making sense that Choi was supposed to be the tank attacks while starving due to her boyfriend making her. Choi told Nara to order some meat, and they decided to eat and finally sleep. As the scene shifts to a few hours later, we see that even when Nara was asleep, Choi was not able to do so because she was not sure of the things she wanted to do, since it had been a long while when she really thought about doing something for herself. And for now, she decided that she did not want to go into dungeons anymore and did not want to be a part of any guild either, resulting in her just wanting to rest for a little and live comfortably, doing odd jobs here and there to have sufficient living expenses. As this plan was finally starting to sound good, Choi was again woke up by a sudden tremor inside her stomach. She woke up from her dreams, panting heavily and wondering about what was inside of her. She wondered if there was something inside her stomach which was causing such ruckus, because she definitely felt something living inside of it. The girl started wondering if it was happening because of the ring she was wearing, and as she started inspecting it, she thought that maybe it was probably better for her to remove it. But just when she tried to do so, another system notification popped up, telling her that parasitic ring of X class cannot be removed once it was worn. Choi was shocked because she had never heard of a bounding item, and even when the system was telling her to not remove it, she knew that there was no way that it would be impossible to do so. And as the name was also strange, she decided to take it out without considering the consequences. But just when Choi wanted to take out the ring and touched it, there was an excruciating pain which started surfacing from her stomach, and the girl started feeling uneasy. She wondered about what was happening, guessing that it was not so easy to remove the ring once she had wore it. Another system notification popped up as Choi appraised the ring, telling her that the ring had affected the wearer's life and regenerates the wearer, and because of that, it was impossible to die until the incubation and hatching was complete. This time, the girl really read the description word by word and remembered that she had also seen the message in the dungeon too. But the main reason of concern was about what was going to hatch from inside the girl. Choi started imagining a movie where something really gruesome was growing inside a human, and once it came out, the human died due to extensive pain, and this made Choi really feel uneasy for a moment. But she was not fully believing this fact, because it was true that the ring had saved her life too. But still, that meant that Choi cannot relax, even when she wanted to, and she should remove the ring as soon as possible. First, she decided to figure out about what the item was, and as the official route was out of the question, she decided to do it unofficially because the ring was an X-grade item, and if it becomes known to the world, it will be a hassle about how the girl got it. Nara was still sleeping while Choi decided on everything and was finally determined to look for clues to know about what was incubating inside of her. As the scene shifted, a few hours have passed and Nara wondered about why Choi had left the house so early in the morning and suddenly got to the hospital. Choi told the lady that she had a stomachache and wanted to check if something was wrong with her. But suddenly, Choi changed the topic and told Nara that she had decided to live with her indefinitely instead of finding her own house. The lady was shocked, immediately denying. But Choi was not able to understand about how it was a problem when she was ready to pay the rent for living. But Nara told her that, as the house was already too small, there was no way that they can live together. Choi thought of saying something else but decided to not do so, and instead told Nara that if the house was too small, they can just move into a bigger house and live there. This offer was really tempting to Nara, who had always lived in a smaller house, but she still denied because of the nature of the girl. Finally, Choi played her trump card, telling the lady that if she did not want to live together, then she should just die. Nara was shocked, realizing about how dangerous Choi was, and immediately disagreed. But Choi still wanted to live with her and tried again, adding that she wanted to live together until she saved up enough money, and then she will leave without pestering Nara at all. And as she did not want to go to Heath's house, she had to do it, no matter what. Nara realized the situation and somewhat got ready to agree, but then Choi wanted them to combine their money together, and this was completely unacceptable. But suddenly realizing something, Nara wondered about how Choi was going to make money, because she had already quit the guild yesterday. But Choi calmly told Nara that she was going to get a part-time job and make a fortune from that, or maybe she will participate in a dogfight. Nara was shocked by hearing this term, wondering if Choi was crazy to go there, but the girl was confident that she will make money for herself along with Nara too, if she bet on her. We come to know that a dog fight was not about fighting with dogs, but instead, it was about putting awakened people ranked C or below in the ring to fight each other, and the people who bet on the winning side take the money. And as they wanted to draw really less suspicion, they named it dog fighting instead of an underground arena. Nara wondered if Choi was really a C-ranked girl, because she had already saw her power and knew that it was false, and in their world, it was a punishable offense to hide their rank. But still, Choi was confident because her hunter license already said that she was a C rank, and having a dogfight was illegal anyway, so a little fraud was not going to make it worse. Nara finally agreed and decided to bet on her friend too, so that she can raise the odds and get a solid payout. Choi started laughing all of a sudden, finally thanking Nara for making some real sense. As the scene shifts, we come to a convenience store and Nara wondered about where the dogfight arena was. But Choi explained that even when the area looked like a supply store, it was still an arena, as her little sibling told her about it a while back. Nara was shocked by the mention of a smaller sibling, wondering if Choi even had one. But she ignored the question, telling Nara that they should go in for now and register themselves. The lady wondered about what they will do if it was not the right place, but still, Choi got in and called out to the receptionist, telling her that she wanted to look for something. The receptionist wondered about what the item was, and without wasting any time, Choi took out her hunter license, showing the lady that she was a C-ranked hunter. The receptionist was not ready to let them enter, telling Choi that there were a lot like her, but they got hurt and were not even able to stand up. So she should just join a guild instead of doing something like that. But Choi was unaffected, telling the old lady that she quit the guild just the day before and wanted to have a break. But the old lady was not ready to let her enter, telling her that they should join another guild because it was way easier for them to find work than the D or E-ranked individuals, who usually come to the shop. But the girl was still really pestering the receptionist, and as she had a proper look onto Choi, she immediately realized that the girl had killed someone before. By looking at her crimson eyes, now all the suspicions of the old lady were gone, because from the start, she was wondering about why a perfectly normal girl like Choi was risking her life for some fun. Choi wanted to kill the receptionist, but she controlled herself and told the lady that she was saying such scary things without any evidence, and that she would never do something like killing anyone else. But the lady finally told Choi to go home, telling her that she had got the wrong place. Choi knew that now, only talking is not going to work in any way, so she got down onto the table and leaned over it, asking the old woman about what it would take her to let them go in. The receptionist immediately realized that Choi was talking about a lot of money, and she started putting a finger onto her lips, telling Choi to shut up and follow her lead. But suddenly, the girl asked the receptionist if she accepted any kind of cards. The old woman was annoyed, telling Choi that every transaction was cash only, and as the girl was not having cash in hand, she will have to pay an additional 10% fee, and from the next time she should come with in-hand cash to even enter. Choi agreed, and the lady took out a receipt of payment and threw it away, telling the ladies to just go straight down the hallway, which was hidden behind the store. As soon as both of them entered inside the fighting arena, Nara wondered if the entrance fee was a bit too expensive. But Choi was not worried, thinking that it was no big deal because they were going to get a ton of money back anyway from fighting. As the hustle and bustle of the fight began, everyone wanted to place bets on their favorite fighters, but only cash was accepted, and Choi was not happy by the fact that they did not bring some cash in hand for participating. But suddenly, Choi turned around as she wanted to ask Nara about if she had some hard currency, and it was then that Choi realized that Nara was not there at all and wondered about where she got to. We see that even before Choi told anything to Nara, she took all her cash and got to the counter for placing bets. Choi was not able to believe that Nara was so scared earlier, but now she was all serious. But the more shocking thing was that Nara had brought a lot of cash and did not say anything when it was time for paying the entrance fee. As Nara got to her seat once again, Choi was not at all happy with her, giving her an intense starring look. Nara wondered about why Choi was giving her such a look and what she did wrong. But Choi was not happy that when she paid the entrance fee earlier, Nara stayed completely silent. And thanks to her, Choi ended up spending 1.1 million at the store. Nara was not ready to spare any kind of extra money to Choi, telling her that she was the one who decided to pay the entrance fee and not her. Both Choi and Nara started fighting over some hard cash, and as the bickering continued, someone asked Choi if she was new at the place. As Choi turned around, she saw a handsome young man with red hair who wanted to know if he can sit next to her and watch the matches. Even when Choi was a bit skeptical, she agreed and told the boy to sit beside her, and as soon as the boy sat down, he wanted to know from Choi about who she was betting on. Was it the fighter named Desert or the fighter named the Sea? But it was then that she revealed to the boy that she was not betting and instead, she was going to participate herself. But the girl was curious, wanting to know from the boy about who he was going to bet on, and the boy told her that he was going to bet on someone who is definitely strong, and that someone was Choi herself. Hearing her name, the girl wondered if the boy had checked her rank in some way, because usually people bet on men. But the boy was not having any such kind of bias. The girl definitely wanted to know about who the boy was and used her inspect ability. But she was shocked to see that every bit information about the boy was in question marks, and her inspect skill was not working at all. Currently, Choi's rank was A, and that means that the guy must be at the same rank or higher than herself. So the girl wondered about why a hunter ranked A or higher would come to an underground fighting arena, which was as shady as it can get. Choi wondered about who the hell the guy was, and before she can ask any more questions, the boy asked Choi instead, wanting to know if the girl knew about the restriction of participant levels. And if it was true, then why she participating, because there was no way that the staff did not check the hunter licenses. So the boy guessed that Choi was a fraudulent registrant. But she was really getting annoyed, telling the boy that he was the creepy one who was sneaking at someone else's rank without permission. Choi told the boy that he should just mind his own business and enjoy the match instead of pestering around. But suddenly, Nara stepped in as she noticed the situation, calling the boy out as Mr., and telling him that they had legitimate hunter licenses and there was no fraud going on. The boy was surprised while he turned around, agreeing to Nara and not saying anything. But the lady, on the other hand, was really angry, telling the boy that if he was drunk, he should just enjoy the fighting match quietly and not go around picking fights with random people. But Choi, on the other hand, was really shocked, wondering about why Nara was calling such a handsome boy a mister. But Nara was not ready to give up, telling Choi that the person sitting beside her was definitely a way older man who was definitely well-aged, and he was so drunk that his nose was becoming red too. But as Choi turned around, she was still able to see a handsome man, thinking that maybe Nara was blind because no matter how she looked at him, he looked like he was of the same age as them. Nara was not ready to believe anything, telling Choi that the boy was a balding old man with no hair at all. And hearing that, the boy started laughing, telling both the ladies that if they talked about the guy so casually, he will really get hurt. On the other hand, Choi was not able to understand about what was going on and guessed that the boy had definitely used a special item to hide his identity. But suddenly, her train of thoughts was broken as the ring for the next round started sounding, and the match between the master of the desert and the storm of the sea finally began. As the match was finally starting, Nara was excited, thinking that she will gain a lot of money from this match, and as she was getting disturbed by the boy laughing continuously. She got really angry, telling the mister to shut up if he did not want to get kicked out, because her money was on the line and she did not want any distraction to disturb her. Meanwhile, Choi realized that the place was mostly filled with non-awakened people, or low-ranked hunters, and the boy was using such a special, high-level item that if the people's ranks were too low, they cannot even recognize his face. Then the scene shifts to all the participants, where we come to know that one of them was E-ranked and the other one was D-ranked. And looking at them, Nara wondered about who will win and wanted to know about it from Choi. According to the girl, rank was everything in the world, and she told Nara that the rank D individual will win, and the lady immediately became happy, telling Choi that she also bet onto the D-ranked one. But the boy started speaking, interrupting them and wondering if they were sure that they did not want to switch. But Nara did not listen to him at all, telling him to mind his own business because he was not even handsome. But as the match progressed, the lady was shocked to see that the D-rank person was now getting beaten by an even lower rank. But Choi, on the other hand, was getting happy by the fact that the people inside the arena were really fighting like dogs, which was giving a really savage feeling to the fight. But suddenly, one of the fighters started biting the flesh of another one, and both the ladies were disgusted by this savagery, wondering if the lower-ranked person was really going to win. But Nara's money was on the line, and she was not happy at all. On the other hand, the boy told the ladies to stop denying reality and accept that they were wrong, because the E-ranked player was definitely playing real dirty, and due to it, he was really going to win. But Nara still kept denying again and again, telling the couple that the higher-ranked person was definitely going to counter. But Nara's dream was never fulfilled, because the master of the desert has finally won, and all the money which was betted on the storm of the sea was lost, including Nara's, and she started crying while the boy just told her that she should have listened to him. But on the other hand, Choi was laughing to her heart's content, thinking that the brawl was hilarious. But suddenly, Nara pulled the collar of the girl, asking her about how can she laugh when she had lost money, and even Choi said that the D rank would win. But this was not the case, and due to it, Nara has lost her money. But now, Choi was not at all laughing and was seriously staring at the lady with a killing intent, asking her about what she was doing. Nara suddenly realized what she did, and all her money sadness was gone, as she started apologizing, telling Choi that she had lost her mind for a second, and it will not happen ever again. Nara tried changing the topic, asking Choi about when she was going to fight, because she wanted to bet on her and win a lot of money. But now that Choi was a bit angry, she decided not to participate, telling Nara that she had changed her mind. This shocked the lady to the core as Choi started going away, and Nara was screaming at her, telling her that she should help her make money. But Choi, on the other hand, was just thinking that Nara should be thankful that she was not lying dead on the floor after doing what she did, and more importantly, Choi was thinking about the boy, who was using something like an illegal item just to hide his identity, and it simply meant that either the boy was a criminal or someone way more important. As we see that he was going away, Choi called out to him, and the boy was shocked, turning around and asking Choi if she had given up on participating, guessing that she had a conscience after all. Choi calmly laughed and told the boy that as she was obviously caught, and she cannot join the fight because of him, and now she could not make any money, and that the boy should take responsibility for that. The red-haired boy was shocked, wondering about why he should take responsibility, and instead he told the girl to not waste her great rank in the underground arena and go join a guild or something, so that she can make more money than what she would get in any shady underground arena. But hearing that, Choi just gave an innocent smile, telling the boy that this was a hobby of hers, and she also wanted to know about what the boy was doing there, because he was really going so far as to use illegal items. The boy was suddenly serious, telling Choi that it was also his hobby to do so, and as he had pretended not to notice that Choi scamming people, she should go her way now. But the girl was not ready to do so, coming closer to the boy and asking him about the access to the distribution channels that he knew, so that she can also acquire some special items. Choi wanted to know about where the boy got everything, and especially that identity item, but the boy was not ready to give any info to her. Asking her if she was planning to become a criminal, and even them and the boy had no intention of telling Choi about where he got the item. The girl was surprised, telling the boy that he was really uptight. But suddenly, the couple was shocked as they saw some officials pulling a raid inside the underground fighting arena, arresting all the people who looked shady. And now, the boy was nervous, realizing that getting caught would be a hassle, so they should just go. But this was the girl's opportunity, and she clenched the hands of the boy and told him to choose if he would take the girl to the place where he bought such an item from, or get arrested with her right now and go to the tiny little jail for some time. Then we see a hilarious scene where the boy was trying to free his hand from the clutches of the girl, wondering if Choi was insane, wanting her to let go of his hand. But Choi was enjoying every bit of it, telling him again and again that she was never letting go of the hand, even if she died. And the thing that the boy feared was now true, because one of the officials saw him do and ordered his subordinates to get over there and arrest them. Even Choi was calling out to the officer, telling him to take them away so that they can enjoy some jail time together. But just then, we see that a huge explosion happened inside the convenience store, and both Choi and the boy got out of there, running with insane speeds. As the boy was way faster than even Choi, and she was barely able to follow, wondering if it was okay for the boy to wreck the buildings. But he was really serious this time, and told the girl to just hurry up and follow him. He wondered about what Choi was planning to do at the black market, or if she was really trying to become a real criminal. Choi revealed that she did not have any such plans and just wanted to get her item appraised, and if there is anything useful, then she might buy it. Choi changed the topic, asking the boy about what his rank was, but the boy calmly told her to just inspect and take a look at him. But it was then that Choi revealed that she cannot see any rank or any other information onto the boy at all. Hearing that, the boy was surprised, but he told her that if it was bothering her, she should raise her rank, and Choi was shocked, thinking that the boy was making difficult things sound so easy. The couple started running in the evening, and it was almost night, and they were still running, while now Choi was really exhausted, realizing that the boy was even faster than her, and he was definitely not an A rank because he had so much stamina. She wondered if the boy was actually an S-ranked individual, but she scratched the thought and asked the boy about how far they were going. The boy revealed that they were finally there, but Choi was shocked because they were standing in front of a huge wall and there was nothing present there. But suddenly, Choi saw the boy reaching out to a rocky plate and pushing it, while telling the girl that she should not call his name once they were inside. But Choi was shocked, telling the boy that she does not even know his name and if he was seriously that famous. The boy was really shocked by this fact, telling Choi that she was probably the only hunter who does not know him. The boy introduced himself as Kim Dong, and as he looked at the girl, he already guessed that they were of the same age, so he suggested that they should just drop the honorifics. Choi was ready to cooperate and Kim started opening the door while she asked him about his age. The boy was 26 and the girl also revealed that she was of the same age, and then they entered the glimmering light which was coming out from the newly opened passage. As they entered the market, the girl was shocked to the core. She cannot believe that there was a place so hustling and bustling inside a cave. Choi wondered if people were really so free to dig up the weirdest things because the cave was really peculiar with various compartments. But Kim revealed that it was also the hunters who made the black market, and Choi was shocked, wondering if the self-righteous hunters would do this kind of work, when they know it is illegal. The boy then explained that a lot of people end up in the black market just because they are awakened as hunters when they have a criminal record or they committed crimes after awakening. So they had to earn money unofficially and they do this kind of stuff. Choi wondered about how Kim was knowing so much about the place, and the boy revealed that he used to wander around the place a bit. And now that the girl knew this, she started teasing Kim and calling him a former criminal. The boy kept on denying, but Choi changed the topic, wondering about what Kim was doing now, because at his level he should be running a guild or something. But then, Kim revealed that he was already a part of one guild and he cannot manage another guild on his own. Choi was curious, wondering about what guild it was, but the boy just smiled, telling her that it was really a secret. As the scene shifts, we see that Choi was standing in front of an old lady who was looking at the ring she was wearing, telling Choi that the ring was really suspicious, because she cannot sense anything from it at all. The old lady wondered about how Choi got this item, and the girl explained that it was just a dungeon drop. But now it became a bound item, and she cannot get it off her finger. The old lady was shocked, because even in her whole lifetime, she had never heard of a bound item, and no matter what the item should be, it should be removable. But the girl then told the old lady that if it would have come off so easily, she should not have come to the black market to appraise it. The boy was listening to everything while Choi wanted to know if there was any way that the item can be removed. The old lady started thinking, revealing that this was the first time that she had seen something like the peculiar ring. Choi was really frustrated because she cannot figure the ring out in any way. But suddenly, her thoughts were broken as the old lady asked Choi if she should try to remove it instead. The girl agreed, but as soon as the old lady tried to remove the ring, something was cramping up on the insides of Choi's stomach. And as the girl started groaning, the lady immediately stopped pulling the ring, getting shocked and surprised at the same time. Choi explained that every time she tries to remove the ring, it starts hurting out of nowhere, and it was like this last night too. The old lady understood that Choi had got a really strange item, and she realized that she cannot appraise this one by herself. But still, the old lady wanted to at least ask its name and wondered about what the item was. Choi was really in a fix, knowing that she cannot reveal it. So she decided to tell the old lady that the item was just named as unknown, and she cannot get any proper information on it. Choi knew that she cannot go around telling people just yet, and even the old lady realized that the item was out of her league. So she was not going to charge for appraising it. Choi was sad, knowing that it was no one's mistake, but she got up, telling the lady that she had to go. But suddenly she started looking around and she found out a piece of shiny-looking earrings. But the name was just the opposite. As Choi inspected the item, she came to know that they were shadow earrings, which conceals the wearer's stats, but it will not work on those who are more than 2 ranks above the wearer. Choi had found the item which she was looking for, and she knew that if she had this, then even S ranks won't be able to read her rank. Choi asks the lady about the cost of the earring, and she told her that it was 300. But the old lady was not able to comprehend about why someone of a low rank needs an identity concealer, asking Choi if she was really sure about buying this. But Choi was really happy with the earrings and wanted to buy it at all costs, wanting to know from the lady if she took cards as a payment option. The old lady was really confused, wondering if Choi was actually so dumb, and Kim came to cover the cost in cash, deciding to pay for it instead. After the payment was done, Choi put on the earrings and asked Kim if he can still see her rank. Kim revealed that now he is not able to see her rank, and it was now hidden up to the S rank and they cannot see it. The girl knew that the earring stops working from the S+ class and above, but it was not like she will run into someone like that so recently. The boy wondered about why it cannot happen, and he wanted to talk more about it. But suddenly, Choi saw something really intriguing and ran away from Kim. He realized that the girl was really fast, but as the girl was looking at the new items deep inside, she was thinking about trying a different appraiser for the ring. But if she tried too much and goes to too many different people, rumors will start circulating. But still, she cannot just leave the ring like it either. So she wondered if there was any other way, and that is when another idea struck into the minds of the lady. As she realized that she can try going into the hidden dungeon once again, and she might find a way of dealing with the problem if she found it once again. She knew that only 11 hidden dungeons have appeared worldwide, and only one of them has been discovered in Korea. And out of the 11 dungeons, there were 2 that appeared more than once, because hidden dungeons do not disappear when anyone clears them, and instead they get reset. And that means that the one she went in where the insect monsters were must have been reset somewhere. Choi decided to explore as many dungeons as possible and find the hidden one, where she had gotten the ring from, and then return it to where it belongs. But the problem was still persisting, because she cannot enter dungeons unless it's through a guild, and she does not want to join a guild again because of her bad experiences. But we see that while the girl was thinking everything out, Kim was still standing behind her, wondering about what the girl was doing. He started having a flashback about when he brought the item for the girl, telling the old lady that this kind of junk does not cost 300 and only 200 is a viable payment, and the old lady also started negotiating, telling him that she will not go below 230 dressing Kim as a scammer instead. But the boy just told the old woman that she was greedy for money, and she won't even appraise a ring which was brought to her. So maybe it was time for her to retire. But the old woman was not ready to do so. But the lady switched the topic, asking the boy if a new dungeon had just shown up or something. But still, she knew that if it would have happened, she would know about it instantly, and this is when something clicked inside the boy, and he got an insane idea. The boy did not want to negotiate any further and gave the lady the 300 she demanded, and he started going off, away from the place. We come to the present once again, where Kim sat down near Choi, telling her that he had got a hobby of collecting unique items. But Choi was not really entertaining him, telling him that the ring would not come off no matter how hard she tried. So there was no way that she can give it to him even if she wanted to. But suddenly, Kim grabbed the hand of the lady, telling her that it doesn't matter and that there was always a way. And if it was not possible to take out the ring, then Kim should just take the whole finger off. Hearing that, Choi realized that Kim was indeed having a nasty hobby, and the boy started telling the girl that it was really weird that no new dungeons have appeared recently. And still, Choi had got an item that Kim had never seen before, and that meant only one thing, and it was that Choi had went into a hidden dungeon, which was a really rare occurrence. Choi was now in a fix, as she realized that she had been exposed from top to bottom, and now she realized about why Kim had brought her to the black market quietly, because maybe he wanted the ring for himself. Kim was suddenly having so much mana inside of him that even Choi was surprised, realizing that just a 1-rank difference was excluding this much pressure onto her. But still, it was nothing compared to the despair that she felt on the day when she raided the insect monster dungeon. And now, she was not ready to give up, and instead of submitting to a higher rank, she started using the shouting skill, which imbued mana into her scream and made everyone close their ears due to the shrilling pain they got from hearing the voice. Even Kim was shocked, not able to believe that Choi was using a skill outside the dungeon for her protection, because from all the experience he had got, whenever an awakened one faced someone of a higher rank, they naturally submit to the stronger one. But for Choi, this was different. It was as if the instinct of submitting was missing inside of her, and it was as if it had been forcefully cut out. Kim wondered if this instinct was innate, or if it was acquired later somewhere. After the shouting skill was over, Kim removed his hands from the ears and Choi was smiling, intimidating Kim and telling him to take the ring if he had the guts to do so. Right now, Kim was just feeling a strong conviction and decided to not stretch the matter any further, telling Choi that the joke just went too far and that he should not have done it. He knew that if it was Choi he was talking about, she can actually find the hidden dungeon once again. Kim decided to trust on that instinct and asked Choi if she really needed to figure out the item she had got, because if it was so then, there was only one way. Kim revealed that they should search for the hidden dungeon from where the ring had come from together to make the process faster, and Choi was surprised, wondering about why Kim was deciding to help her all of a sudden. As the scene shifts, we see that Choi was back in her house with Nara, where the lady was sulking like a baby, and Choi wondered if she does not like her favorite food all of a sudden, telling Nara that if she really did not want to eat, then she will eat it all by herself. But suddenly, Nara started crying even more profusely, asking Choi about where the hell she was and how she could leave Nara in the underground arena all alone, and added to that, the building suddenly collapsed and it was total chaos. But it was then that Choi hit it with a punch line, telling the lady that the team had left her behind too, and the underground arena was not as dangerous as the hidden dungeon. Nara suddenly realized that it was true, but still, it was incomprehensible to her. After a while, Nara had finally calmed down, and both of them started eating while drinking together. The lady asked Choi about what she was going to do about the living expenses, because the dog fight arena was gone, so they should start preparing for a guild job interview together. But Choi denied this offer, telling Nara that she was going to try finding the hidden dungeon again, and she will be coming home late for a while. Nara was shocked, wondering about why the girl was going there when it was such a dangerous place, and more importantly, how she was planning to do it. But Choi calmly answered that she was just going to grind a lot of dungeons until she found the hidden dungeon once again. But Nara knew that Choi was unaffiliated, so she cannot enter into dungeons alone. But Choi was smiling, while telling Nara that this problem had been solved because Kim had said that he would help her out. Hearing the name of Kim, Nara was even more shocked, wondering if Choi was talking about the S-ranked Kim Dong. Choi was a bit surprised, telling Nara that she was able to recognize him just from the name, but she did not recognize him when he was sitting right next to her. But Nara was still not ready to listen, telling Choi that there was no way that someone so powerful would go to a back alley brawl, and the guy next to Choi was just some old dude who was acting as an impersonator. Nara was so hell-bent on telling everything to Choi that she even took out her phone and showed her a picture of the real Kim, not able to believe that she was mistaking someone so middle-aged to an S-ranked hunter, because the age difference was oblivious. The lady started explaining that Kim Dong was the member of the Phoenix Guild. But knowing that Choi was not surprised, Nara really opened her mind and thought for a moment that maybe she was really saying the truth, and the old man was really a facade. Choi also informed her that Kim was using some item that changes appearance and hides his identity. And now, Nara was heartbroken, telling Choi that she should have informed her earlier because she was talking crap without knowing anything. But Choi told her that it was fine because he does not care anyway. But now, Nara was not even having the nerve to ask and join a guild again, and Choi wondered about what was so special about the Phoenix Guild anyway. Nara was not able to believe that Choi was so oblivious, screaming at her and telling her that it was special in every way. Because if anyone gets into the Phoenix Guild, they will never have to worry about making a living, because they have even got great benefits. The Phoenix Guild was founded by one of the only 2 double S ranks in the entire world, and among the current 8 S ranks, an impressive 3 are affiliated with it. And due to its overwhelming power, it is said to have the influence rivaling that of a nation, and the Phoenix Guild was truly the world's strongest guild. To get inside that guild, anyone will have to beat one to a 1,000 odds, and it was really impossible. But as Nara was explaining everything, she saw that Choi was busy eating her delicious meal, wanting to know from her if it was really good, and Choi agreed. Nara wanted her to eat more, and as the scene shifts, we come to another day where both Choi and Kim were walking all together, while the girl was constantly staring at the boy. Kim got nervous and asked the girl about what the matter was, and Choi told him that it was kind of cool that he was a Phoenix Guild member. Suddenly, the boy was surprised, wondering about how Choi would know that, when he was trying to keep it a secret from her. But suddenly, Kim noticed a shield behind Choi's back, wondering about why she was bringing the shield together. But for Choi, it was just second nature, and she wondered if they were not going inside the dungeon. The boy just smuggled, telling Choi that she will get to witness everything and get a clear idea when they go inside. But Choi was getting annoyed by this secretive act, demanding Kim to tell her everything already. But the boy, on the other hand, just wanted her to follow him and pick up the pace, and last but not the least, to not let her guard down, no matter what, because illegal dungeons are way more dangerous than anyone sane would have thought. As the scene shifts, we see that the couple had finally come inside the dungeon, where they were blowing various lizard soldiers into smithereens by only one shot. We come to know that these lizard monsters were F-ranked ones, and Choi was really annoyed, wondering about why Kim told her to stay alert, when these monsters were literally nothing in front of her. Kim started laughing out loud, not able to believe that the girl had actually believed on that serious talk, telling her that most illegal dungeons only have monsters of D-ranked and even below. Choi was really feeling like killing the boy in one hit, but she still changed the topic, asking him if only low-ranked dungeons were needed to find the hidden dungeons. Kim told Choi that it does not matter, because most of them were found in lower-tier dungeons anyway, and that is why they have got to search everywhere, even when it was illegal. But the shield was really annoying to the boy, and he told Choi to put it inside her inventory, still not able to believe that Choi was keeping up the act of becoming an ranker just recently, and not knowing most of the stuff. As the scene shifts, we see that Choi was not able to believe that the dungeon was finished as she looked at the lizard general boss monster of E rank. The boy was amused, because they haven't even found the hidden dungeon, and the boss monster was already showing up. The boy wondered about what they should do, thinking that they should search a bit more inside the dungeon before they take down the boss, so that they are definitely sure that there is no hidden dungeon inside. But Choi was really getting annoyed by the screeching voice of the boss, and she immediately jumped over at the creature, blowing away its head in just one fell swoop in a smooth motion. And as the monster was not able to process about what had happened to it, Choi told Kim that there was no need to waste time in searching the dungeon alone, because if the hidden dungeon had not shown up by now, then it must have not been inside this one, so they should go, because the girl was not having enough time. So they should just head to a different dungeon when they can do so. As the scene shifts, we suddenly get to see the same scene from the insect monster hidden dungeon, where multiple insect monsters were trying to devour the girl, while she screamed for help from Heath, telling him to heal her, as she cannot hold on any longer. But suddenly she felt a hand onto her shoulders, and it was Heath, who was telling her to die in his place, because this was the whole reason about why Heath's family has been sponsoring Choi to begin with, and before the girl could process anything else, Heath pushed her towards the insects while telling her to at least earn her keep, and the girl was not able to understand about what was happening, while she was thrown towards multiple insect monsters. The girl woke up with an intense scream from the nightmare that she had got just now, and after she calmed down a little bit, she looked at her hand and they were still trembling. She was not able to believe that even after being dead, Heath was even showing up in her dreams without missing it. Meanwhile, as Choi turned around, she saw that Nara was sleeping really soundly, and it was incomprehensible to her because she was not able to sleep properly from days. Choi was thinking that maybe, even when Nara was groveling now to survive, she will probably abandon her once she get rich too, but killing the lady was always an option. But Choi was sure that now was not the time, and maybe once she deals with what's inside her belly, and she would not need to go into any dungeon again or be tied down to anything, then she will think about killing Nara. As the scene shifts, we see that the girl was awake, and Nara was really getting late for her appointment. Choi wondered about where she was going, and the lady informed her that she wanted to go for a guild interview. Nara was really annoyed by the fact that the alarm did not go off, so Choi asked her if she wanted a ride to the place. Nara was confused, wondering about what the girl was talking about, when she did not even own a car. But she was going to get a really good surprise when she got out, because she saw the one and only Kim Dong, who was standing on the gate of their house, waiting for Choi to arrive, immediately recognizing Nara as the friend about who Choi was talking about all the time. Kim greeted her and asked her if she had been well. But on the other hand, the lady was sweating profusely, wondering about how Kim was knowing where she lived. But Choi just came around, telling Nara that as he was the same age as the ladies, she should just speak casually. But Kim did not like this at all, wondering about who gave Choi the right to decide that. On the other hand, Nara was not able to calm down, remembering the underground arena and telling the boy that she was not meaning anything that she had said to him in arrogance. But before she can even properly finish a sentence, she was unconscious with the last words being begging Kim to just spare her life. Choi was not able to believe that Nara had passed out just from looking at Kim, and even the boy was surprised, telling the girl that she had got a really funny friend. As the scene shifts, we see that the trio was traveling inside a luxury car where Nara was finally awake, and Choi was asking her about where they should drop her off. In the little mind that he had gained access to, Nara told the lady that they should drop her off near the traffic light across the street. The boy was curious, asking the girl about which guild the interview was from. After getting to know the name of the guild, Choi realized that the guild leader had also came back from a hidden dungeon, and thanks to that, the guild grew a lot. But Choi was curious as she wondered about why they were not searching for dungeons together with another guild. Kim told her that as he did not like them. He does not want to do so, but Choi teased him, wondering if the couple was getting along enough that the boy even wanted her fingers for himself. And Kim was just happy by the fact that at least they were cooperating. But Choi, on the other hand, told him that she was the one cooperating with him instead. Hearing this bickering, Nara was just praying to the god that things do not go out of proportion, and Choi did not start becoming a monster once again. As the scene shifts, we see two men in full suits who were welcoming Kim towards the dungeon gate, and the boy asked them about what the dungeon status was. The men told him that they can go right in without any problems, and Choi wondered about who the black-suited thugs were. Kim informed Choi that these men were the guild members managing the dungeon gate, and just because a dungeon is illegal, it doesn't mean that it will not have any management. Choi was constantly getting the feeling of killing the boy once and for all. But they were cooperating together due to their mutual benefits, and the boy also knew that, telling Choi that if she did something to him, she will be in trouble too. The girl changed her smile once again, while telling Kim that they should find the hidden dungeon quickly and go their separate ways. But the look on her face was so mesmerizing that both the black suit men, along with Kim, felt their hearts skip a beat. Kim immediately turned around and scolded the management members, telling them to not get distracted and keep watching for bystanders from the outside. The boy turned around, wondering about why it had happened to him, and then he got ready to head inside the dungeon and search again today. Meanwhile, Choi wondered about what was taking the boy so long, when she just wanted to finish everything quickly. But suddenly something felt uneasy inside her stomach, and she wondered about what was going on and why it was happening all of a sudden. Choi wondered if she was just imagining things, but it was more than a coincidence, because she had been having weird dreams in the nights too, and now she thought that maybe Kim was right, and she should actually tear the finger apart if she wanted to take off the ring. But suddenly, Kim appeared behind her and asked her about what she was doing standing still like that. Choi realized that the boy was inside, and she immediately snapped on him, wondering about why he was so late if he does not want to die. But the boy was acting calmly, apologizing to the lady and getting ahead of her, acting like a total boss. But Choi was really confused, determined to still gather a lot more information about the ring, because even if she would force the ring out, the thing which was inside of her won't disappear just like that. And for dealing with the situation from the root, she had no choice but to find the hidden dungeon quickly. The grinding was going on for a whole month, and both Choi and Kim were still fighting monsters inside a dungeon. This time, they were fighting with multiple bird monsters with 3 eyes. But in front of Choi, they were nothing, because she was able to pierce their hearts out in just one blow. Choi was so powerful that she can deal with the entire bird army alone, and Kim was not able to understand about why the girl was way too aggressive on that day, wondering if something did happen to her. He thought that maybe they will not find the hidden dungeon that they either. But as he called out to Choi, she suddenly turned around, and it was as if she was possessed by something, getting ready to attack the boy and kill him in one fell swoop. But Kim was way stronger than she would have imagined, and immediately stopped the punch midway. As he wondered about why, Choi was acting like an aggressive beast all of a sudden, thinking that maybe she was trying to challenge him for a match. The boy was just smiling while deciding to not hold back, grabbing Choi and throwing her off several meters away with just one slight push. As Choi got such a jerk inside of her, she suddenly woke up and wondered about what she was doing just now, and why she was so aggressive all of a sudden. Kim was back to normal once again, telling Choi that as she looked tired, she should take a break, and that he will go and take care of the boss instead. As Kim was going away, Choi wondered about what was happening to her, and what the hell did she just do? She was now questioning everything she had been doing, wondering if finding the hidden dungeon was even the right move, because the longer this quest was going on, the stranger her body was feeling. It was as if the thing inside of her was trying to take over, and she wondered about what she should do to counter it. As the scene shifts, we see that Choi was finally back at Nara's house with their favorite food, but as Choi was taking off her shoes, she saw the face of Nara and wondered about what had happened for her to cry so much. We come to know that the lady was rejected once again, and it was really hard for her to land a job in such an inflated economy. But keeping that aside, Nara asked Choi about what had happened today, and she explained that nothing has changed, and that she was only able to find dead ends. It had been a month and there was no progress in the life of both, so Choi decided that they should just eat and forget about it for the moment. Nara was suddenly happy after looking at her favorite dish, and they decided to drink and party once again. But now that Nara was unhinged, she was really cursing all the employers, wondering about why getting a job was so damn hard. She realized that maybe it was happening because she was just a buffer, and a low-ranked one at that. She was cursing her life and was questioning about why she even awakened as a buffer. But on the other hand, Choi was just thinking about finding the hidden dungeon on the next day. But suddenly, Nara told her that she just wanted to get stronger. Choi was shocked because she wondered if the girl cannot just kill monsters to boost her stats, because this had worked for her too. But Nara was crying more profusely, telling Choi that she was not even a combat type, and it would take her more than 100 years to level up. And hearing that, Choi finally realized that she cannot do anything and cannot raise her power levels, but suddenly, due to all the drinks she had been having, Nara was now jealous of Choi, by the fact that she get to become so strong. Nara wondered if it was because of the item that Choi had got from the hidden dungeon, and she thought that it was nice leveling up and suddenly becoming so powerful. But Choi was remembering all those horrific incidents that she had, and even when she wanted to die, she cannot. She hated everything about how she leveled up. But Nara was still thinking that if she could just power up from a single item like her, she could get into a nice guild in no time. According to her, Choi was extremely lucky, but only the girl knew how horrific it was. Being swarmed by mantises, unable to die and just used as endless food and means of doing naughty things for the insects. Torn apart over and over even when she wanted to die. According to her, Choi was not lucky at all, and she just had to become strong because she had no choice but to survive. Nara was now running her mouth without knowing a damn thing, and for that, Choi was feeling like she should kill her right then and now. But Nara did not even know about what she was talking about, thinking that if she got lucky, she would probably make a lot of fortune, like all the other hunters. But suddenly, Choi asked her if she really thought that the girl was lucky, and now, Choi was really angry, guessing that maybe Nara had lost all sense of guilt by saying crap like that. Nara immediately realized what she had said and started apologizing to the girl, telling her that she must have gone crazy for a second because she was drunk. Now the lady realized the intensity of the situation and remembered that she had barely made it out alive when Choi was on a killing spree. And now, she had blurted out everything which should not have been said, and Choi can suddenly decide to kill her on the spot, and she cannot do anything. Fear overcame her, and Nara was constantly begging Choi to spare her life, telling her that she had really messed up. But Choi was not so unhinged anymore, and she realized that there was no way that Nara would know what had happened inside the hidden dungeon. She wanted the lady to just finish her food and to not say that kind of crap ever again. For a moment, they started drinking and eating in silence. But then, Choi decided to tell Nara everything and started explaining that she had almost died in the hidden dungeon. But at the same time, she found the ring. But still, the ring did not have such a convenient ability, and like she said earlier, there was only one way to raise her stats, so she just killed a lot of monsters again and again and again. She killed so many of them that she lost count, and even when it was not making any sense. Nara wondered about how a tank was able to kill so many mantises when she was not a combat type, and more importantly, Choi came out right after they closed the gate, and now she was saying that she had raised her stat in that short amount of time. Nara wondered about what had exactly happened to the lady for her to become so unhinged, and in such a short amount of time. And Choi just calmly revealed that she had died a lot of times, thousands, or maybe tens of thousands. Even when her arms were ripped off or her head got cut off, she instantly came back to life due to the ring. And even when she honestly wanted to die, she was not having the option to do so and had to become stronger again and again. Nara did not even get about what the girl was talking about. But Choi just wanted her to believe that she just kept dying and kept killing, and that's how she got strong back then. Choi resented this process so much that she did not want to be strong or have some rare item, and she was not able to understand about why she had to suffer like that. But when she came out after 1,000 years, time hadn't moved at all, and her team was still standing in the same place. And from then on, Nara knew about what had happened next. Finally, Choi concluded the story and told the girl that this is how she had got strong. And the lady immediately realized that whatever she heard was completely unhinged and insane. Choi explained that she had wiped out all the mantises that had been feeding on her and leveled up her stats. When she came out, no time had passed outside. Everything was exactly the same, including the adventurers who were still standing in the same spot. Nara then realized how insensitive she had been to say such things without any regard, and thought that if Choi's story was real, it was truly unbelievable. Choi simply smiled and told Nara that she didn't have to believe it, but should at least know that something like this had happened when her scummy boyfriend decided to leave her in such a dangerous place. Now Nara was completely trembling, wondering why Choi had even saved her when she was the one causing her suffering. But instead of getting angry, Choi laughed out loud and told Nara not to get the wrong idea. She hadn't saved her because she was worth saving, but simply on a whim. Something inside Choi had told her not to kill Nara. Hearing that, Nara was relieved but still apologized to Choi. On the other hand, Choi found it hard to believe that Nara was actually crying over what had happened. The thought felt strange to her, but she dismissed it, and they started eating again. As the scene shifted, both Kim and Choi were back inside a dungeon. The boy was shocked when Choi suddenly asked him if anyone had ever genuinely apologized to him before. He was taken aback by the question because obviously people had apologized to him. But Choi, while fighting some huge bulls, was equally surprised by his answer. The boy explained that people close to him had apologized, but he was shocked to learn that no one had ever done the same for Choi. She recalled that maybe once, when she was a kid, someone had said sorry to her. Hearing that, the boy realized that Choi had been having a rough time for a long while. He started to think that she might go through her whole life always being the one saying sorry. Even during the recent incident, no one had shown any remorse as they shut the door on her, except for Nara, who at least pretended to care and apologized when the time came. Even Choi hadn't expected someone like Nara to suddenly apologize, and deep down, she knew Nara wasn't the one who truly owed her an apology. The ones who should have were long dead, but still, for once, it felt like someone had actually seen Choi and shown her concern. It was a completely new feeling for her. Hearing Nara's name again, the boy was surprised. He finally stepped off the lifeless body of the dungeon boss and told Choi to give Nara a break since she'd been doing so much for both of them. He also noticed that Choi seemed unusually normal that day, not even throwing a fit about missing a hidden dungeon. For a moment, Kim even considered bringing Nara along to keep Choi in check. But he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing that the more people they brought into a dungeon, the more dangerous it became. If anyone found out it was an illegal dive, he would be in serious trouble. Suddenly, his train of thought was cut off, and his face turned pale with horror, as if he were seeing a monster. The scene shifted to reveal a monstrous-looking woman, whom even Kim called a gorilla, wondering why she was in his house. It turned out the woman was Kim's sister, and she must never find out that he had been dungeon diving for so long. If she did, he'd be dead meat. When his sister demanded to know where he'd been, Kim tried to deflect, telling her to stop pestering him since she wasn't his mom. But she was furious, scolding him for bailing on work and goofing off while she was away. Kim flopped onto the couch, claiming he had just swung by the black market for the first time in ages to see if there was anything new. But his sister knew him too well and suspected he'd gotten into illegal trouble again. Kim, trying to stay calm, lied and denied everything. But then his sister slammed her fists onto his abs, demanding to know if he'd curse it at her. Kim, shocked and horrified, jumped up, wondering how she could hear a curse when he hadn't even said anything. Now it was his turn for revenge. He kicked his gorilla sister off the couch. The siblings began bickering and physically fighting as usual. His sister demanded respect, saying she was dealing with enough crap from the guild master because no one knew where Kim had been. She offered him a deal. If he told her the truth, she'd only half kill him, not finish the job. Kim blocked her punches and insisted he wasn't slacking off. But now his sister was even more curious and pressed harder for answers. With no other option, Kim blurted out that he had been dating someone. Deep inside, he silently apologized to Choi for borrowing her name in his lie. Hearing this, his sister backed off, unable to believe what she was hearing. According to her, there was no way Kim could land a decent girlfriend. Kim was offended but tried to keep up the act. His sister, now intrigued, asked where he met this girl. Kim spun a story about going to an underground fight last month and running into Choi by chance. He claimed she just happened to be his type, even though the lie disgusted him. Still, he had to continue if he wanted to avoid getting beaten. He told her that they had started talking and were now seeing each other. His sister was still skeptical, asking if this girlfriend was even real. More importantly, she wondered why Choi had been participating in underground fights. Was she dangerous? Kim laughed nervously, saying Choi was just a C-rank hunter who wasn't affiliated with any guild. She had recently quit and wanted to take it easy, so Kim figured they could spend time together. In his head, Kim kept apologizing to Choi, but he had to protect himself. His sister, on the other hand, couldn't believe Kim was skipping work for romance. She accused him of making excuses. Kim, now getting irritated, snapped back, asking why she always interrogated him when he never missed important dates at work. Finally, his sister calmed down and told him to behave, warning that the guild master was about to explode from overwork because Kim had been absent. Kim agreed and thought to himself that he should lay low for a while now that his sister was back. There was only one reason his sister treated him so harshly. They didn't have solid dungeon mates. Whenever they joined raids, the siblings would charge ahead, finish the dungeon by themselves, and completely ignore the leader and their teammates. They were so powerful that they only competed with each other, leaving everyone else behind. Eventually, they caused so much trouble that no one in the guild wanted to party with them, even though they were the strongest. The scene shifted back to the present as his sister mused about whether there was anyone decent enough to match their style. They wanted to bring someone along in the next round of hires to join them in a dungeon raid. Kim thought it was pointless and joked about roping in some clueless newbie, but his sister was against it, saying a newbie wouldn't survive their high-level dungeon runs. Kim agreed to look around but was shocked when his sister suggested they hire his girlfriend. Now Kim was in a real dilemma. Was she serious? But his sister argued that since Choi was an unaffiliated hunter, it would be perfect for a couple to dungeon dive together, making it a little dungeon date. She dismissed Kim's protests, acting like a maniac, saying they could flirt all they wanted as long as she got to kill monsters. Just thinking about it made her rumble with excitement, wondering how many enemies she could tear apart this time. Meanwhile, Kim was terrified, wondering what was wrong with his sister's bloodthirsty eyes. She insisted on knowing where Choi lived and what kind of food she liked because she wanted to have an official meet and greet. Kim now realized with dread that he was truly stuck between two monstrous women, and his sister had completely lost it. Nara let out a deep sigh as she stood outside the house that night, her entire body weighed down by exhaustion. Mentally drained and unsure, she walked forward with hesitant steps, still caught up in the whirlwind of yesterday's events, especially Choi's unexpected confession that kept echoing in her mind. As she looked up at the building, an awkward feeling settled in her chest. The thought of facing Choi again after that emotional moment made her stomach twist. But with no other choice, since Choi had nowhere else to go, Nara slowly reached out for the door lock, resigned to the encounter she wasn't ready for. Before her hand could even touch the handle, the door flung open, and Choi's loud, cheerful greeting hit her like a shockwave, making her flinch. Startled, Nara stammered out a panicked question, wondering why Choi was home so early when she clearly wasn't prepared to see her yet. But Choi just laughed it off, saying she had been waiting for Nara all along, which only deepened Nara's confusion. Then, without warning, Choi casually announced that she was moving out. The sudden declaration left Nara frozen, completely blindsided by the idea. Her thoughts scrambled as she tried to make sense of Choi's abrupt decision. Earlier that day, Choi had been lying on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, her mind tangled in frustration after failing once again to locate the hidden dungeon. She couldn't shake the unease caused by the strange ring wrapped around her finger, the one that hadn't done anything unusual today but still felt like a ticking bomb. As she turned the ring slowly, suspicion gnawed at her, convincing her that it was only safe to keep it on inside dungeons. Anywhere else, it might spell trouble. And when she thought about the place she spent most of her time outside the dungeons, it always came back to Nara's home. That was when it clicked in her mind that moving out might be the best option. So now, as she explained her reasoning with an easy smile, Nara couldn't help but react awkwardly, her thoughts catching on how casually Choi referred to it as our house. Uncertain how to respond, Nara managed to ask when Choi planned to move and whether she had already found a place. Choi admitted she hadn't yet and guessed she'd need around 2 weeks to sort everything out. Later, as they sat down to eat, Nara found herself unexpectedly impressed by the spread laid out in front of her. She asked if Choi had made all of it, still surprised. Choi, beaming with pride, claimed she could cook anything as long as she had the ingredients, and confessed she had been nervous about cooking again after so long, but it had come back to her naturally. She even mentioned that she used to cook daily when she lived with Heath, dropping the name so casually that Nara nearly choked on her food. As she coughed violently, Choi, completely oblivious to the trigger, sweetly told her to eat slower or she'd really choke. Nara, face red from both the coughing and her rising irritation, grumbled that it was Choi's fault she nearly suffocated, muttering under her breath while continuing to eat, clearly fed up with the situation. Her grumbling was cut short when she glanced at her phone and her eyes went wide as she read an unexpected message. Her heart jumped and she blurted out in shock, making Choi, who had been mid-bite, jolt in surprise. Nara, unable to hold back her excitement, nearly shouted that Choi had passed the first test. At once, Choi's face lit up with bright disbelief as she asked which guild had accepted her, and Nara, still buzzing with joy, shouted that it was the Phoenix Guild, thanking the heavens like it was a miracle. Choi practically leaped from her chair, letting out a victorious cheer, and Nara laughed, still catching her breath, as she added that the next test was only 3 days away. A dungeon run alongside other candidates, with a training camp starting tomorrow to get them ready. The news sparked a burst of wild energy between them as they celebrated loudly, voices overlapping as they joked about drinking until their faces went numb, their cheers echoing through the house. Later that night, Nara collapsed onto the bed, still laughing uncontrollably, feeling for once like she was on top of the world. Choi watched her from across the room, quietly amused by how ridiculous and carefree Nara looked in that moment. As she cuddled her pillow, Choi softly wished her good night with a small smile. But as the laughter faded, Nara found herself lying awake, staring at the ceiling as unease crept back into her chest. In a soft voice, almost embarrassed to say it out loud, she called out to Choi, asking if she thought things would go okay, the question laced with a nervous doubt she couldn't quite hide. Choi, quick to catch on, teased her by accusing her of fishing for compliments, making the mood lighter in an instant. Flustered and defensive, Nara shot up, shouting that she wasn't fishing for praise, though her blushing face betrayed her need for reassurance. She grumbled in embarrassment, annoyed with herself for even asking, but still couldn't help pressing Choi to say what she really thought. With a gentler tone, Choi told her to just be herself and reminded her that even the Hansen Guild had once praised her skills. Hearing those words, Nara felt the tight knot of nerves inside her chest loosen just a little. She smiled faintly, comforted by the reminder, and quietly thanked Choi, her gratitude genuine. Choi grinned to herself, knowing full well that Nara just needed someone to give her that little push of encouragement. But before she could get too cozy, her phone buzzed again. Annoyed by the late-night intrusion, Choi grabbed it, only to find an unexpected message flashing on the screen, an official invitation from the Phoenix Guild. She let out a quiet chuckle, amused by the twist of fate, but as she lay back against the pillow, her eyes narrowed. The timing felt too perfect, too convenient. Suspicion prickled at her, and she couldn't help but wonder if there was some hidden trap behind the offer. Morning came, sunlight bright against the house's walls, but peace didn't last long. Outside, Kim let out a heavy sigh, rubbing his head as if preparing for trouble. That trouble appeared soon enough in the form of his own sister, who showed up at the door with a bright smile and greeted Choi by name. Choi blinked in surprise, caught off guard by the sudden visit, and asked if she was really Kim's sister. The woman smiled sweetly and said she'd heard plenty about Choi already, which only deepened Choi's suspicion. She wondered what Kim had been saying, and why his sister was suddenly appearing now of all times. Kim, standing awkwardly nearby, looked visibly uncomfortable, as if silently asking his sister what she was up to. But the woman brushed off any tension with an easy laugh, insisting that there was no strange sibling motive and that she'd just come to meet Choi properly. Then, stepping forward with a confident smile, she pointed out that Choi was the first to ever reject a Phoenix Guild scout. That, she said, was the reason for her visit, to extend the invitation again, this time officially. Her eyes locked on Choi as she asked directly if she was ready now to reconsider joining Phoenix Guild. The blonde woman stood tall, brimming with confidence as she laid out the offer, certain that no hunter in their right mind could refuse something packed with such rare benefits. As she explained, her voice dripped with conviction. After all, it was nothing short of a miracle for a low-ranked hunter like Choi to even catch the guild's eye. Kim, standing nearby, chimed in with his own reassurance, saying that despite Choi's low rank, all she had to do was join them for dungeon runs. He promised he'd personally protect her during the missions, no matter the risks involved. The woman sweetened the deal further, casually promising heaps of money, making it sound like a once-in-a-lifetime chance. But Choi, standing firm, simply gave a cold, sharp no. The woman's eyes went wide as she nearly shrieked in disbelief, her voice rising with each word as she demanded to know how Choi could possibly refuse. Kim, to her shock, smiled quietly, nodding in agreement with Choi's decision and muttering that she was right. Frustration flared in the woman's face as she threw her hands up, desperate to understand why anyone would turn down such golden opportunity. Panic edged her tone as she blurted out that Choi must have rejected the offer only because she didn't recognize who she was, assuming the whole thing seemed fake to someone like Choi. But Choi, calm as ever, met her gaze and replied coolly that she did, in fact, know exactly who she was, one of the so-called miracle siblings. That stung. Kim let out a groan, palming his face in embarrassment as he begged his sister to stop with the dramatic titles, muttering that she was overdoing it again. He tried to smooth things over, urging her to go home quickly before this scene spiraled even further. But beneath his calm facade, his sister was quietly panicking, her thoughts racing with the fear that people might start questioning the lies she'd spread about dating Choi. A flashback cut through the tension, showing Yeon and Kim back in the days when the media had dubbed them the miracle siblings, both S-class awakened hunters who once stood at the top. In the present, Nara could be seen freaking out in the background, looking like he was barely keeping it together as this whole mess unfolded before his eyes. Choi, on the other hand, simply stood there with a puzzled frown, wondering what business these two powerful siblings even had with someone like her. The blonde woman, now deflating dramatically, practically collapsed on the spot, groaning that she had no one else to turn to. Choi, unimpressed, pointed out that surely there were plenty of other hunters available, so why her? Kim just laughed nervously, scratching his head and admitting that, well, they really couldn't find anyone else willing. He quickly grabbed his sister, dragging her away as he mumbled a hasty goodbye. But the woman wasn't done yet. She twisted back around and exploded, shouting that if Choi refused to dungeon with her, then she shouldn't even think about meeting Kim either. Kim's face turned red as he snapped at his sister, calling her crazy for saying something so dramatic in public. That was when the pieces finally fell into place for Choi. The misunderstanding was clear now, and she couldn't help but let out a soft laugh as she bluntly told Kim that she didn't like him. Kim's eyes bulged as he sputtered in disbelief, shouting that he never even confessed in the first place. Choi just laughed it off, while Kim kept yelling, convinced that she'd misunderstood everything completely. But suddenly, Choi's smile faded. Her eyes narrowed, her body stiffening as a strange sensation crept over her. She stared off into the distance, her instincts screaming that something was wrong. Kim noticed the shift instantly, his laughter dying as he asked what she was looking at. But Choi didn't answer right away. Her voice turned sharp as she asked if he couldn't feel it too, that strange, oppressive presence nearby. Before anyone could react, her eyes widened in horror as a violent, glowing rift burst open behind them, tearing through the air with a bone-chilling roar. Choi's voice cracked as she shouted for everyone to look, just as the chaotic energy surged forward. The group turned just in time to see the swirling danger bearing down on them, and in a flash, they knew they had to run. Kim, adrenaline flooding his system, barked at them to move, while Choi yelled back, her voice raw with urgency, that they needed to get out now. The energy tore through the building behind them, warping the walls and ripping apart everything in its path. Glass shattered, debris flew like deadly shrapnel, and the rift only grew, devouring whole chunks of the structure with terrifying force. They sprinted at full speed, dodging falling beams and shards of metal. Choi, breath ragged, shouted that the rift was consuming everything. Kim, glancing back at the destruction, gave a grim smile and muttered that if they had delayed even a second, they'd have been wiped out. But Choi wasn't listening anymore. Her eyes were fixed on the monstrous portal, recognizing the strange, sinister power swirling at its core. Crowds had already gathered at the scene, but the police quickly pushed them back, shouting warnings that the portal was too dangerous to approach. Among the chaos, Kim and Choi picked their way through the wreckage, both visibly frustrated by how every dungeon lately seemed to spiral out of control. Choi, still breathing hard, turned to Kim and asked flatly when they were planning to enter this dungeon, making him blink in surprise. She smirked, explaining that anyone could join a new dungeon as long as they were first in line. It was first come, first served after all. But their momentum stalled when a guard, standing firm, told them they couldn't enter yet due to pending verification results. Kim's jaw clenched in irritation. The guard, Officer Song, greeted Kim formally, her stance strict and professional. She was an A-class buffer and clearly not someone Kim could easily push around. His sister immediately argued, saying they had found the dungeon first and deserved to go in. Kim shot back that Song was being too rigid, but the officer only repeated that rules were rules. Choi, her temper flaring, shouted that these delays would risk a dungeon break, but Officer Song remained calm, explaining that it wouldn't happen, not yet, and not without a properly registered party. Their argument was interrupted when a girl arrived, staff in hand, hurrying over with an apologetic look. She was Namyeong, an A-rank healer from the Phoenix Guild, who bowed and admitted she was late. Kim's sister gawked at her in disbelief, demanding to know why Namyeong came alone. Namyeong, face red, explained awkwardly that the tank for their party had backed out last minute, assuming the so-called miracle siblings could handle things on their own. Kim's sister let out an exasperated scream, dragging her hands down her face while Namyeong gave a sheepish laugh. With a bitter chuckle, Kim's sister joked that maybe Choi should just join their party since no tankers wanted to step up, but mid-sentence, she froze. Panic flared across her face as she whipped around and yelled at Kim, realizing that Choi had vanished. The group's eyes darted around in sudden alarm, and then they saw it, the faint glow of the rift pulsing ominously. The realization struck them like lightning. Choi was gone, and the telltale shimmer of the portal made it chillingly clear that she had already entered the newly appeared dungeon on her own. Kim rubbed his temples, doubting his own sanity as he watched how strangely Choi had been acting lately. Half joking, half serious, he muttered about just using his name to get inside the dungeon too, though he knew full well that stunt wouldn't work and would probably land him in serious trouble. His sister, however, had already reached her limit. She exploded in anger, shouting that she'd just charge in after Choi herself, no matter what. Kim let out a nervous laugh, calling her a weirdo even as she stormed forward, yelling that she didn't care, she wanted to be a weirdo too. Panicking, Kim dashed after her, grabbing her arm and trying to stop her while she struggled and yelled back. As she kicked and flailed, Kim couldn't help but think that everyone around him had completely lost their minds. He barely managed to restrain her when Officer Song stepped closer, her sharp eyes locking onto him as she asked directly if Choi was the one who had entered the dungeon. Kim confirmed it, introducing himself properly as a hunter, but the officer simply processed the answer with a cool, unreadable "I see," her face serious. Confused by her sudden interest, Kim frowned and asked why she even cared whether he knew Choi, but Song brushed it off with a flat "it's nothing," leaving Kim irritated and suspicious. Still holding back his furious sister, Kim's thoughts darkened as he remembered that even if they got permission, they couldn't enter the dungeon together now. The warning was clear in his mind: if Choi ended up fighting at a level far above her class, she'd be accused of fraud and jailed. The realization that Choi was already being seen as a nuisance gnawed at him, feeding his growing worry. Just then, a staff member stepped forward, announcing that the forensic results from the dungeon had arrived. The dungeon was officially rated at B class, though the staff added grimly that energy readings inside were abnormally high. Kim's sister perked up immediately, eagerly demanding to enter now that the rating was confirmed. Namyong, standing nearby, went pale as she realized what that meant. The number of monsters inside must have increased, making things even more dangerous. The staff explained that due to the rising threat, they had urgently requested permission to send in an emergency party. But Kim's sister, frustrated beyond belief, screamed at the staff, reminding them of past failures and demanding they act now before it was too late. Kim, heart-pounding, finally grasped the full danger Choi was in. Without thinking, he broke into a sprint toward the portal, his sister shouting in shock as he bolted. Kim barely heard her, he only yelled back once, shouting that he was going in as he leapt through the portal. His feet hit solid ground, and in the blink of an eye, the world shifted. Inside, the dungeon seemed eerily calm. Choi walked alone through the dense forest, her senses sharp but surprised by the emptiness around her. She had expected a grand challenge, maybe even chaos from the start, but instead the place felt hollow. Pushing through the trees, she caught sight of something unusual ahead and narrowed her eyes. Curious, she moved closer until a massive structure made of ancient pillars loomed before her, its stone worn with age. Intrigued, she studied the ruins, noting how impossibly old everything looked and wondering who had built such a place, and where those people had gone. Monsters didn't build ruins, after all, which left the mystery frustratingly unsolved. Choi paused, frowning as she wondered how she'd even sensed this dungeon's appearance before anyone else. Suspecting her strange ring had something to do with it, she let a small smile creep across her face. As if summoned by her thoughts, a presence finally arrived. From above, a massive creature descended, its angelic wings spread wide and a single glowing eye fixed on her. Choi's smile widened as she stared up at it, bluntly calling the creature ugly, amused by its bizarre appearance. Tilting her head, she teased it, asking if its wings weren't too heavy to carry around. The monster wasted no time. With a powerful beat of its wings, it swooped down, the massive eye locking onto her like a predator. Energy projectiles rained from the sky as it attacked, but Choi moved with sharp reflexes, dodging swiftly and leaping high into the air. Her eyes flashed as she countered, charging directly at the beast, her fist raised and grin widening. She taunted the monster, shouting furiously as she launched her strike with full confidence. Her blow landed with brutal force, the creature's flesh exploding in a spray of blood as it shrieked in agony. Choi winced, clutching her head and yelling at the beast for being too loud, mocking it as she wondered aloud how it could even scream without a mouth. The creature crashed into the ground, blood splattering everywhere as it writhed. Choi smiled brightly, enjoying the sudden quiet now that the thing had been silenced. But then the creature let out a faint, wheezing sound, still clinging to life. Choi raised a brow, surprised by its toughness, and grinned darkly, sarcastically praising it for surviving the hit. She chuckled, regretting that all the others she'd faced in the past had died too quickly. But her amusement faded as a loud, eerie scream echoed through the air. She stiffened, recognizing it not as a cry of pain, but as a signal. Her gaze snapped upward, and her eyes widened as a massive swarm of winged monsters darkened the sky, closing in fast. Yet instead of fear, Choi felt a rush of exhilaration. A slow smile spread across her face as she watched the endless swarm approach. Calmly, she noted that she was completely alone, just her against all of them. As the monsters began their assault, light projectiles rained down, but Choi's body moved on instinct, dodging with sharp, precise steps. She kicked off the ground, twisting in midair to evade another strike, her laughter bubbling up as she taunted their terrible aim. With speed and confidence, she surged forward through the storm of attacks, analyzing every movement. She quickly noted the pattern. After firing, they needed time to reload. Seizing the gap, she locked onto one of the creatures and lunged. In a single, fluid motion, she slashed through multiple enemies at once, her blood-soaked hand dripping as the bodies fell around her. Choi tightened her grip, her fingers slick with crimson, ready for more. But then something flickered in the corner of her vision, a system alert flashing bright. Her stats had jumped up. Shocked, she blinked, wondering why her numbers had spiked so fast. The sensation was familiar, eerily so, and as she turned slowly, her instincts prickled. She sensed something else approaching. Her mind raced, suspecting that the sudden stat boost was tied to the high rank of the dungeon monsters she just felled. Calmly, she surveyed the battlefield littered with corpses, tilting her head as if sizing up the next experiment. A sinister grin curled on her lips, her bloodied fingers twitching in anticipation. She muttered to herself with dark amusement that she still had plenty more experiments to run, and from the way the sky darkened with yet another wave of monsters, the dungeon seemed more than happy to oblige. Namyang's heart raced as she processed what just happened. Kim had recklessly thrown himself into the dungeon alone. Panic surged through her as she spun toward the staff, demanding answers. But the response was a cold reminder. Entry approval was still pending. She gritted her teeth, torn between anger and helplessness, when a familiar voice called her name, laced with concern. Turning sharply, she found Kim's sister grinning from ear to ear, her excitement palpable. She blurted out the news like it was the plot of a romance novel. Kim had gone in to save Choi. Wasn't it just so romantic? But there was something eerie in the way she smirked. Her eyes glittered with dangerous excitement as she declared that she couldn't just miss out on the action. Without waiting for permission, she dashed toward the portal, laughing wildly about the fun waiting ahead. The officer's voice rang out in alarm, yelling at Yeon to stop, but Kim's sister only called back a quick apology over her shoulder, already running too fast to catch. She cackled that if the guild leader chewed her out later, she'd just blame Kim for dragging her into this mess. Inside the dungeon, the chaos only grew. Choi moved like a force of nature, her hand flashing as she cleaved through another winged enemy midair. Blood sprayed around her as the familiar pulse of a stat increase lit up her senses. More notifications popped up in rapid succession, but Choi barely registered them, her grin stretching wide as she reveled in the chaos. Blood flew, her muscles burned, and yet she smiled wildly. She hadn't felt this alive in a long time. Standing atop a field of broken, twitching bodies, Choi sensed something darker building within her. Her expression sharpened, eyes glittering with hunger. It still wasn't enough. Not yet. Her gaze locked onto another winged beast circling above, and with a flash of determination, she rocketed upward, speed tearing through the air as she aimed for her next target. She landed hard on its back, glowing energy flaring under her feet, and clenched her fists tightly. More. She needed more power, enough to awaken whatever was still slumbering deep inside her. Her body tensed as she crouched atop the shrieking monster, stabbing her blade down with brutal force. Feathers exploded around her in a blast of energy and pain as the creature cried out. Choi sneered, urging it to scream louder, savoring the chaos. She drove her weapon in again, mocking the beast to call its allies for help. Beneath her, the monster flailed in agony while Choi stood calm, coldly observing its suffering. With a flick of her wrist, she called out, "Status window." Her eyes narrowed as she scanned the numbers. They were still lower than she expected. Was it because there weren't enough enemies left? Her lips twisted in annoyance until she caught it, the faint signals of more foes hiding nearby. Her focus sharpened, so there were still more. Perfect. With a deep breath, she stepped forward again, her body humming with restless energy. Shouting with glee, Choi sprinted down a narrow corridor, eager to continue. But her senses flared a warning as a rumble echoed above. She looked up just in time to see massive debris breaking loose. Stone spikes shot skyward like spears, targeting the flying creatures overhead. The impact was devastating. One spike pierced straight through a monster's eye, causing it to explode midair. Around her, more enemies fell, ripped apart by the sudden trap. Choi's eyes widened in shock. These weren't her attacks. Her summoned monsters were falling too, blasted apart by the unexpected assault. Anger flared as she whipped around, voice sharp and furious as she demanded to know who dared to interrupt her hunt. Then her gaze locked onto the newcomer, and recognition flashed. "Kim," she shouted, half in fury, half in disbelief. Kim strolled up casually through the wreckage, waving off the carnage as he called her mess noisy. Choi's face twisted in rage as she screamed at him for ruining her momentum. Kim sighed, already exhausted, and warned her in a low voice that if she kept showing off power like this, people would figure out fast that she wasn't just some C-rank nobody, and if they did, she'd end up jailed for class fraud. He ran a hand through his hair, groaning as it hit him. She wasn't a C-rank at all. She was operating at B-rank power without even trying. Choi blinked and shrugged, admitting she didn't actually know her exact rank. Kim cursed under his breath, muttering that he'd have an easier time reasoning with a child. He glared at her, ordering her to tone it down and let him handle things from here. After all, he just saved her by covering up her little reveal. Choi crossed her arms, eyeing him suspiciously as she asked why he even bothered helping her. They traded quick words about dodging persistent police attention, Kim insisting she pretend to be weak for a few days until things cooled down. He grumbled about his upcoming test and muttered that supporting the Phoenix was a better use of his time anyway. With an offhand gesture, he handed her a drink and a tissue, teasing that the Phoenix was far more reliable than her. Choi's eyes narrowed at the name. Kim casually asked if she'd done something to get Song Ai-kan nosing around asking questions about her. Choi just waved it off, claiming it was self-defense, though she admitted Kim was getting suspicious. She smirked as she recounted how her boyfriend had abandoned her in a monster den, and she'd made sure to get her revenge, proudly boasting that she killed everyone else in the dungeon, leaving only herself alive. Kim's face went pale. He stammered out a half-hearted congratulations, then immediately backpedaled, yelling that no, he absolutely didn't like her. Choi pouted, accusing him of lying, while Kim kept shouting that he was only pretending to search for a hidden dungeon to avoid dealing with his sister. Unbeknownst to him, that very sister had crept close enough to hear every word. Her eyes darkened with suspicion, and before either of them could react, she lunged. With no warning, she attacked, her fist smashing through the air directly at Kim. Choi jumped back, dodging as debris exploded around them from the sheer force of the blow. Kim barely had time to lift his arms before he was slammed into the ground, his head cracking hard against stone as the impact shook the corridor. Pinned down, he grimaced in pain as his sister's shadow loomed over him, her face twisted with fury. Her voice dropped, low and dangerous as she glared down at him. "Ms. Choi," she hissed, "about what your brother said earlier." Her burning eyes locked onto Choi, demanding answers, her grip on Kim tightening as if she meant to drive him straight through the dungeon floor. We get a flashback where we see that in the front of the Huen Guild, reporters crowded together, cameras flashing as they waited for a statement. The guild master, Park, stepped forward, facing the chaotic swarm of questions. Journalists pushed in closer, demanding answers about the mysterious dungeon and the treasures pulled from it. More voices joined, all eager to uncover where the dungeon had come from and why it suddenly appeared. Hidden in the shadows, Kim's sister clenched her jaw, fury building as she watched Park standing calm under the lights. Rage boiling over, she burst out, shouting accusations that he had killed people just to collect loot. The crowd fell into stunned silence as she called him out, demanding the truth about the murders. Park's gaze turned sharp and cold, though he kept a smirk on his face, dismissing her claims like they were obvious facts. Unable to hold back, Kim's sister lunged at him, her fist flying with raw power. Her glare burned with hatred as her punch smashed into Park's face and shattered the ground beneath them. Screams rang out as people scrambled away from the force of two S-ranks colliding. She knelt in the smoke, looking fierce and unstoppable. Park, grabbed by the collar amid the debris, remained expressionless. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she asked if it all happened because she left the guild. Lowering her head, she sobbed and blamed herself, while Park simply closed his eyes and muttered that they could believe whatever they wanted. The scene snapped back to the dungeon, where Kim's sister still had Kim pinned, demanding an explanation. From a distance, Choi watched with narrowed eyes, wondering why hidden dungeons kept coming up. The weight of the situation hit her, even among S-rank hunters. The difference in power was massive. Kim's sister glared at her, spitting out the word murderer while keeping her grip on Kim. But Choi only smiled faintly, thinking how unfair it was. After all, weren't dungeon deaths a normal part of this world? Kim's sister shoved Kim's head down harder, determined not to let go. Choi, with a cold smirk, muttered that those who died inside probably deserved it anyway. Her words only deepened the fury in Kim's sister's glare. To her, it was clear that Choi saw death as nothing more than routine. Pressing harder, she warned darkly, asking if Choi would still act so calm even if her own life ended right here. Kim, pinned and helpless, looked terrified, fully realizing his sister was beyond furious now. But Choi, ever the provocateur, smirked and dared her to try. Her sharp eyes studied Kim's sister, curious to see what kind of strength she was really hiding. The ground cracked and split as Kim's sister's energy surged upward. She exploded out of the rubble, burning with rage, ready to strike again, but then paused, scanning her surroundings. Something felt wrong. A gaping hole had opened beneath them. Snarling, she cursed Kim, furious that he had tried to slip away. As the ground trembled, a voice called out, trying to calm her down. Choi walked up to Kim, mocking him for sitting among the dead, teasing that he looked like someone who had clawed his way out of a grave. Kim, staying cool, told her not to let herself get riled up, calling her crazy. That set Choi off, and she shouted back at him in frustration. Kim's sister, still seething, ordered Kim to back off from Choi, warning him that Choi was likely just using him. Kim tried to pacify her, explaining that he had asked Choi for help. He admitted he wanted hidden dungeon items to boost his strength, but his sister shot him a hard glare, snapping that he didn't need to chase after such things, reminding him bitterly of all the hunters who had died chasing treasures like that. She told him to get his head straight and stop chasing after false dreams. But Kim, calm and steady, replied that hidden dungeons were the reason for his current power. Choi, hearing this, couldn't help but question if there wasn't another way to grow stronger besides just piling up stats. She wondered if Kim had always been S-rank and sensed that something didn't quite add up. Her eyes widened as pieces clicked into place. Right then, Kim's sister let loose a massive energy blast. Choi was caught off guard. The attack slashed her hair and sent blood flying. Kim rushed to her side, panic all over his face at the sudden violence. Kim's sister stood tall, gripping her sword, as Kim cried out Choi's name. Coldly, she told Choi to stop pretending to be tough, reminding her she was only a C-rank and that this wasn't some game, this was real, a dungeon where mistakes meant death. Outside the dungeon, the tension was thick. Naryung and Officer Song wore tight, uneasy expressions as they waited. Naryung gave a faint smirk, trying to mask her nerves, but soon she started to panic, struggling to catch her breath under the rising pressure. Frustrated, she muttered about the entry permit while the officer beside her stayed stoic and calm. Then, another officer's voice cut through the tension, shouting that they finally had clearance to go in. Officer Song turned sharply, as her face was now set and serious. Kim's sister swung her sword down, straight at Choi's head. Kim Dong shouted her name and rushed forward, but the lady only smirked and said that acting cocky inside a dungeon was too much for just a C rank. Kim Dong picked Choi up in his hands and shouted at his sister, asking if she was crazy. The lady shrugged and said that it was fine because she had only hit Choi with the back of the sword, and as long as she did not die, it was not a problem. Kim Dong looked at his sister and thought she was making a joke. He knew very well that Choi was only surviving because the lady was an A rank. If Choi had really been a C rank, she would already have been dead. He noticed that she was hurt worse than he had thought, and he told himself he needed to get her treated quickly. But the lady stretched her arms and told him they had a dungeon to clear. Kim Dong hesitated and said, "What about Choi?" The lady turned to him coldly and said that if Choi was going to die from something like this, then she would simply be weeded out eventually. She said that was the reason Choi kept chasing after hidden dungeons, because people who were too weak were supposed to fall behind. Kim Dong frowned and said that sounded harsh. Kim's sister simply replied that she was stating facts. She told Kim Dong that she was the one who gave him what he needed, the one who had made him this strong. Kim Dong lowered his head and said he knew. He added that was why she had left the Hawaiian Guild, wasn't it? The lady's eyes turned sharp at the memory, and Kim Dong remembered everything too. 12 years ago, the first dungeon break had happened in Korea. The government had not been able to respond in time, and more than 10,000 people had lost their lives. Among those victims had been their parents too. With their parents' sudden death, the lady, though still a teenager, had become the head of the family. She was only 16 then, far too young to bear that kind of burden, but she had carried it anyway. From that day, the world had rapidly changed. Awakened individuals appeared, society shifted around them, and hunters became the center of everything. Crowds cheered loudly years later when reporters gathered around the lady. They shouted for her to give them a smile and asked how it felt to awaken as an S-rank. Some asked about her family situation, while anchors on television declared that the fourth S-rank had appeared. The lady became famous instantly, her name everywhere, and she trained as a hunter under everyone's eyes. People whispered about her brother too, wondering if he might awaken as an S-rank as well. They laughed about the idea of miracle siblings. The attention that began with Kim's sister soon shifted toward Kim. At that time, Kim Dong was just playing football with his friends. He stole the ball and ran toward the goal as his friends cheered him on. When he kicked, the ball flew and stuck in the wall. Everyone froze and the opponents shouted in shock. That was when Kim Dong awakened as a C rank. Later in his room, he shouted at his sister, asking if it was true that she had quit the Haoyan Guild. He wanted to know why she suddenly joined Pahyok and if something had happened in Haoyan. The lady simply smiled and handed him something. It was a mana stone glowing faintly red. She told him that eating it would boost his stats, that it was rare, and that he should keep it a secret. Kim Dong could not believe it and asked if it was real. She told him it was fine and that she had gotten it for him. She promised she would bring more as long as he kept his awakening hidden until she reached S rank. Kim Dong was shocked and shouted why she would give him something like that if she wanted him to hide. He said he wanted to train with real experience already. The lady explained that almost no one knew about those mana stones. They were only found in secret dungeons managed by Pahyok. That was why no one could know how fast Kim Dong was getting stronger. She said he was a C rank with a real chance at becoming S rank, and that was a good thing. Kim Dong clenched his fists and said he did not need it. He insisted he could become a hunter without that kind of help. The lady's eyes turned cold, and she said that if he became a hunter now, he was too weak and he would only die. She said hunters who were not strong would lose everything. She reminded him that their parents had died because they were weak. Then she leaned close to him with a chilling voice and said that if he did not want to die, he had to become stronger. She swore she would make sure of that no matter what. Kim Dong nodded slowly because he had no choice. From that day on, whether she was right or wrong, all he could do was endure and train. He vomited blood during training, but the lady forced him to continue. When she checked his stats, he had already reached B rank. She hugged him tightly and whispered with relief that it had worked. She said he only had to keep getting stronger now. Kim Dong thought to himself that he must be strong, because if he was not, then he was nothing. If he could not endure it, he would always be dragged around. Now in the present dungeon, Kim's sister said that she understood, so they should leave Choi behind. She stretched her arms again and said they could take care of the small monsters before the boss because she had not been in a dungeon for a while. She grinned and said she might as well go all out. Kim Dong finally spoke up and asked if she knew why he looked for hidden dungeons. The lady looked confused and then guessed it was because he had been tricked by Choi's words or because of some delusion about becoming stronger. Kim Dong answered firmly that the lady wanted him to become strong, but she was stopping him from doing it through hidden dungeons. He asked why she treated someone he had just met so harshly. The lady said that hidden dungeons were not a place to get stronger, they were places where people died. She said no sister would ever let her brother walk into death like that. Kim Dong clenched his fists and said she always told him that if he was not strong, he would lose everything. So was she saying he was still weak? Then he said he was done caring about that. No matter how strong he became, she would always think he was weak. He told her to stay out of it and let him live or die on his own. The lady's expression hardened as she took out her sword. She asked if he was really going to a hidden dungeon. Kim Dong said yes and promised to tell her how it went. Kim's sister dashed at him with terrifying speed and said that if he did not mind dying there, then he would not mind dying here either, because the result was the same. Kim Dong caught her sword with his bare hands and shouted back that he was not just going to die. He raised his arm and giant stone pillars rose from the ground to block her. The lady sliced through them easily and mocked him for trying such an attack. She said she would just destroy everything. Kim Dong gritted his teeth and thought she was blindly strong but had no brains. He knew he had to hold on somehow. On the side, Choi finally woke up. She looked at the two siblings clashing and muttered that the lady was too reckless. She told Kim Dong that the lady had to bring him in for treatment or he would collapse. Kim Dong shouted angrily that she was not fine at all. Choi stretched her arms and said she would get up now and check things herself. She thanked him for the break and stood up. Kim's eyes widened in shock as he saw her move around completely fine. He asked how she was even standing when she had been hurt so badly. Choi brushed it off and said she felt fine now. She rolled her shoulders and smirked. She said it was time to start again. Kim Dong called out her name loudly. Choi turned around to look at him. Kim Dong asked her how much she had heard. Choi smirked and said she had caught everything starting from when he shouted at his sister. She added that she was not sure what was going on, but it was entertaining. Kim Dong's heart sank as he thought about the words he had spoken earlier. He had declared that he was done and that no matter how powerful he became, his sister always treated him like he was fragile. He thought again that if he left, then she should not bother worrying about him. Those words still echoed inside him. He realized that Choi had heard them all. He shouted in embarrassment, asking if she had truly listened to the whole thing from the beginning. His face turned red as he covered it with his hand. Meanwhile, the lady was in the air slashing down on the stone pillars Kim Dong had raised. Her mind was racing back to the past. She remembered the day their parents and friends died in the dungeon break. She thought bitterly that Kim Dong did not understand her. At the very least, she wanted to make sure he would never suffer the same fate as them. She swung her blade down harder and struck the borders Kim Dong created. She thought angrily, wondering why he was upset now. She assumed he was choosing death by chasing that girl. She thought if he was not obsessed with that woman, how else could she understand his actions? She believed he planned to get himself killed in some hidden dungeon. So she decided that if it came to that, she would rather take him out with her own hands than let him throw himself away. She slashed the rocks apart as if they were nothing but butter. She thought that this way at least she could recover his body. But then a scream rang out through the smoke. Kim's sister froze, believing it was Kim Dong's scream. She panicked and thought he might have been seriously hurt because of her. The smoke was too thick for her to see anything. She rushed forward shouting, asking what was happening. She reached the clearing and her eyes widened in shock. It was not Kim Dong. It was Choi standing there with no wounds at all. The lady whispered in disbelief as she saw her standing tall. Choi rolled her shoulders and said she had been waiting for that moment. Kim's sister's mind raced in confusion. She thought that her blow should have been lethal for a C rank. She thought it was impossible for Choi to still be alive and unharmed. She tried to read Choi's stats but failed. The lady thought this girl was not C rank at all. She thought maybe she was hiding her stats with a special item. She guessed that Choi was more likely in a rank or something close. But then she wondered why Kim Dong had lied and called her a C rank, and it was such a lazy lie too. Kim Dong stood up, glaring at Choi. He told her she should leave while she still could. Choi tilted her head and asked why. She said she could help. The lady noticed Kim Dong's reaction and thought he must have a reason for wanting Choi to leave. Kim Dong shouted at Choi, saying this was his fight. He told her to get out. Choi sighed and said even if she ran away, they were still trapped in a dungeon together. She said it was annoying and asked if Kim Dong did not trust her at all. Kim Dong shouted back that it was not about trust. Kim's sister watched silently and thought Choi must have her own reason for chasing hidden dungeons. Then suddenly Choi shrugged and said fine, she was going in anyway. Before Kim Dong could react, Choi charged straight at the lady. Kim Dong froze and called her name loudly. Choi shouted at him not to freeze up like an idiot and told him to come at her like she meant it. She swung her fist toward the lady's face with all her power. The lady's eyes narrowed as she examined the punch. She thought it was strange that a woman who was supposed to be C rank could regenerate from her wounds so quickly. She thought maybe Choi's power was not normal awakening strength, but something else entirely. The lady easily parried the attack and pushed Choi away without letting her hand even touch her. The force sent Choi flying backwards like a cannonball. She crashed into the ground and skidded across the dirt. Kim Dong shouted her name in shock. Choi slammed into a rock and her body left a deep crack on its surface. She coughed and asked herself what this strange ability was. She admitted she had not even noticed it coming. It felt to her like something had struck her from behind even though it was the lady's push. Suddenly, an invisible pressure crushed down on her. She gasped as it forced her to her knees. She felt the weight dragging her down from every direction. She thought it was like a mountain crushing her body. She could not breathe and she could not move. The lady stepped closer and said she had expected more. She mocked Choi for acting so tough with such little strength. She said even using items like that was not impressive. Choi gritted her teeth and shouted back for her to watch her tongue. She pushed against the invisible weight with all her might. The lady warned her to stay down because if she pushed herself further, it would only break her body. As Choi tried harder, her forearm suddenly snapped near the wrist. She screamed in pain. The lady coldly said it was already too late. Choi collapsed on the ground and went silent. But then her body started to regenerate quickly before Kim Dong's eyes. Kim's sister raised her brow and said regeneration was her ability after all. She said Choi could just keep healing if she wanted. Kim Dong ran forward and shouted Choi's name. The lady blocked his path and told him not to interfere. She said this was between her and Choi. Kim Dong clenched his fists and shouted that it was enough already. He asked if she really thought this would change his mind. The lady smirked and said if he wanted to help her, then he should try. She said she would crush Choi so badly that even regeneration would not save her. She said if Kim Dong forgot about the hidden dungeon, then she would let Choi live. She demanded that Kim Dong make a choice. Kim Dong looked at her and said her name slowly. The lady told him to stop worrying because she was the one who had made him strong. She said without her, he would have died long ago. She called him weak again and said he did not even have what it took to hate her. Kim Dong's eyes burned with anger. He shouted that she had finished running her mouth. The lady flinched as she remembered her past. She remembered a boy once telling her that he was only doing things for her sake. He told her she would be dead without him and that she should understand that. Back then, those words had cut her deeply. Choi suddenly stood up again despite her wounds. She shouted that no one would believe that kind of garbage. She said the lady only wanted to control people however she pleased. She told the lady that she was the last person who should say those words. Choi looked at Kim Dong and told him to do what he wanted. She reminded him that he said he wanted to get stronger on his own this time. Kim Dong froze, surprised by her words. Choi told him that she was helping him because they were the same. She said he should come with her. Then she released a strange energy that surrounded her body. She glared at the lady and said she would show them how it was really done. Two girls were walking together in the empty streets. One of them looked around and asked where everyone had gone and said they needed to find the others quickly. We see that they were Song Healer and the officer. Song said the hunter Kim Dong looked really cool earlier. She said Kim Dong went inside without even looking back just to save that woman. The officer walking beside her nodded and said yes, that was true. The girl said she thought the mess at Pihyok would be a big deal for a long time. She added that the hunter Kim Dong was super popular with the ladies. The officer nodded again and said yes, he could see that. Just then the girl stopped walking and looked up. She asked if the sky had always looked that red. The officer frowned and said no, it had been fine until just now. The girl's eyes widened and she said no way, a dungeon break was not happening, was it? The officer said there was a high possibility of that. The girl said this could not be happening, but the officer said that they needed to clear the dungeon anyway. She told the girl to go with her. The girl answered yes and followed. Far away in another area, Choi was struggling to stand. Kim's sister was pressing her down with invisible force, and no matter how hard Choi tried, she could not get up. Kim Dong shouted at Choi and begged her to stop because she was going to die if she kept pushing. The lady tilted her head and thought about Choi. She wondered what he was trying to do because in his condition she should not even be able to move. Just then the lady heard a strange sound. It was a horrible sound like a beast tearing its own throat with claws. She covered her ears and frowned at the nasty noise. The sound was coming from Choi. Choi was forcing all of her energy into her body. Kim Dong looked at her in shock. He thought she was stronger now than she had been back in the black market. He thought even before they entered the dungeon she had never been this powerful. Her stats had risen so much in such a short time that it scared him. Then red feathers suddenly appeared in the air around them. The lady looked up and her eyes widened. There were countless monsters gathering from all directions. She thought in amazement that Choi had drawn them in with just one scream. Kim's sister admitted to herself that this was a talent. She thought it was a shame to let someone like Choi grow into an enemy. She thought if it were not for Kim Dong being involved, she and Choi could have worked together well. But the lady also realized there were far too many monsters. She judged their numbers and thought they planned to use this swarm to overwhelm her skill and escape. She sneered and said they were only C-rank small fries. She wondered if she would have to go hunt the boss monster herself. She glanced at Choi and thought she was impatient. The lady decided she was fine with it because she could just hunt as much as she wanted. She looked closely and noticed glowing feathers of monsters that acted as their weapons. She thought those must be the monsters' weapons. The monsters quickly launched their attacks at the lady. All the blades rushed at her at once, but the lady did not dodge. She faced them head-on. She smiled and said it had been so long since she had a fight like this. She leapt into the air toward the attacks. But then she stopped in confusion. The attacks suddenly curved away from her. She thought angrily that the monsters could see her clearly, so why did they not hit her? The attacks went backwards instead. The lady's eyes narrowed as she watched. They were going straight toward Choi. The lady was shocked and thought Choi had somehow diverted the attacks. She thought Choi was breaking the ground to escape her skill. The lady frowned and thought why Choi did not even care about being hurt herself. Choi just kept digging and bleeding. Kim Dong tried to rush to her, but he was pushed back by the pressure. Choi's hands were bloody. The lady stared at her and thought regeneration or not, pain was still pain. She wondered what kind of life Choi had lived to make such choices without fear. She admitted the small fry monsters his not destroy her skill, even with numbers. But then the lady froze. She noticed Choi's hand had split open from the side near her wrist. Choi herself thought whispering in her head. She thought it hurt badly, but she told herself it was not enough. The voice inside her mind told her that with this much power she still could not do anything. Choi grew frustrated at the taunting words. The voice grew harsher and asked her what she was doing and called her useless. Choi's eyes burned with anger. She looked at the monsters and screamed at them to attack harder. At that moment, a strange blessing took effect. Her target control confirmed the command, and all the monsters locked onto her. The blessing of UI activated, and all their attacks poured straight toward Choi. When she opened her eyes, a massive explosion shook the dungeon. Kim's sister shielded her face from the blast and thought in shock that the power was far greater than before. She realized Choi had forced the monster's energy to grow stronger. From within the smoke, a one-eyed monster appeared. It was an rank watcher beast. Kim's sister's eyes widened as she realized the rank of the dungeon had just risen. The monster's aura was heavy and dangerous. Suddenly, Choi appeared close to the lady. She was bleeding badly, but still standing. She said she thought she was going to die because of the lady. The lady stepped back in surprise. She realized it was Choi who had caused the monster's rank to rise. She asked what kind of woman Choi really was. Choi laughed even as blood dripped from her body. She said she did not really know herself. But she added one thing clearly. She said the lady was going to die here. Choi dashed forward at frightening speed. The lady clenched her weapon and warned her. She said no matter what Choi did, her half-S rank body would not last long against these spears. But Choi did not stop. One spear pierced straight through her belly. She coughed blood but still kept charging forward toward Kim's sister. Her eyes glowed fiercely as she came closer and closer. Kim Dong froze, his breath caught in his throat. For a moment the battlefield blurred. Only chaos and dust filled his sight. The angels surged forward in a relentless wave, wings slicing the air like blades. His eyes darted to where his sister, Kim Yonhan, was locked in combat with Choi. The clash was brutal, and from a distance it looked as though the sister was barely holding on. Choi's fists rained down with merciless precision, faster and sharper than anything Kim Dong had ever seen. Levi-like cold, efficient, devastating. His sister's stance faltered under the storm, and in that instant Kim Dong realized the truth. His sister was using her own body as bait, luring the monster angels in so she could shield him. The realization struck him like lightning. Was this what human battles had become, sacrifices wrapped in steel resolve? Choi's laughter tore through the air, jagged and unhinged. She drove her fist into the lady's ribs, the impact echoing like a thunderclap. She flew backward, blood trailing from her lips, yet her eyes remained open, burning with defiance. She staggered to her feet, forcing her battered body to obey. Choi beast-like leapt again, launching a storm of punches. The ground trembled beneath the assault. Yonhin gritted her teeth and endured, though each strike left her frame trembling. Just when it seemed the barrage would never end, a sharp arc sliced through the air. Choi's arm, once raised in fury, was severed clean from her body. Blood sprayed, and her body split as if reality itself had turned on her. The lady's vision swam, yet a spark of grim satisfaction flickered inside her. Finally, she had landed a decisive blow. But the victory lasted only a heartbeat. Choi staggered, then laughed, a chilling, hollow sound. Her voice rang out with manic certainty, claiming she had yet to unleash her true strength. Power surged around her like a storm, tearing the air apart. The lady's stomach sank. She had miscalculated. This wasn't the end, it was only the beginning. The angels screeched, reacting to the disturbance, their cries sharp as knives. The sister bit down hard, tasting iron. Damn it. She had let her guard slip. Choi absorbed the surrounding energy, her broken body knitting itself back together, flesh and bone restored as though wounds meant nothing. Even injuries like that, Yonhin thought bitterly, she can recover from. She raised her sword in desperation, but the effort felt hollow, futile. Blood soaked the ground where the lady stood, crimson puddles reflecting her weary expression. Her body screamed in protest, riddled with cuts and bruises, but she could not collapse, not now. Choi stalked closer, her grin sharp, her words dripping with cruelty. She mocked the lady's resilience, called her timid, weak. The lady forced a smirk, though her lungs burned. "Look at yourself," she whispered inwardly, recovering again and again like some cursed beast. "When will you finally die?" Choi only tilted her head, eyes gleaming with madness. Her body mended completely, skin flawless as if nothing had happened. She claimed immortality, speaking of rare artifacts that bent death itself. The revelation cut deeper than any blade. Immortality, a word she had hoped never to face. The battle spiraled into something beyond human struggle. Immortality versus willpower. The lady's limbs grew heavy, her body refusing to answer her cries. She thought of Kim Dong, watching helplessly nearby. Her only resolve left was simple: protect him, even if her life was the price. With trembling hands, she summoned energy into her palm. A sphere formed, glowing and unstable, gravity distorting around it. The air itself bent inward, and the ground shuddered. Her body couldn't bear it, but her will refused to break. "I'll erase everything," she thought, clutching the sphere tighter, "even if it takes me with it." Kim Dong's panicked voice reached her ears, pleading for her to stop, but she pushed his cries away. This was the only path left. Choi sneered, unfazed by the threat. Her beast-like face twisted into mockery as she lunged again. The angels circled above, their attacks falling like meteors. Yonhin planted her feet, the gravity sphere swelling in her hands. Her entire body trembled with the effort. Each second stretched into eternity, her mind warring between despair and determination. "I don't want this," she thought, "but I have no choice. If she survives, Kim Dong will die, and I won't let that happen." Her eyes blazed, her final resolve carved into her soul. The sphere shone brighter, dazzling, pulling even the angels into its orbit. Wings flailed, cries filled the battlefield as they were dragged toward annihilation. Choi only laughed, running straight toward the lady with a mad gleam. "Overdoing it, aren't you?" her tone mocked. "If this continues, you'll die too." The lady's lips curled into a defiant smile. Exactly, she thought, her eyes locked on the monster. "If I must die, I'll make sure you come with me." The ground split, debris rising into the vortex. The battlefield was no longer theirs. It belonged to the sphere, to destruction itself. The clash of wills reached its breaking point. Choi leapt, eager as if unwrapping a gift. Her laughter cut through the chaos, manic and unstoppable. The lady's disgust deepened. Why is she excited? She cursed silently. Why laugh when death is seconds away? But her resolve held. She would crush this monster, leave nothing behind. Pain surged through her arm as the weight of the sphere nearly tore it from her body. Still, she lifted it high, offering everything she had left to fate. The angels screamed as they were consumed, their forms dragged into the abyss. Choi's figure loomed closer, relentless, mocking, unstoppable. Far away in a control room bathed in flickering screens, a girl with brown hair froze. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, eyes wide as she watched the chaos unfold. This is impossible," she whispered. "It was supposed to be a level B dungeon. Why is the mana output exceeding level A?" Her panic grew. She grabbed her phone, her voice sharp as she called headquarters. "Emergency evacuation, now, the dungeon is collapsing." Her words cracked the silence of the room, urgency spilling like fire. On the screen, the vortex swelled larger, forming a black hole that seemed capable of swallowing the world. Kim Dong's breath hitched. His body shook as he watched the black sphere grow, larger and darker than anything he had ever seen. His sister stood at its heart, fragile yet unbreakable, her silhouette against the consuming void. Horror and awe twisted inside him. This was no ordinary fight, no simple clash. It was sacrifice. It was the kind of moment only heroes bore, like Kirito standing against impossible odds, blade raised even when death was certain. Kim Dong's eyes widened, his heart hammering as he finally understood. The lady was ready to throw everything away, even herself, to protect him. The girls were running toward the dungeon. Something felt very wrong inside the dungeon. The mana was so turbulent that it was hard to breathe, and in the sky, monsters were swarming in one direction as if they were being pulled by something. This was only a B-rank dungeon, and except for the boss, the rest of the monsters should have been mostly C-rank. But even with her A-rank perception, the girl could not sense their levels at all. She thought maybe this was because 2 S-rank hunters had entered before them, but then she remembered that there had never been a case like this before. The girl wondered if something was wrong with the dungeon itself. She looked ahead and was shocked. Inside, she saw 2 girls fighting each other while a boy stood nearby watching. She recognized them. One was Choi and the other was Yeonhin. She was surprised because Choi, who was only a C-rank hunter, was holding her own against Yeonhin. She thought maybe Choi was actually an unregistered high-ranker. The girl then realized the real problem. They needed to arrest Choi right away, but the dungeon could not hold on because of the clash of magical powers between the 2 fighters. If it continued, it would trigger a dungeon break, and countless people would die. She thought she had to stop it, even if it killed her. Suddenly, Dong saw the girl and called out. Her name was Song Ae-Kayung. She stepped forward and shouted at the 3 hunters. She told Choi, Yeonhin, and Dong that they were destabilizing the dungeon with their mana. She lifted her hand toward them. With a loud voice, she declared that she was initiating a forced rank deduction for all 3 of them down to C rank. The forced reduction struck them immediately. All 3 hunters felt their bodies and organs take heavy damage. Yeonhin was hurt the worst, her organs tearing inside her body as blood spread through her veins. She did not understand at first why she was suddenly being injured. Then a screen appeared before her eyes, showing that a forced rank reduction was happening. The skill was like a leech draining her power, and she collapsed on the ground, blood spreading everywhere. Choi stood and watched her. Yeonhin's body was brutally damaged, and she lay broken on the floor. Forced rank reduction was a unique ability that only Ae-Kayung could use. It forcibly lowered a target's rank, restricting their power and mana. It was a last resort measure used only when control inside or outside a dungeon was impossible, and the user had to bear severe side effects. Ae-Kayung felt her own body breaking down. She coughed up blood, and a screen appeared before her eyes. It showed that the side effects of rank reduction were severe. Her mana circuits were permanently damaged, her combat ability would be disabled, and she would not recover for 1 whole year. She thought with relief that the dungeon's mana had stabilized, but she also knew her organs were hurt, and her mana circuits were burned out. She whispered that it was a miracle she was still alive. Then she called out to Hunter Nam Healer Nam to treat Yeonhin quickly because her skill had completely weakened Yeonhin's body. Healer Nam rushed over and agreed. As she walked into the dungeon, she saw Yeonhin from a distance and felt her heart sink. She thought Yeonhin looked terrible. When Healer Nam reached her, she was shocked. Yeonhin's condition was critical. She had stab wounds all over her body, her limbs were torn, and even her heart, lungs, and liver were damaged. Any normal hunter would have already been dead, but somehow Yeonhin was still holding on with her C-rank body. Healer Nam leaned closer and lifted her staff. She thought it would take time to repair the internal damage, so she would do emergency treatment first. She poured magic into Yeonhin's body and noticed that her recovery speed was fast. If she kept this up, she might even heal her organs. Suddenly, Choi stepped in front of Healer Nam. Healer Nam stared at her and wondered why she was completely unharmed, even though she had been fighting Yeonhin earlier. Choi stood silently, watching Yeonhin breathe weakly. Healer Nam frowned and asked her why she was just standing there and told her to step back. She warned Choi that Yonhin had been hurt because of her. But Choi did not listen. She only kept watching Yonhin. Then, with cold eyes, she raised her leg as if to crush Yonhin and kill her. Healer Nam gasped in shock and shouted no. But when Choi's leg smashed down, Yonhin was no longer there. Choi froze in confusion and wondered where she had gone. She turned and saw Dong carrying Yonhin in his arms. She demanded to know why he had let her go and accused him of trying to escape his sister's shadow. Dong held Yonhin tightly and told Hunter Nam to take care of his sister. Healer Nam nodded. Choi glared at him and asked why he was choosing Yonhin after all. She said if his sister were gone, he would finally get the freedom he always wanted. She asked why he was going back to her instead. Dong answered that it was not about choice. He said he could not just stand by and let someone kill his family. Choi looked shocked and asked why he had not stepped in earlier. She said she had been trying to free him from his chains. Dong frowned and told her he did not understand what she was talking about. Choi spoke again, her voice filled with bitterness. She said people always claimed they were acting for someone's sake, but the worst part was how they made others believe it. She remembered her past, when she had died and killed over and over again. She said freedom only came by stepping on someone else. She recalled the moment she had stepped on a man with a great beast and killed him. She told Dong that the freedom she felt that day was real. She said he was still trapped by his sister, and his freedom could only begin if he broke the chain. Choi moved closer to Dong. She told him that she understood it was hard at first, but once he did it, it would get easier. She promised him that this was his chance and that she would help him. Dong shook his head and said sorry, but he could not do that. Choi stared at him, her eyes wide. She asked what he meant. Dong explained that he knew he had no right to say anything since he had stood by and watched until things had gone this far. He said if he had helped her, it would have meant he agreed with her actions, so he could not move. He admitted he did not know why she was so desperate, but when he thought his sister might actually die, it did not feel right. He added that even if Yonhin was foul-tempered and acted like a gorilla, she was still his family. Choi clenched her fists and glared at him. She asked if everything she had done was pointless and called him a bastard, saying he thought changing his mind erased everything. She shouted that she would stop him herself. Rock suddenly rose up and surrounded Choi, pressing close to her neck. Dong stood tall and said he had to protect his family. Choi snapped back that he was the one who had stood around doing nothing until now. Dong answered that even if they were both C-rank, he had more battle experience and he could at least stop her. Choi attacked Dong without hesitation. She mocked him, saying he was talking nonsense. She reminded him how his sister had already been beaten badly by her. She told him he was only acting tough because he was now a C-rank. Healer Nam shouted at both of them to stop. Her voice was sharp as she warned that if they kept fighting, Hunter Yonhin would die. She said if Yonhin died, she would not forgive either of them. She told Dong to put Yonhin down so she could heal her, asking if he was insane to fight while his sister was in such a condition. Dong lowered his head and said sorry. Healer Nam's eyes blazed as she asked if he felt nothing seeing his sister like this. She told him his anger had made him lose his senses. Then she turned to Choi, scolding her for her short temper. She told her to hold back, act like a C-rank, and at least protect her own body. Dong said sorry again. He stood in silence, thinking how foolish Choi looked acting tough as just a C-rank. Finally, he thought enough was enough. Choi narrowed her eyes at him and said so that was the type he was. She pointed at him and demanded he apologize to her. Dong looked confused and asked what she was talking about. Choi said he was the type who could not say no to a girl. She said she would forgive him if he apologized. Dong glared at her and told her to apologize first. Healer Nam interrupted them and told them to be quiet so she could focus on healing. Ae Kyung asked Healer Nam if Hunter Yonhin was okay. Healer Nam replied that she was past the worst of it. She asked Ae Kyung if she was all right. Ae Kyung said she was fine but felt guilty because Yonhin had suffered because of her. Healer Nam said it had been an emergency and not Song's fault. She then asked if the dungeon field was stable. Song shook her head and said she had only stabilized the mana as a temporary fix. They had to finish the raid quickly. Normally, they would call outside support, but with 2 S ranks inside and such an unstable mana zone, reinforcements could not be sent. Song added that 3 C ranks and 2 A ranks would have to clear a B rank dungeon. Healer Nam groaned, saying that the 2 A ranks were not even offensive types, so she wondered if they could really do it. Choi and Dong stood quietly, listening to the discussion. Choi frowned and asked what they were talking about. Dong replied that it basically meant they were useless. Song told Healer Nam that they would just have to do their best. Choi muttered that she was still the same rank as before. Dong snapped at her to stop lying. Then he stepped forward and told the group they should just go take down the boss right away. He said his sister had already cleared out most of the monsters, and there should not be many left. He added that even as a C rank with the right skills, he could clear the dungeon. Choi muttered that he was right and wondered why they did not believe her. She turned to the center of the dungeon, watching the mana swirl. She thought that the mass of energy was still not fatting. Dong asked her what she was doing. He looked and saw it too. The mana was spreading and growing larger. He was shocked because it should have vanished on its own. He wondered if the mana was so dense it would not even dissipate. He turned to Healer Nam and asked if Yonhin was still unconscious. Healer Nam said she was still in a coma. Dong's face grew tense. He told Healer Nam to take Yonhin and run as far away as possible. He said he would stop the mana himself, so she needed to finish the healing quickly. Song asked if there was anything she could do to help. Dong said no and told her to just get out. She was shocked that he wanted to face it alone as a C rank. Dong replied that it was her fault anyway and that they had to stop the mana before it grew worse. He raised his hand and focused his power. He told himself that he had stopped something like this before and could do it again. With his power, a giant rock rose up from the ground. Song gasped, saying it looked far too big. Dong said it had to be this size to stop the mana. He called out to Choi and told her to step back because it was dangerous. Choi nodded and moved closer. She said he was just a C rank but had managed to summon something so huge. He warned her she could die if she stayed close. He then planted his leg firmly and raised another massive rock wall as a barrier. He leapt onto it and nodded in approval. It was thick and strong. He said the last step was to stab the mana right at the center. Another giant rock rose high into the air. Dong smiled and said everything was ready. He used his powers and the rock came crashing down toward the swirling mana. The giant rock slammed into the center, smoke and energy bursting around the dungeon. Dong grinned and said it worked. The ground shook and Dong wiped his forehead, saying that it almost collapsed. Choi shouted at him, asking what he was doing. He told her again it was dangerous. She said she wanted to know what that thing was. Dong explained that it was nothing special. It was the result of his sister condensing her mana into something like a black hole. Since she lost control, it had gone into a mana rampage. It was a huge mass of mana without a master. They both watched as the giant rock pressed against the mana. Choi asked if it was really his sister's mess. Dong said yes and explained that the rock was guiding the mana into the ground like a lightning rod. She admitted it was a neat trick. He said all they had to do now was wait until the mana disappeared. She asked if they could really trust that. Dong nodded and said yes. He had stopped this technique before, and the look on his sister's face afterward had been priceless. Suddenly, Choi noticed the mana glowing brighter inside the crushed mass. She frowned and asked if it had always been glowing. Dong turned his head, confused. He asked what she was talking about because mana should not glow. Before he could finish, the mana shone with blinding light. The giant rock shattered into pieces, exploding outward. The two of them stood frozen, watching the blast erupt in front of them. Dong was shocked and put his hand on his head as he watched the blast. Choi laughed and said he had failed. Dong shouted that it was crazy and looked down, begging his sister to wake up quickly because they had failed. Song called out to Hunter Nam, Healer Nam. Healer Nam smiled weakly and cringed as she said there was still a long way to go with the treatment. She explained that because Yonhin was only C rank, her recovery was slow. Song whispered if they were going to die there because they had trusted Healer Nam. Dong shouted down from the wall that they should not give up yet, and he said he would try again. Choi muttered that it was a mess, but Dong told her not to cry and promised they would not die. Choi's eyes narrowed as she looked at the hole in the dungeon's center. A strange feeling stirred in her, something she thought she recognized. She smiled and realized it was that strange guy, the one with the king-like eyes earlier. She thought maybe many of them were hiding below. She told herself this dungeon was a gold mine, a place where she could raise her stats a lot. But she also knew if they did not deal with the mana, they would all die before even facing the boss. She weighed her options, either ignoring the mana and going to the boss or trying to block it. She stood silently, staring at the dungeon's center, then turned back to Dong with a smile. She told him to say thank you to her and called him a C-rank loser who was still a virgin. Dong blinked in confusion and demanded to know what she wanted. Choi teased him more, saying he talked big but could not even clean up after his sister. Dong told her to let him do it, then asked what she was doing. Choi smirked and pushed herself forward, saying what did he think she was doing. She leapt into the glowing center from the rock wall. She shouted that his sister had tried to clean up after herself, and now she would handle it. She promised that once she cleared it, he had better follow her. Choi went down and down into the mana. She told herself she would clear the way for them. The glowing ball of mana was small, but it was swallowing everything around it very fast. She thought about Yonhin, who had recklessly condensed all her magic just to kill her. All of this was only to protect Dong. Choi remembered things from the past, words spoken to her, and she closed her eyes. She thought that, unlike Dong, she had no one to protect and no reason to protect anyone. She remembered Hayori, the person who left her alone. She remembered weeping in her home while everyone she loved abandoned her. But still, in the present, she kept going down into the glowing mana. Even though she knew it might be meaningless, she did not stop. Her hands burned, but she thought she could not accept his choice because she felt it was wrong. She smiled through the pain and said she would stop this for him with her own body. She promised herself that this time she would not fail. She laughed as she entered the mana, screaming that it hurt like hell. Her face burned too. Suddenly, a shining ring appeared in her hand. The entire mass of mana began glowing even brighter. Her own body glowed within it, and a system message popped up in front of her. The message repeated again and again, "You cannot die until resurrection." Her clothes burned away piece by piece as the message kept flashing. The glow of the mana grew even stronger. A massive blast erupted from the dungeon's center. Song climbed up the wall and shouted to Dong, asking why Choi was not dying. She asked if Choi was even human. Dong stood in silence, watching. At the center, Choi stood tall, her clothes gone, smiling with satisfaction. She said she had cleaned up the mess. Song gasped in amazement and said Choi had really stopped it. Dong covered his face with his hand and told Choi to wear some clothes because she was distracting everyone. He handed his clothes to Song, who blushed and agreed to give them to her. Choi put the clothes on and laughed, saying Dong was still a loser, but at least he carried decent clothes around. Dong shouted angrily, demanding to know who she was calling a loser. He leapt onto the wall, but Choi just laughed and called him a weakling. She stretched her arms and legs, feeling her body loosen up. She asked if they were ready to go again. Song asked where they were going. Choi smirked and said of course they were going to take out the rest of the enemies. Dong asked her if this was what she meant by clearing the way. But before she could answer, the surroundings suddenly turned black. A voice asked if everyone was okay, and another answered that they were fine. Dong groaned in pain and asked what was happening. He wondered if everyone had followed along. He shouted at Choi for not giving them a warning and reminded her that there were still injured people. He demanded someone turn on a light because it was too dark. Dong lit a candle, and the small flame flickered, glowing faintly. They all looked around carefully. Then their eyes widened in shock as they realized they were surrounded by monsters. Choi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She shouted that it was a jackpot, a gold mine. Suddenly, the monsters became very aggressive. Dong looked around and wondered what was going on. He asked himself why there were so many monsters, what kind of dungeon this was, and why they were completely surrounded. Healer Nam felt so much fear when she saw it. She noticed Hunter Yonhin lying on the ground while the monsters came closer. She whispered that she was sorry and should have been more careful. One monster suddenly leapt toward Healer Nam. Dong rushed in and smashed it with his rock power. He shouted angrily, asking why it had jumped at Yonhin and called the monsters bastards. He swung his power again and again, smashing monsters one by one. Each rock strike crushed them until none were left standing. Everyone watched as Dong cleared them all with his rock smashes. Dong looked at them and warned that if they kept fighting like this, they would all be wiped out. He said they needed to kill the boss monster, make an exit, and then leave quickly while the others handled the rest. Song and Healer Nam both nodded and said they understood. Dong declared he would go ahead and find the boss room. He stepped forward, scanning the area carefully. He used his powers, and a blue light spread out as he searched left and right until he saw a gate and said he had found it. He pointed and said that was the place where the boss room was. Choi called out to him, saying they should find the boss later because she wanted to finish the monsters first. Dong told her to wait, reminding her they had not come here for fun, and said the temple ahead looked like the boss's lair. Choi agreed with him, but Dong quickly gave orders. He said he would break through the monsters and create a path. He told her to stay behind, protect the others, and follow him so they could all escape alive. He explained it should take about 2 minutes, and he would come back to help as soon as he could. Choi answered that they should just take down the boss first. Dong nodded and said that way their survival chances would be higher. Choi shook her head and refused. She ran forward with excitement. Dong shouted after her, calling her a crazy fool, but she laughed and asked if he really thought she would listen to him. She shouted that there was treasure right in front of them and she could not miss it. She leapt over the monsters with joy. She yelled that she would not stop until she killed them all. She struck with all her strength, killing the monsters one by one. She said no one would reach the boss room until she had destroyed every last one of them. She fought with excitement and did not stop. Dong shouted in frustration, asking what she was talking about. But the monsters fell quickly under her blows. She killed them faster and faster with ease. The system popped up a message. Stat 1 increased. The message repeated again and again as she kept killing. She grew tired, dropped to one knee and smiled, saying it was rising without end. She called the dungeon the best as another message appeared. Stat 1 increased. She turned to the temple gate and pointed. She said that was where the boss monster's lair was, but she decided not to enter yet because she wanted to get stronger first. Suddenly the surroundings turned blue and more monsters rushed at her. She shouted as she swung her weapon. Song gasped and asked what Choi was trying to do all alone and how it had come to this. Choi smashed more monsters one after another, laughing as she enjoyed herself. Song stared in disbelief and wondered if Choi was really handling everything by herself. She remembered lowering Choi's rank to C rank and questioned if her skill had even worked. Dong looked on in shock and asked himself what was happening. He thought maybe Choi was still A rank, or maybe she was even stronger than before. He wondered if he was mistaken. Suddenly a monster jumped toward Healer Nam. Dong killed it quickly and asked if she was all right. Healer Nam caught her breath and thanked him. Choi turned and saw this. She shouted that Dong was stealing her kills again. She yelled angrily for him to stop killing them because they were hers. Dong argued back, asking if she wanted them all to die. Choi smirked and answered yes. Dong shouted that she was crazy. He kept smashing monsters anyway and told her that once his rank returned to normal, she was dead. Choi teased him, saying then he did not need her help. Dong shouted back that he did not need it. Together they both killed monsters faster and faster, even as they argued. More monsters came again and Dong groaned. He called out to Choi, asking her to help because there were too many. Choi laughed and pretended not to hear him. She said maybe his voice was too quiet. Dong begged again, shouting for her to please help him. Just then Choi noticed something and her eyes widened in surprise. Dong shouted for her to move and block them. She froze and thought about the sound of his voice. Dong demanded to know what she was doing. He begged her to hurry and help. Choi's eyes grew even wider as she trembled in shock. Dong sighed and called her name firmly. At last, Choi jumped in and killed the monsters around him. Dong smiled and said he knew she would be loyal. He thanked her and told her to group up and strategize like they had planned. But she sat silently and did not answer. He called her name again and asked if she was listening. Choi lowered her head sadly. She said he was already dead, so why was he still giving her orders? She whispered to herself, asking why she was still following his orders. Then she lifted her head and stared toward the temple gate in silence, while we come to know that the mysterious voice was of her ex-Han. Choi declared bitterly that she had already thrown her life away, gripping her shield as if it were the last trace of purpose. Yet even as she said it, she questioned why she still followed orders at all. Dong let out a breath of relief, thanking her since he had nearly been overwhelmed, but quickly grew confused when she began to put her weapon aside. Before he could stop her, Choi suddenly bolted forward. Dong shouted after her in disgust, demanding to know where she was going, but she ignored him and stormed into the temple. With ruthless efficiency, she cut down every monster in her path, spitting curses as she advanced. Her slaughter grew more brutal with each swing, strikes faster, sharper, as though rage itself guided her blade. Alone in a narrow corridor, she froze when she noticed something up ahead. Narrowing her eyes, she mocked the idea that this might be the one who had lured her there. The ground shook as a massive figure emerged, the ruler of fallen heaven, a B-rank boss whose presence weighed heavily on the air. Choi steadied herself and demanded to know what it wanted, but its guttural words were incomprehensible. The beast's swollen eyes widened, rumbling again. Irritated, she snapped that its voice was unbearable and ordered it to speak in a way she could understand. When it only roared louder, her patience ended. She raised her weapon and charged. A voice called out her name. From the shadows stepped Han, her ex-boyfriend. His face was calm, his words gentle as he told her it had been a long time and that he had missed her. Choi's expression darkened. Without hesitation, she cut him down, splitting his body in two. She spat that she had never missed him and called him a pathetic fool. The system immediately displayed a message. Her stats had increased. She faltered for a moment, bewildered by the reward. It made no sense that killing her former lover would grant her strength. The truth struck her. The boss was manipulating memories. It was reading her past and turning trauma into weapons. The earlier moment when she had obeyed an order now seemed obvious. It had been part of this trick. The corridor filled with more illusions. Dozens of familiar faces crowded around her, each resembling fragments of her past with Han. She noted how much effort the monster had spent creating them, then smiled coldly. If it thought this would break her, it had chosen the wrong target. One death for Han was not enough. She would kill him 1,000 times if necessary. Outside, Dong's patience shattered. He screamed her name, calling her reckless, demanding to know how he was supposed to fight off so many monsters alone. As the horde pressed against him, he cursed and glanced toward the temple, bewildered by why everyone seemed drawn there. Inside, Choi pressed deeper. More illusions of Han appeared, each one echoing memories. One urged her to join his guild, accusing her of shirking responsibility, even claiming her brother had left because of her. He told her it wasn't too late to change and demanded to know how she would have survived without him. She cut him down, yet even decapitated, the apparition spoke. One insisted it only wanted the best for her. Another warned that his family would despise her if she continued down this path. Some voices brought up her brother's tuition, reminding her that she had relied on Han's support. One final illusion professed love, insisting she knew it was true. Choi's gaze hardened. With brutal precision, she cut them down one by one, declaring that she no longer cared. The system bombarded her vision with notifications, 10 in rapid succession, announcing her advancement. She stood still for a moment, stunned, then a fierce grin spread across her face. She had become S-rank. Laughing, she hurled herself at the true boss, leaping onto its colossal body. With savage delight, she drove in the finishing blow. A violent blast erupted, tearing through the temple as smoke filled every corner. When the dust settled, Choi stood with her hands raised in triumph. The dungeon had been cleared. Her voice rang with exhilaration as she mocked the very idea of betrayal. Then the massive monster stirred once more and spoke. For the first time, the words reached her clearly. Shock flickered across her face as she realized she could now understand its language. The monster told Choi that they were the same, asking why she had betrayed it, but Choi glared back and kicked straight at its eyes. She demanded the monster speak clearly so she could understand, but instead of saying I, the girl said we, meaning there were two beings within the girl's body. Choi grew impatient with the monster's mumbling and called it annoying, but just then the ring on her hand glowed and suddenly slipped off. She froze in shock and confusion, wondering why it had fallen, but soon realization struck, and she burst into joy. Laughing and dancing, she declared it only came off when she reached S rank. If she had known earlier, she said, she would have skipped wasting time in low dungeons and gone straight after high-ranking monsters. Cheering, she celebrated her freedom, saying everything had ended far more easily than expected. She even thought she could quit being a hunter and live a normal life. But just then, a system pop-up appeared. The display showed her rank was empty. Stunned, she questioned if this was not the legendary ring, but the system explained the primary growth was complete. Furious, Choi shouted for an explanation. Suddenly, strange noises filled her ears, and she was dragged into a void of darkness. Voices echoed around her, incomprehensible, and an unknown entity appeared behind her. She wondered what it wanted, but before she could react, the scene shifted. Yonhin opened her eyes and whispered that she was still alive. Healer Nam gently spoke to her, and Song expressed relief that she was awake. As Yonhin tried to rise, Healer Nam urged her to stay still, while Song asked if she was all right. Yonhin reassured them, saying she was fine and that they should not worry. When Healer Nam addressed her as Hunter Yonhin, she admitted Nam must have been terrified and thought she had shown only her worst side. Nam hugged her tightly, begging her not to get hurt anymore, saying she had been terrified that Yonhin might die. Yonhin soothed her, but Dong, watching, asked if the two were dating. Embarrassed, Yonhin quickly changed the subject to Choi, saying Choi must have handled everything after she passed out and was still taking care of things now. She admitted it was humiliating to be saved by that woman and wondered about several odd things, such as hunters resisting the legendary ring's abilities. She also recalled Healer Nam mentioning that Choi had left in a hurry, almost as if she were angry. Dong echoed, angry? But Yonhin felt it was more like Choi had chosen to face the boss alone. That too seemed strange. For someone who had only been in hidden dungeons, Choi was far too overpowered. Yonhin then turned to Dong and asked if he had gone to the boss room. She said they needed to head there now. Dong questioned whether she intended to fight again, but Yonhin explained the fight was already over once the dungeon was cleared. They only needed to find the exit together, and besides, Choi could not die anyway. They just had to regroup with her. Dong pressed if she really meant there would be no fighting, and Yonhin confirmed, saying they had to leave quickly. She added that she also had something to tell Choi. When Dong asked what, Yonhin simply said she wanted to thank her. In the end, Choi had protected them. Dong reminded her that Choi had nearly killed her, but Yonhin replied that she was alive and that was enough reason to be grateful. Dong muttered that people really changed after near-death experiences, but Yonhin warned him not to joke or she would deal with him after they returned home. Dong teased that in that case, he would just go explore hidden dungeons, but Yonhin snapped, no way. When he asked why not, she said she did not want to see him die. Dong grinned and said then he simply wouldn't die. Healer Nam softly remarked that Yonhin truly loved her brother, and Song agreed. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Dong noted that Choi had entered full massacre mode, and it was terrifying. Yonhin cautioned him not to lower his guard since no dungeon clear message had appeared yet. Dong admitted it felt quiet, almost like it was over, but he agreed. Soon they noticed something strange. Dong guessed Choi had defeated the boss as the area was wrecked. Calling out to her, he urged her to hurry so they could leave, but when he got closer, she did not respond. He told her to just kill the monster so the exit would open. At that moment, however, the monster began chanting in an unknown tongue. Shocked, Dong demanded to know what was happening. Choi also began speaking strange words he could not understand. Stunned, Dong asked if she was talking to the monster. Choi then turned around, her eyes pitch black. Dong cried out, asking what had happened to her, but Choi only stared in silence. Yonhin shouted for Dong to run and hide, but Choi leapt toward him in attack. Yonhin sprang forward at the same time, throwing herself between them to save her brother from Choi's deadly strike. Choi quickly reached Dong and slammed him to the ground, while Yonhin was thrown back and crashed hard against the wall. Nam shouted Hunter Yonhin's name, but Yonhin cursed and said Dong got knocked out by that kind of power. Yonhin shouted at Officer Song, asking why her skill was not working on Choi. Song said she did not know and that this had never happened before. Song added that the only thing she could tell was that Hunter Choi was different from the others. Yonhin shouted angrily, asking if that even made sense. She demanded to know if Song had used the skill on all three of them, the siblings, or not. Song replied that she had, and she was sure all of their ranks had been lowered. Yonhin then shouted in shock, asking what Choi was now, and if she was not even human anymore. Just then, Yonhin realized that Nam was walking toward Dong. Yonhin shouted at Nam, asking where she was going. On the other side, Choi had Dong pinned to the ground with her hand gripping tightly around his neck. Dong struggled and shouted at Choi, asking what she was doing and why she was flipping out again. He told her to open her eyes and snap out of it, but Choi only mumbled strange words, unable to talk clearly. Dong thought angrily that now they could not even communicate. He remembered that before she was just emotional, but now she seemed insane. He wondered if she went crazy after eating the boss's monster. He cursed and thought who would even eat such a disgusting thing. He said to himself that he had to snap her out of it fast. He tried to remember what he did last time, but before he could figure it out, Choi opened her mouth wide and leaned down to bite him. Dong shouted in fear, saying she was seriously trying to eat him this time. But just then, Nam slammed her magic band into Choi's face. Dong was shocked and confused by what he saw. Nam shouted that she had warned them, and she said she would not let it slide if something happened to Hunter Dong. Dong shouted back in disbelief, asking why a healer was attacking when it was dangerous. Nam shouted that Choi was the dangerous one and asked Dong if he could not control his girlfriend. Dong yelled back that she was not his girlfriend and that it was horrifying to even say that. But Choi mumbled again and reached toward Nam to grab her neck. In that moment, Dong quickly used his power and forced Choi between two large rocks, trapping her. Blood coughed out of her mouth, and suddenly she came back to her senses. She looked at them and said sorry, asking why they messed with one of their guild members. Dong was still shaken and asked if she was okay because that was too close. Nam apologized and said she only acted out because she was mad. But Yonhin shouted at her angrily, saying that no matter what, that was too much. Just then, Song asked if Hunter Choi was okay. Dong said she would be fine and that such an attack would not kill her. He said they just needed to wait a little longer for her to fully recover before taking her out. Yonhin shouted to leave her and asked why they were even talking about taking her with them. She reminded him that Choi had just tried to restrain and attack them. Dong replied that Yonhin had just said earlier that she wanted to thank Choi. He told Choi to listen and said it was for her. He called out to her again, telling her to snap out of it, saying that even if she was a little psycho, she was not truly dangerous. Choi slowly seemed to realize what Dong was saying. Dong called her name, and then she suddenly came back to her senses. She looked around and asked what was happening. She noticed she was sitting on top of rocks and asked what was going on. Dong told her not to move or she would fall. Choi looked at Yonhin and said she was alive and that her wounds were healed. Yonhin asked if Choi was really okay now. Choi frowned and asked what that was supposed to mean. Dong asked if she did not remember what had just happened. Choi tilted her head and said that now that he mentioned it, she wondered why they were all there, since she was alone until just now. She explained that her ring had come off. Then she remembered hearing voices in her consciousness. The entity inside her had shouted at her to eat and make the power hers, telling her she was still weak and needed to get stronger. Under its control, she had started eating the monster. She looked at the monster's body and said in shock that she ate it. She was disgusted and horrified at herself. She fell from the rocks in despair, thinking why she would ever eat such a thing. Just then, Nara, who was working with her party members, seemed to sense something. She said she thought she heard something. One of her teammates asked what she was doing. Nara quickly replied it was nothing, but in her heart she thought of Choi. She prayed that nothing bad would happen to her while she was away. The scene shifted back to Choi, who had fallen unconscious. Dong shouted her name and begged her to wake up. He kept calling her and shouting for her to snap out of it. Just then, a glowing system notification appeared before them. It announced that the Fall in Heaven dungeon was cleared. It also said that all dungeon entities were eliminated. The system showed that the dungeon had taken 7 hours to complete. Outside the dungeon, the support hunters were waiting. One man shouted that the quest completion message just appeared. Everyone cheered happily, saying they did it and that they were alive. They were hunters from different guilds and workers from the National Dungeon Management Agency mining team. A muscular boy said it was expected of Pahok, clearing a B-rank dungeon in only 7 hours. Another person said they came because the dungeon was unstable, but now they realized they did not need to worry. He asked if they would go back inside right away. Just then, a girl appeared and said no, they could not. She explained that even if an exit appeared, no one could enter until the hunters inside came out. The boy scoffed and said it was not a big deal, and nothing would happen if they went in early. But the girl repeated firmly that it was still against the rules. Suddenly, someone shouted that the hunters were coming out. Another asked if everyone was safe. Then Yonhin, Healer Nam, Dong, and the others finally walked out of the dungeon. A person checked them and said yes, everyone was safe. One boy shouted that Pihak was so cool. Healer Nam turned red in embarrassment. Yonhin teased her and said she should be used to this by now. But Healer Nam muttered she would never get used to this kind of welcome. Then Yonhin shouted at Dong, telling him he needed to ditch Choi because she was too much to handle. Dong nervously said he would take care of it. In his head, he thought about the leech and worried she might have realized Choi was not C rank. He thought he needed to be careful. Just then, the same girl who had been talking to the boys walked up. She greeted Dong and said thank goodness they were back. She explained the dungeon had suddenly been reclassified, and it scared everyone outside. She said it had not been downgraded again, though, and she asked what had happened inside. Dong was startled, but Song quickly stepped forward. She said Choi was not feeling well and that they would submit a full report later. She asked if they could get a place for Choi to rest for a while. The girl nodded and apologized for not thinking of that earlier. Song turned to Dong and told him not to worry. But Dong thought nervously about what she would write in the report and wondered what if people came after Choi later. Song then said she would head off and ask them to take care of the others. Dong thought it was best to just leave quickly. But Song announced that the B-rank dungeon clearance would be credited to hunters Dong and Yonhin. Dong asked why. Song said Choi needed some time and that she had changed a lot from before. Dong asked what she meant by from before and if she knew Choi. Song replied not really, only vaguely, and asked him to keep an eye on Choi and report if anything happened. Later, when Choi woke up in a room, she stared at the ring on her hand. While she focused on it, she overheard mining team members outside talking. One said they should announce the resources and collect everything valuable. Dong said they would tally the data and send the auction guide to each guild. Just then, Dong walked in and saw her awake. He said she was finally up. Choi stepped closer and asked what he was doing. Dong explained he was preparing the dungeon for auction. Choi shouted in anger, asking what auction, because she was the one who cleared the dungeon. She demanded who gave him permission. Dong quickly pressed a hand over her mouth and told her to keep quiet until the review was over. The worker in front of him nodded and said okay, then left. But Choi was furious and shouted again, asking what he was doing. Dong asked how the dungeon could belong to her when she entered it without permission. Choi said it was petty. Dong said she did not understand how hard it was to get dungeon ownership and that they also had to cover the damages caused. Choi clicked her tongue and said he talked too much. She asked if Hunch and Guild were joining the auction too. Dong looked confused and asked what guild that was. Choi said it was the small guild she used to work for. Dong said with such an unknown healer name, they were too broke to join any auction. He then asked if she knew Song. Choi said no and told him goodbye. Dong said Song seemed to recognize her and even promised not to include her healer name in the report. Choi was confused and said she had never seen Song before. Dong told her to be grateful because thanks to Song, she got off the hook for the false registry. He reminded her she almost ended up in jail. Choi said she could have just broken out. Dong groaned and told her to rest while he finished his work. He thought she seemed better than expected, but she could explode again any time. He agreed with Yonhin in his mind that leaving her inside the dungeon would not have helped anyway. He thought maybe it was better for Pahak to manage her directly. But just then, Choi called out his healer name. Dong stopped and asked what. She stood up and asked if he thought she was weird. She said he saw it too, how the others looked at her like she was a monster. She explained that when her ring came off, the thing inside it fused into her body. She said it was an X rank, and while it was taking over, she could not move or fight it. She confessed she was so scared and worried she would disappear. She asked what if she really turned into a monster. Dong stayed silent for a moment and then told her that would never happen. He promised he would not let it. Choi was shocked. Dong said if hitting her would snap her out of it, then he would not hesitate next time. He joked that she had taken hits from healer Nam before, so she could take one from him too. Choi smiled faintly and said he had been holding a grudge. She teased him for being secretly soft-hearted and warned him it would get him into trouble someday. Dong smirked and said that would not happen. He told her not to cry and said he hated her. Choi scoffed and called him a loser, saying he was acting tough. She teased him again, asking if he wanted to die. Just then, Yonhin shouted angrily from outside, asking Dong how long he was going to slack off. Choi shouted at Dong too, saying not to underestimate her. She turned to Yonhin and asked if she even knew what was growing in her belly. Yonhin froze, shocked, and thought about what Choi meant. Dong laughed and said it would probably be a morally bankrupt brat just like her. He added that he would take responsibility. Yonhin's face turned red with fury. She shouted Dong's healer name in anger. Dong turned and said, "Oh, Yonhin, when did she get there?" Yonhin grabbed his face and yelled at him, asking if Choi was carrying his baby. Dong shouted in disbelief, asking what nonsense that was. Choi suddenly realized the misunderstanding and burst out laughing. She teased Dong and told him to take responsibility, calling him a jerk. Dong shouted at her, asking if she was crazy. Healer Nam nervously stammered congratulations. Dong screamed that it was not true. Yonhin glared at him and shouted his healer name again. Dong roared even louder, repeating that it was not true. At Kim's home, Yonhin was sitting with an angry face. Dong was beaten up and tired while Choi was cooking food for them. Choi asked why they both looked so gloomy. Dong and Yonhin shouted that it was all because of her. Choi laughed and said, "Oh, is that so?" Yonhin shouted even louder, pointing at Choi, asking what she was even doing in their house, cooking like it was the most normal thing. Dong explained that her house was destroyed in the morning when a dungeon spawned. Yonhin shouted that she did not care. But Choi quickly served food on a plate and told Yonhin to eat. Yonhin shouted that she never said she would eat her food. But Choi pulled a chair and sat beside Sarah, saying it would not taste good once cold. Yonhin shouted again, asking why she was sitting so close. On the other hand, Dong thanked Choi for the food. Yonhin shouted at him not to eat it because who knew what came out of a person who ate monsters. She said she would rather cook something else. But Dong tasted it anyway, and his eyes sparkled because it was too delicious. He asked if she really cooked something this good in their kitchen. He said it was amazing and real. Yonhin was shocked by his reaction and said now she was curious too. Choi asked what they even thought of her as. Dong replied that he thought she was just some crazy woman. Choi laughed and told him not to eat her food then. Yonhin looked at her with an angry face, but she tasted the noodles anyway. After tasting it, even she was shocked and mesmerized by how tasty it was. Soon the meal was finished. Dong was washing dishes while Yonhin suddenly asked Choi to live with them. Choi agreed to stay only until she found a new place. Dong was surprised at how quickly she agreed and said it was the fastest answer ever. He was confused because Yonhin and Choi were hugging like sisters even though they had fought like enemies earlier in the dungeon. Yonhin told him not to talk and ignored his words. She then asked Choi about what happened inside the dungeon. She said if what was inside her was not Kim's child, then what was it? Choi said there was something inside her and it was of X rank. Yonhin was shocked and shouted that what attacked her earlier must have been an X rank being. She asked if something like that even existed. Dong said it was not certain. Yonhin said that Choi was way more dangerous than she thought and maybe she should kill her. Choi said she had already told them she did not die. Dong reminded Yonhin that she was the one hugging her just for cooking tasty food. Yonhin then asked if Choi remembered eating the boss monster. She said Choi spoke strange things back then. Choi said she did not remember, but she remembered that she could understand what the boss monster was saying, at least a part of it. Yonhin and Dong were shocked. Dong asked what she said. Choi explained that at first the boss was yelling in a language she could not understand, but once she became S-rank, she started to understand. Dong was shocked to hear she was S-rank. Choi said the monster's words were like same side, betrayal, and something else she could not catch. Yonhin said this kind of information could send dungeon researchers and the whole world into chaos. Dong said her stats must have shot up like crazy if she was S-rank. Choi said she thought the monster was trying to tell her something, but since she only caught some words, she could not understand it fully. She said maybe she should go back in and listen again. Dong said no way because the dungeon was cleared and would not reset for 6 months. He asked if she really planned to re-enter. Choi said yes because if she could understand that one, she could understand others too. Dong said there were new dungeons, but no. The scene then shifted to another dungeon. A party of hunters was fighting monsters called Sanctuary Secret, which were D-rank guardians. A girl shouted to pull the front line. The boy in front asked Hunter Shim Nara for buffs. Nara said yes and cast her Iron Will spell. The serpent attacked, but the boy's defense increased by 12% thanks to Nara's buff. The archer used her Battle Frenzy skill and shot many arrows. Her attack power increased by 15%, and the arrows pierced the serpent's body. Nara shouted to Hunter Dong Hun to get ready. She used Iron Will and Battle Frenzy at the same time. The boy charged at the serpent with his final awakening skill. He cut the monster into pieces and killed it. Finally, the serpent was defeated and everyone felt relieved. The boy praised the team and they all thanked each other. The training was finally over. A voice announced that was it for today's virtual dungeon training. A girl said finally they could rest. But Nara was still worried. A boy asked why she looked so troubled and guessed it was because of tomorrow's real exam. Nara admitted it and said everyone hoped to pass into P-Hawk, and just reaching the second test was lucky, but she feared it might be the end for her. She said sorry for speaking bad luck before the exam. The boy patted her back and told her not to worry because she would get good results. Nara wondered what he meant. Just then, she saw Choi standing by a window wearing different clothes. Beside her stood Kim, and then Yonhin joined them. Nara was shocked to see all three in person. She said it really felt like P-Hawk because she could not believe she was seeing them live. Yonhin waved at her, and Nara felt even more shocked that she greeted her. Nara told herself that she must pass into P-Hawk now. Then she noticed Choi standing with them and thought maybe she was scouted by P-Hawk. She thought that must be why Choi said she was leaving her house earlier. She realized Choi must be living with Dong and Yonhin now. She became sad and thought she was useless to Choi now. Choi, looking down, noticed Nara's sad face and wondered why she looked like that. Nara felt heartbroken, believing that Choi did not need her anymore. Nara walked away with heavy steps and thought to herself that she knew she should not be thinking this way. She thought that ever since Choi came out of that dungeon, it felt like only good things kept happening to her. Meanwhile, she herself was stuck in the same place. Choi noticed her upset face and asked what was wrong. Yonhin wondered if she was sick. But Choi said that was not good because she had her practical exam tomorrow. Choi told them to just let her pass. Yonhin teased her and asked if she was trying to bribe her openly. Dong then said he thought he knew why Nara was acting like that. Both Yonhin and Choi looked at him and asked why, but Dong brushed it off and told them to forget it. Choi then asked if the place where Nara would take her practical exam tomorrow was a reset dungeon. Dong confirmed that all the dungeons set up right now were for the practical exam. Choi said she would just go in there too. Dong was surprised and told her that she was not even part of P-Hawk to begin with. But Choi said she did not want to join a guild anyway. She explained that she only wanted to go in with Nara. She asked if it would be dangerous. Yonhin explained that it would not be dangerous because to prevent accidents, one of their guild members always entered as a hidden examiner, and that examiner was an A rank. Then Yonhin told Choi that now that she had met her friend, they needed to go and check what was inside her stomach. She told Dong that they would go on ahead and also analyze the ring. The scene then shifted to another hall where an examiner stood before the practical candidates. He said that before they began the second practical exam, he would explain the rules. He told them the dungeon was called the Collapsed Sanctuary, a C-rank dungeon. Since it was the same type as the dungeon they had trained in virtually, it should not be too difficult. He explained that the dungeon normally took 5 days to clear, but as long as they cleared it within that time frame, it would count. If the time limit passed, guild members would rescue them, but they would be disqualified immediately. Nara felt her heart shake at the thought of being disqualified. The examiner continued and said that in an emergency, their only priority was survival because chances would always come again. He wished them good luck, and the parties entered the dungeon. Nara's party leader suggested setting up a base and starting the monster hunt. Nara thought to herself that they had to clear it within 5 days to pass the exam. She remembered that the first clear time recorded was 3 days and 4 hours. She calculated that there were about 40 monsters in the dungeon. In virtual training, it had taken about 15 minutes per monster. But with the location and other factors, it would be impossible to clear everything in a single day. Still, she thought it might be possible to finish within 3 days if things went well. Just then, a sound echoed and monsters appeared. The frontline boy cursed that they had appeared right after he finished talking. The battle began. The serpent monsters rushed the team at once. The frontline boy blocked the attack and called out to Nara. Nara quickly buffed him with her will of iron, raising his defense by 12%. Now he could block the attacks more easily. But Nara thought the difficulty felt much higher than expected. Suddenly, another serpent leaped from behind. The archer fired an arrow and struck its head. Nara buffed her again with battle frenzy. Her power rose and she released more arrows. But the arrows were blocked by the serpent's tail. The archer shouted in frustration. Nara warned them not to aim for the tail because its armor was too strong and told them to hit the body. The archer snapped back and told her not to act high and mighty, saying she should just focus on supporting instead of giving orders. She accused Nara of being barely any help. Nara shouted back, asking what she just said and reminding her that she was also doing her best. But the frontline boy shouted for them to stop fighting. He ordered Nara to buff like yesterday, reminding them that the serpents only died if their body was separated from their tail. He told Maru to assist the tank. Maru agreed and shot arrows again, this time piercing the serpent's head. Nara thought about how harsh her teammates' words were, harsher than anything she had faced in her guild before. She remembered the time when she had shouted at her own team for trapping Choi inside and abandoning her. She remembered accusing them of bossing her around and then abandoning her when it mattered. She recalled someone threatening to leave her behind next time. They had told her a C rank like her could not survive a B rank dungeon alone. They had said buffers were easy to replace. Nara clenched her fists in anger at the memory. She thought about whether anyone had ever truly needed her. A teammate shouted at her to hurry and buff. She quickly used her iron will and battle frenzy again. The fighter used his final awakening and charged. He sliced a monster and dodged another's tail strike. Nara thought she had to fire herself up no matter what so that maybe her life would get better. She thought she wanted to be like Choi too. She remembered Choi telling her that to raise stats, she just had to kill a lot. But Nara thought bitterly that as a buffer she could not raise stats. She was trapped to live with the rank she was given, a common C-rank buffer. As she was lost in thought, the tank shouted her name. A serpent monster lunged at her. She thought if she had been the one trapped instead of Choi, maybe she would have given up living already. The monster charged toward her, but before it could strike, its head exploded in a glow. But its tail still swung and struck Nara down. She fell hard and coughed. The tank ran to her side and shouted her name. He looked at the monster and shouted in shock, asking why that thing was even there. The scene shifted to Dong lying on his bed. He groaned and wondered why something was happening so early in the morning. He picked up his phone. A voice shouted urgently on the other side. The caller told him that just now the C-rank dungeon had been upgraded to S-rank. The team was frightened by a monster that appeared in the dungeon. It looked like a mantis, but with wings. The tank looked at it and thought to himself why such a creature was in a C-rank dungeon. All of the members were nervous. The tank realized it was an A-rank predator, something that belonged in an S-rank dungeon. If it appeared here, then the dungeon must have been upgraded. He knew that C-rank hunters could not defeat it. The boy shouted for Nara to get up quickly and move while the monster was distracted. Nara, however, was trembling and did not move. The boy shouted again, telling her she had to run. The archer told them to leave her behind, saying they would all die because of her. The archer was jealous of Nara. Nara thought to herself that she needed to move so she would not slow the team down. She forced herself to take a step. The mantis turned its eyes toward her. Nara was afraid and whispered that she did not want to die yet. The mantis tapped her head gently, which confused her. The monster tried to say something in its own language. The team wondered why it was not attacking. The tank thought it was unusual, since the creature was supposed to be savage with a strong appetite. Another teammate wondered if Nara had something special. The monster came closer and tried to speak in broken English. Nara asked what it meant. The monster then prepared to attack. The tank shouted her name, but another attacker charged forward first. The tank warned him to stop, but the monster had already been provoked. It killed the attacker in a single strike, cutting him in half. Nara looked at the body in shock. The archer screamed, then shouted at the monster. She released 34 arrows, but the monster moved quickly and dodged them all. It appeared behind her and attacked, injuring her. The tank ran to check on her condition. The healer then cast magic, producing a large amount of light that drove the monster away. One teammate had already been killed. The healer apologized, saying she was not used to that spell and it had taken too long. Nara asked if that was magic. The mage explained that aside from healing, she could only use light defense magic, and only once a day. It was effective against that type of body, but it was not offensive magic. She said they should retreat before the monster returned. The group found a cave, where the healer treated the archer's wounds. Nara asked if she was all right, but the archer became angry and accused her of mocking her. The archer then told Nara to go out and get rid of the monster. Nara shouted back, asking if she was insane, but the archer insisted that Nara was the crazy one. She accused her of being the type of hunter who should have died first, and said the monster had only targeted her. She also blamed Nara for another teammate's death, saying that if not for her choice to save a buffer, a valuable damage dealer would not have been lost. The scene then shifted. A woman was holding a tablet and wondered whether she should eat something or not. She recalled researchers saying nothing had been detected. One of the researchers collapsed and muttered, asking if he was in hell. He was part of the guild dungeon research team and had been working night shifts for 2 weeks. He gave them the results, but Dong and Yonhen told him to check again. He insisted they had already run multiple verification tests. The researcher then handed a ring to Choi, saying it was nothing more than a worthless, low-grade item. Choi asked if he was sure, but the researcher scolded them for wasting time with trash. Dong and Yonhen shouted back at him, asking if he had failed to detect it properly. The researcher lost his patience, saying he had done his work. After leaving the laboratory, Yonhen complained about the scientist. Dong commented on his expression, and Yonhen turned to Choi, asking what the ring really was and why it did not show up in tests. Choi touched her stomach and said even hospital scans had not detected anything, calling it another failure. Dong suggested it might be useless, but Yonhen punched him and told him not to joke. Choi said they could request a reevaluation at Pio, and Dong replied that it would take 2 months outside but was faster there. He also handed Choi a Duermer. Choi scolded him, saying he looked pitiful for crying while trying to help. Just then, Dong received a call and asked how many A ranks could be deployed immediately. He became frustrated with the small number available and told them to keep searching until he arrived. He explained that he could not go himself because of his own situation, and his sister was the same. Choi asked where he was going, and Dong said he would try to find as many as possible. He paused and looked at her, then called her name. Choi was confused. As the scene shifts, we see a hunter who was smoking and told Kim he was late, but the preparations were already complete. The stranger then introduced himself as Kim Soo-Ui, and a rank dealer. Then girl introduced herself as Kayun Namsu, an A-rank dealer gun user. His words hung in the air like bullets that had already been fired. Behind them, like a sudden burst, Choi lifted her shield as if it were a banner. She declared her role with enthusiasm, Choi, C-rank tank. A smile danced on her lips as she explained she had been dragged here by Dongju to fill a missing spot. Their confusion thickened, and the air around them turned tense. Kim Sui's eyes narrowed. His voice came out as a sharp line. What was a C-rank doing here? He looked at the shield she held and mocked its grade. D-rank, wasn't it? Choi snapped back like a cornered cat, saying it was a gift from her ex-boyfriend. Her cheeks flushed with anger. Sui shook his head again, incredulous. Was she really planning to walk into an S-rank dungeon with that? She answered lightly, but before her careless words could land, a hand covered her mouth. Dongju dragged her aside with a hard glare, warning her not to say reckless things. His patience snapped for a moment, and his voice cut through the chill. Sui stepped forward, disgust written on his face. He asked if she was missing a nerve. Why was someone like her being brought inside? Maybe Dongju should replace her instead. Dongju had no choice but to respond with full seriousness. Her skills were stable, her personality was. It was the closest thing to reassurance he could give. Namsu raised an eyebrow at the right moment. They had 2 S-ranks, so why drag along a C-rank who didn't even belong to the Payak Guild? The logic made no sense, and silence spread like a crack in a window. Dongju explained the truth he had been holding. He had fallen to C-rank, and his sister too. The words hit the air like a hammer. The others recoiled in shock, voices rising. What had they done? Dongju didn't answer clearly. There were reasons, he said, but nothing more. What mattered now was this: they could not enter without Choi. Someone she cared about was trapped inside. She needed to save them. Namsu stared at her face, uneasy. Something about her smile bothered him. It didn't match the story. Sui pressed his fingers to his forehead as if fighting a headache. 2 A-ranks, 5 B-ranks, 1 C-rank. How could they possibly clear an S-rank dungeon with this lineup? Were there no reinforcements? Dongju explained everything he knew. The other A-ranks were busy with inspections or had been deployed elsewhere. Even the guild master had vanished. They had already sent for help from other guilds, so more hunters might arrive soon. Once inside, the priority was clear: kill the boss to secure the exit. Sometimes the dungeon rank would rise when monsters began overflowing. Rescue the trapped hunters first, then clean up the remaining monsters if possible. If the dungeon had truly turned into S-rank, they might have to abandon rescue entirely. Dongju's rich experience guided his words. These were methods born from past failures. It was enough to convince even Kim Sui, who rarely agreed with anyone. The moment he heard the plan, he shouted his understanding. The group began their final preparation, and Dongju turned to call for Choi again. She answered without looking up. She acted like the whole world was just a minor distraction. Dongju swallowed. He asked her to go inside and perform like a real tank. He begged her, pale with worry. She was the only one they could depend on. Choi tossed her words back carelessly. She knew. He still didn't believe her. He reminded her not to eat strange things and harm herself again. He asked if she had taken the medicine he had given her. She confirmed without hesitation. To soothe his final doubt, Dongju promised something more. If she behaved and returned alive, he would buy her new weapons. Like a sudden spark in dry grass, her eyes lit up at the word new. She agreed instantly. Then an abrupt change came over her. Her steps stopped cold. She asked why mantis monsters were at the gate. He had told her there was a secret A-rank examiner inside. Dongju blinked in confusion. Yes, he said, there was one inside. Why? Her answer came without hesitation. She changed her mind. She was going in. Dongju stared as if lightning had struck directly into his skull. What? His voice echoed like a desperate cry. Kim Sui flinched and shouted for someone to stop her, but it was too late. Choi ignored every voice and sprinted toward the dungeon portal. Her shield glimmered like a blade drawn at dawn. In a burst of motion, Namsu jumped after her, reacting faster than thought. He threw himself at her back, dragging her down before she could cross. He pinned her to the ground with the practiced strength of a trained hunter. His voice was like a drill instructor: team safety first. C-rank tank. Rules were rules, and she needed to follow them. He never heard her reply. The moment he loosened grip, her whole body shivered. Then, like someone torn from gravity itself, Namsu was thrown upward. He flew into the sky as if launched by an invisible engine. Choi rose with a cheerful stride and continued toward the portal. She had never heard his rule, she announced, waving lazily. Well, good luck. Namsu collapsed on the ground, eyes wide. Pain flooded his shoulders and ribs. He gasped, unable to believe what he had just seen. Was she really C-rank? Nothing about her looked like it. Dongju finally spoke, face burning with embarrassment. Not exactly. She was registered as C-rank, but in reality she was an S-rank tank, something like that. Sui stared at him, confusion rising like smoke. How could someone be C-rank and somehow S-rank at the same time? Dongju didn't try to explain further. Treat her as S-rank, he said. Everyone move out. The command cut their hesitation. The two hunters answered instinctively, understood. Returning to the dungeon, the trapped party was still fighting. Maru snapped at the others, his voice heavy with blame. If anything bad happened, those outside would be responsible. En reminded him to watch his words. His injury was in his back, not his head. The argument swelled like heat building in a sealed room until Sang-woo stepped forward. He urged them to stop. Hunter Kim's death was already painful enough. Did they want others to die too? Maru didn't like being interrupted, but he continued anyway. He reminded everyone they were afraid because an A-rank monster had appeared without warning. Fear was natural, but this wasn't the time to fight each other. The rescue team would come soon, he said. Those outside must have already sensed the situation. They only had to hold out until help arrived. Nar lifted her head, eyes wide. Rescue team? The words hung in the air like a final, trembling question. Nar suddenly remembered what the supervisor had warned them before the raid. If they exceeded the time limit, the Payak Guild members would immediately enter to rescue them, and everyone would be disqualified. The reminder hit her like cold water. She wanted to shout that it didn't matter anymore, that if the monster they saw earlier had been alone, maybe they could defeat it. The thought carried hope, desperate and shaky. Sang-woo read her expression fast, shutting down the spark before it could spread. His voice was heavy. He knew exactly what she wanted to do, and he told her that dying here would make everything pointless. But Nar refused to back down, her stubbornness flaring. Still, he laid out reality with brutal clarity. Even if the monster stood alone, it was still an A-class threat. They were C-class and B-class hunters. They couldn't kill it. His warning came too late. A sudden shriek tore through the air. Sang-woo flinched as a shadow rushed them. He barely had time to brace. His shield snapped up, but the blow shattered it instantly. Metal split like glass. He fell, and their voices exploded around him, calling his name, panicked and helpless. The monster's claws tore through the space, wild and relentless. It swung again, and this time it aimed at Nar. But it didn't cut her. Instead, it seized her like prey, claws clamping around her body. The creature lifted her toward its face, eyes gleaming with cold amusement. Nar screamed, begging it to let her go. Pain flooded her nerves, sharp as fire. Something inside her snapped. A wave of injustice and rage surged through her chest. She hammered her fists against its shell as though the act alone might change fate. She shouted for it to put her down, voice shaking with fury. To her comrades, she looked unhinged, stared, horrified, wondering if Nar had lost her mind completely. The fear that once strangled Nar's thoughts was gone. Only anger remained. She screamed at the monster, cursing it. If it weren't for this creature, they wouldn't be waiting on a rescue team. They could have completed the dungeon themselves. This run was her chance to join Payak. Her voice grew louder, desperate, unstable. Die, she shouted. Die. The monster's patience snapped. It swung its claw and crushed her without mercy. Pain crashed over her like a tidal wave. Her lungs refused to work and blood spilled down her sides. The world went blurry. Nar whispered that it hurt. That regret burned like acid. Her body felt like it was being split apart. Was this how she would die? She didn't want to. Her eyelids trembled as darkness pressed into her vision. Then, at the edge of fatting consciousness, she remembered Choi's words, being torn apart, head cut, but still living. She wondered why those words came to her now. How had Choi survived something worse than this? How did she keep breathing? A blur rushed into view. Sang-woo charged like a last spark of life, striking the monster with everything he had left. Its defenses were open. His blade found its mark. The creature reeled back in pain, and Nar slipped from its claw, hitting the ground hard. For a moment, she couldn't believe she was still alive. Sang Woo's voice came from behind her, soft and apologetic. He told her he was sorry for being late. He revealed himself as a member of the Pihyok Guild, breaking the boundaries of protocol. He shouldn't interfere, he said, but he couldn't stand by and watch people with talent die in front of him. Before Nar could respond, the monster exploded into a frenzy. Its pupils expanded, scanning the area as if hunting for something unseen. Its head twisted like a rotating lens, spinning as though it could search every angle at once. Sang Woo stared in confusion, trying to understand what it was tracking. Nar's trembling voice was the first to offer an answer. Her eyes caught a figure in the distance, familiar in shape and posture. Choi stood there, waving casually as if she were greeting an old neighbor instead of facing death. Sang Woo blinked, disbelief pulling at his voice. Did Nar know her? She didn't look like any member of a rescue team. How had she gotten inside the dungeon at all? Nar managed an awkward explanation. Yes, she said, Choi was her friend. She came all the way here to save her. The words sounded absurd even to her own ears, but they were true. Sang Woo and Nar barely had time to process it before Choi moved again. She ignored their confusion. Her eyes locked onto her goal with sharp, hungry certainty. She announced what she was searching for, the A-rank shield, her smile sharpened like steel. Choi rushed forward like someone who had finally found entertainment in a nightmare. The sacred snakes felt the disturbance and lifted their heads, hissing and twisting as they searched for the threat. The shield in her hand spun with perfect rhythm. Instead of guarding, she wielded it like a blade. One snake lost its head with a clean strike. Another was sliced in half by the return swing. The shield soared outward like a boomerang, carving through a wave of monsters. On the way back, its edge cut through another set of snakes, each dismembered cleanly. When the metal finally slapped back into her palm, she blew out a satisfied breath. Another batch, she said, as if she had merely cleaned a table. Piles of corpses surrounded her feet, and she clicked her tongue in annoyance. These damn mantises refused to appear. They should have popped up right here in front of her. Why make her search? Why drag her this far for nothing? She could smell them in the air. She knew they were here. Killing snakes didn't increase her stats. Maybe they were too low-level. Her irritation grew. Halfway through her grumbling, a new idea flashed through her mind. Bold, simple, effective. What if they were all gathered in one place? That would save time. That would be perfect. Her grin widened like a child who had just spotted a toy store. Let's see, she said to the sky. The final boss, hidden in the distance, froze when it heard her voice call its name. One word, sharp as a command, Mantis. Even Sang Woo beside her couldn't escape her whim. She pointed at him without hesitation. My new shield. His stunned response barely left his lips before she continued. The things she wanted were all in one spot. Him and the monster. Nara looked around in confusion, checking if she mattered at all. She muttered good luck to no one in particular. Why was she not mentioned? Choi shrugged it off casually. She already knew Nara was alive, so that was enough. The mantis monster, ignored like an unwanted guest, stiffened. It sensed something in Choi that it could not understand. Fear slid under its shell. Its body locked up the same way it had when it first encountered Hunter Shimara. Something unnatural, something wrong. Before Sang Woo could unpack what he was seeing, Choi blurred past him. Instinct forced him to raise his guard, but the words he heard were not a warning or an attack call. I like this shield. She reached for the weapon he held, her hand open and impatient. His grip tightened. He couldn't let go. He hadn't finished paying it off. It was expensive, guild-issued, almost sacred to him. Nara stepped in, embarrassed to death on behalf of her friend. She begged her to stop. Sang Woo still fought to keep the shield, unaware that death stood inches from his face. He couldn't understand how someone so small could pull so hard. Why wasn't she letting go? When he finally sensed danger, it was already beside him. The mantis claw was at his cheek, sharp enough to split bone. Choi swatted it away like an insect, her new shield absorbing the blow. The old shield cracked and died in sacrifice. Choi screamed with raw heartbreak. My shield. This was a gift from Hyen Chan. The fury that followed shifted the air. She stomped on the ground, the motion shaking the monster. She brought her heel down on the mantis's head. The skull dented under her strike, forcing the entire creature down into the earth, carapace crunching like glass. Pain shot through the monster's body, and every hunter nearby felt their jaw drop. Nara stared in horror, so did the two Maris watching from afar. Sang Woo felt something in his chest go hollow. His thoughts flickered like dead lights. One question floated above everything else. She crushed that thing with one hit. Choi didn't care about admiration or shocked witnesses. She cared about levels. Her stats didn't increase. Was it not dead? Sang-woo struggled to find words. He turned to Nara, voice shaking. Were they friends? Nara admitted yes. He asked again, more terrified than curious, what level was she? Nara hesitated, wondering if lying would save her sanity. Maybe she should say a class, but honesty won. C class. The Maru group all shared the same blank thought. What is she talking about? After finishing the mantis, Choi casually knelt and looted the shield. This one was hers now. The old one was broken. Sang-woo's heart snapped as he muttered, the only thing that mattered, my shield. He chased her with desperation, yelling for her to give it back. She refused. No way. Their chase turned almost comedic, but neither of them noticed the mantis rise again behind them. Sang-woo saw it first and screamed. It was still alive. He begged her to return the shield. Choi tilted her head in fascination. This thing was really durable. Sang-woo repeated himself like a broken record. Give it back. But when he saw her rush forward again, he let out the cry of a dying man, his shield. She leapt high, muscles coiling. She used the new shield to slice off the mantis's claws. Then she landed, creating distance. The monster recovered, its 360-degree eyes spinning wildly until they locked onto her. Both of its large claws launched toward her, slicing the air like guillotines. She dodged without effort. This time, she threw the shield from above, sending it spinning. The weapon cut through its abdomen in perfect orbit, boomerang swift, circling back to her hand like a trained pet. The mantis screamed, its head hammered from every angle. Choi paused as if remembering something. She had questions. The monster might know. She leaned close to its huge compound eye. Did it know what this was? She lifted the ring in front of it so the creature could see. The mantis twitched, a strange, bird-like sound echoing from within its body. The next second it went berserk. Its cry stabbed into their ears like needles. Nara clutched her head, nearly collapsing. Even Sang-woo flinched, overwhelmed by the sound. Never had they heard something so sharp, so violent. Only Choi stood unaffected. Her expression darkened with annoyance. She didn't understand what it was saying. Its pronunciation was terrible. Without hesitation, she drove the tip of the shield into its eye. She used all her strength, pushing until the metal dug deeper and deeper. Blood burst outward in messy red fireworks, splattering the earth. Sang-woo stared in shock, frozen. Nara, even knowing her friend did it, could not calm her heart. Panic crawled up her spine. She had known Choi changed after that day, but was this really the same person? The sacred snake dragged its ruined body across the ground, scales cracked, blood leaving a thin trail behind it. It trembled, trying to crawl toward the cave entrance, desperate for light or safety. Each breath came like a dying ember, thin and broken. Behind it, claws scraped stone. The mantis monster stalked its prey, patient and hungry, its long limbs flexing like blades. The moment the snake slowed, the mantis struck, pinning its tail beneath a sharp claw. The sacred snake screamed, a frantic hiss that echoed from the cave walls. Pain spread through every inch of its body, but fear did not save it. The mantis didn't hesitate. It opened its jaws and tore the snake's head free, ripping the life from it before the scream could finish. The moment it crossed the threshold, its scream shattered the valley. The cry was long, desperate, and almost human. Other mantises looked up, confused. The echo refused to die. It bounced from stone to stone like a broken alarm someone could not turn off. The sound belonged to the mantis pinned beneath Choi's hand. She stood above it with calm annoyance, barely affected by its panic. Its frantic cry scraped at her ears, too loud, too close. She lifted her foot and kicked it. Too noisy, she muttered, eyes cold. Her fist moved once, clean and precise. The mantis's head exploded like a fragile fruit. Fireworks of chitin and fluid scattered around her fingers. She grinned, admiring the mess. Your exploded head looks cute, too. The mantis tried to thrash, but her next strike split its torso neatly in half. Silence fell, sudden and satisfying. In the cave behind her, the other mantises froze. Their screeches stopped. A mechanical chime flickered across her vision. Stats increased by 1. A day ago, the system had said the same thing. Another mantis, another point. Choi felt dissatisfaction rumble through her. A level a monster for only 1 point. She dusted off her torn clothes, checking the blood stains she couldn't wipe away. Too much effort, now my clothes are all dirty. Behind her, Nam Sang-woo watched, struggling to process the sight. Even a trained A-rank DPS would struggle to fight that mantis alone, but she killed it like brushing dirt off her shoulder. A solo tank, no shield, no backup. It didn't make sense. If a tank could do this, they would be famous. Yet no one had ever heard of this girl. Questions formed in his mind, but Kim Soo-ui spoke first. His voice cracked slightly. Is she a dealer or a tank? Choi ignored them, scanning the battlefield like a hunter who already knew the end. They're all dead, she said with a sigh. How boring. Kim Soo-yui stared at her as if staring at a glitch in reality. Bored with that, but he held the thought in. Instead, he urged the group forward. Find the boss. Do you know where it is? The girl beside him answered quickly, proud of her knowledge. She'd come to this dungeon before. She knew the exact location. He seized the chance. Good, don't waste energy. Open us a way out. The group moved, but Kim Soo-yui's instincts gnawed at him. Something felt wrong. He slowed, eyes narrowed as they walked. The others noticed. Nam-soo asked the question everyone felt. What's wrong? Kim Soo-yui voiced his suspicion. It's strange. There aren't monsters strong enough here to justify this dungeon rank. They keep coming non-stop, but the dungeon condition barely changes. The girl beside him shrugged lightly. Maybe there's an upgrade. That would be easy. Kim Soo-yui wasn't convinced. Life is never that easy. Nam-soo tried to comfort him. We have an S-class leading us. That's good luck. He spoke like revealing a secret. The S-classes he'd met were selfish. They cleared dungeons alone, never cooperating. The girls didn't disagree. They knew the rule. Solo hunters were dangerous allies. We'd be in trouble if she plays alone. But one point offered hope. She ran in to save her friend. Maybe she'll work with us. Kim Soo-yui exhaled. Right. Even if she isn't S-class, she might communicate. We have no choice but to trust her. They followed her like lost climbers following the first sign of a trail. But Choi, who had caused the conversation without trying, considered a different thought. Perhaps she should look for another monster, maybe something tougher. Sang-woo stepped forward, alarmed. You're leaving? Weren't you here to save us? She answered without emotion. No. The answer shocked him. His mind broke for a moment. If you didn't save us, then why are you here? Another simple no. The question hit him harder than any mantis claw. Maru looked between them, confused. What's happening? Choi corrected them with irritation. She wasn't here to rescue. She came to replace Kim Dongju. The name shattered Sang-woo's calm. Kim Dongju, someone he recognized, a partner in dungeons, a leader from the last disastrous run. He remembered Dongju's voice echoing in the tunnels. Everyone hold your position. The memory crawled back like a nightmare. A team that listened only to strength and instinct. A team that broke. Panic settled into his bones. If Choi was Dongju's friend, then their teamwork would be terrifying. Why send someone like her here? Why replace Dongju at all? The thought tore at him. Nam-soo snapped, desperate to avoid the spiral. Then I'll go. His courage lasted only 2 seconds before Sang-woo lunged, wrapping his arms around him like a drowning man clutching driftwood. No, don't go. Our lives are in danger. Your friend is here too. His voice cracked as fear rolled through him. Choi blinked once, mildly confused by the spectacle. That's not my problem. Choi kicked the man clutching her leg, annoyed by his grip. Sang-woo clung stubbornly, eyes wide, voice shaking. He begged her not to leave, his thoughts spinning like a trapped animal. If she wanted to run, that was her choice, but she should at least save them first. His plea sounded desperate and messy, echoing off the cavern walls. The others stared, unsure whether he was protecting them or losing his mind. A voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Kim Soo-yui stepped forward and called out to him, asking what he was doing. His tone was flat, confused, as though he were watching someone bury their own reputation. He tilted his head and added that he was here to save them, but if Sang-woo wanted to embarrass himself, he would gladly record it. The humiliation hit hard. Choi, uninterested in the argument, announced that the rescue team had arrived. She would leave now. That was all. Sang-woo refused to accept it. He blocked her path like a shield with a heartbeat, shaking his head. Why did she keep trying to leave? Kim Soo-yui did not understand the tension, so he questioned her directly. Hadn't she entered the dungeon ahead of everyone to save her friend? He gestured toward Nara, confused. If that was the case, she should at least take her with her. His expression shifted as a realization hit. The reason she came early was not because she cared. His gaze drifted toward the weapon in her hand, the one she had taken from someone else earlier. A new season, a new hunter. Kim Soo-yui replayed Sang-woo's earlier words, and the truth sank in. She wasn't here to rescue. She was simply competing. Choi didn't deny anything. She lifted the weapon proudly, as if showing it off in a shop display. Even though it was something she had looted, she claimed it with confidence. She liked pretty things, and this one was beautiful. Kim Soo-yui gritted his teeth so hard he nearly snapped them. He wanted to hit her to wipe the smug look from her face, but Sang-woo held him back. He whispered frantically that she was strong and shouldn't be provoked. Kim Soo-yui roared that he didn't care. Choi only shot back a teasing question, asking if he was actually angry. He denied it instinctively, but his temper betrayed him. The chaotic back and forth felt miles away from Nara, who watched silently, unsure how she had become the center of this catastrophe. The noise eventually died and Kim Soo-Yui regained control. His voice sharpened into command. They would eliminate the C-class boss first, open a path out, and then everyone would escape. No arguments. He asked if anyone had questions. Nara opened her mouth and reminded him of the condition. After killing the boss, they had to let her go. He ignored the complaint and instead turned to Maru. She asked the only question she cared about, whether being rescued like this meant they would be eliminated. Kim Soo-Yui explained that he wasn't a judge and couldn't be sure. Sang-woo added that he'd never seen this situation before and the association would inform them later. Maru stared blankly at the stone floor. This was her chance to join Pahak, and it was slipping away. The thought weighed on Nara too. She didn't want to be forced out. Even though she nearly died earlier, she didn't want to surrender now. Who knew when the next test would come? After struggling with her fears, she asked the question burning in her head. Sang-woo had killed an A-class monster. If there was only one, couldn't they continue the test? Sang-woo sighed like someone forced to explain reality to a child. In theory, to complete a dungeon, everyone had to kill the monsters and the boss. But the dungeon had upgraded to S-class. That meant there would not be only one A-class. Nara tried to suggest avoiding them and going straight for the boss. Sang-woo's expression hardened. She wanted to abandon teammates for convenience. He reminded her again that lives should not be sacrificed here. To get another opportunity, they had to live first. Without a tank or dealer, how would they even reach the boss? Nara felt the truth pierce her like a needle. If she were strong enough, this wouldn't matter. If only she could handle everything alone. Her gaze shifted and Choi noticed. She called Nara's name. She tilted her head and asked her a simple question. Wasn't it better to leave? There would be another chance. Nara snapped. She shouted that Choi knew how many interviews she had failed. How could she tell her to leave so casually? Choi hadn't come to save her. She came because this dungeon was S-class. A place Nara could never enter under normal conditions. Choi tried to reassure her. It didn't matter that she failed before. The timing was just wrong. She would pass another time. Nara cut her off, voice trembling. There wouldn't be another time. This was her last chance. The cave felt like a courtroom. Nara's words echoed against the walls, raw and full of heat. Why was she always told to leave? She screamed that this was her final shot. What did Choi know about losing everything? What did she know about weakness? Choi blinked, startled, but her voice stayed soft. Don't get excited, she said. Nara's injuries were clouding her mind. She only wanted her to survive. Life was precious because there was only one. Sang-woo seized this brief calm and tried to support her argument. Everyone had one life. They should focus on escaping. But Nara's stubbornness was iron. A dreamless life was worse than death. It was easy for the strong to talk about retreat. Every opportunity mattered to the weak. If you were weak, the world chewed you and spat you out. If Choi wanted to speak like that, why did she come here and make others suffer? Why didn't she abandon Nara the way they had abandoned her before? Nara regretted ever joining that team. Without that incident, she wouldn't be here now. Choi's expression shifted. Before Nara could continue, Choi stepped forward with cold clarity. She reached for her old friend, eyes sharp as steel. And in a voice that froze the cavern, she told Nara that if this was truly her wish, then she should die here. Nara had not always been this desperate. There was a time when her inbox meant hope. Back then, she remembered a message lighting up her phone. Guild 0. Hello, this is Guild 0. Thank you for registering your application to become a member of our guild. She stared at it, stunned, as if the words came from another universe. That was before she left the Hanson Guild. Before she learned what it meant to be unwanted, to be a hunter that no one needed. After leaving, she realized that the world didn't push people out, it forgot them. She had never been praised for brilliance, only tolerated for usefulness. Now, even that had been taken away. Her eyes held no light, only the dull gray of someone who had burned every last match of hope. She felt regret crawl through her chest like a slow fever. That guild had used her, yes. But at least she had mattered until the moment they entered that hidden dungeon. At least she had occupied a seat at the table. It was then she began comparing herself to Choi. Back then, Choi looked weak, quiet, almost prey-like. Nara wondered why someone with talent would let people like Han Chan walk all over her. Choi's skills weren't bad. Her appearance wasn't unappealing. Why did she tolerate being controlled? Nara had scolded her many times, insisting she deserved better. She thought Choi was foolish. a child who didn't know how to escape. Now the roles had switched. Nara was the one pinned. Choi's hand clamped her throat with terrifying strength, cutting off her air. Nar tried to plead, but Choi's gaze was frost. No warmth, no hesitation. "Do you have anything you'd like to say as a last word?" the girl asked. Nara stared into her eyes and found nothing gentle in them, only the weight of someone who had walked past their limit. She wanted to retort. She wanted to scream that she wasn't the weak one. But all she could see was the gap between their levels, between Choi's status and her own insignificance. When she finally spoke, her voice cracked. "I'm scared. I want to live." The admission hurt. "Back then, I held on to you because I wanted to live, but now that I think about it," she paused. Her lips trembled. "I should have just died." That confession made Choi's eyes flicker, not with pity, but with something close to mockery. She raised her hand, voice sharp. "You understand now." The fist swung toward Nara's face. Nara's pupils shrank and she shut her eyes, accepting the end she thought she deserved. But death never came. A gun pressed against the side of Choi's head. A blade touched the back of her neck. Kim Su-Ui and another hunter formed a pincer attack, their voices low and tense. "Calm down, Hunter Choi. We came to save people, not kill them. If you want to do it outside. After the mission, I won't care what you do." Their logic was brutal but true. Nam-Su, overhearing them, gave a dark laugh. "So cruel, but you're right. The mission is more important." Nara gasped for air, coughing. Then the sound of a mantis roar shook the cavern and dragged everyone back to the present. Nam-Su suggested they move. The boss was close, and staying here would only make things worse. Everyone expected Choi to cooperate, to release Nara and move on, but she didn't. She stood there, still as ice. Nara felt rage, confusion, and fear all at once. When her throat was finally released, she stared up at Choi's expressionless face. "I chose my own path," Choi muttered. "You go, I don't care if you live or die." Nam-Su exploded with disbelief. "What? Why are you like this? Aren't you coming with us?" Choi shot them a glare so sharp it could have cut stone. "Don't get in my way if you don't want to die." Kim Su-Ui tried to calm them. He told Nam-Su not to worry, insisting she would return when she cooled off. Nam-Su blinked, confused, pointing out that the rules required everyone to exit together. Kim Su-Ui ignored her and turned to Nara. "You still don't want to leave." He didn't bother sugarcoating her status. C-class hunter. The label stung like a slap. But Nara finally broke. "I'll go." The decision tasted bitter, but it was the only one she could make. Kim Su-Ui nodded and rallied the others. They would eliminate the monsters and get out. Sang-Woo, oblivious to the storm around him, rushed to retrieve his beloved shield. He promised it aloud that he would never lose it again. Before his fingers touched it, Choi snatched it away. "Give it to me." Sang-Woo screamed like a wounded animal. "My shield." Choi confirmed her intentions without hesitation. "I just need to get you all out." Kim Su-Ui stared at her, disgusted. "You're robbing again?" "That's right," she replied, unbothered. Nara took a step forward, wanting to mend something. Choi Nam-Su flinched, warning her not to start another fight. Nara swallowed her pride. "I misspoke earlier," she said carefully. Before she could even breathe, Choi cut her down with one sentence, walking past without looking back. "My business ends here, when you get out. Don't let me see you again." The words pierced deeper than any monster's claw. Shame spread across Nara's chest. She bowed her head like a criminal confessing guilt. "Okay, I'm sorry." It was all she could manage, and then suddenly warmth spread through her waist. The pain in her body vanished. Healing. Nara blinked in confusion. The recovery was too fast. A healer in C-class shouldn't have been able to do that. The healer behind her spoke softly. "Hunter Shim Nara, why did you act like that earlier? Fighting with your friend isn't a good thing." Nara stared at her hands, embarrassed. "Because I'm pathetic, and because I blamed everyone else instead of myself." She whispered that she was sorry for insisting on staying. The healer didn't scold her. Instead, she gently reassured her. When someone joined the Pahak Guild, she explained, everyone's positions would be equal. She didn't understand why Nara didn't trust her friend or herself. But she reminded her that everyone here had experienced failure before, even her. Believe in yourself more. Nara froze in shock. The healer's kindness was so bright it hurt. Sang-Woo appeared, announcing the treatment was finished. "Let's join the others," he said. Nara nodded quickly. "Understood." Sang-Woo praised the healer's skill. The wound healed so fast, the healer responded with a simple thank you. One of the hunters who came with Kim Su-Ui rushed forward to start clearing the monsters. It was a low-level dungeon, so numbers were the only threat. With someone leading, the others followed without hesitation. Nam-Su, seeing herself blessed by holy light, became energetic. "Two of them, great." She raised her gun and picked a target. The shot bloomed a flower of gore in one monster's head. Its companion roared in rage, not at Nam-Su, but at its own ally. It devoured it. Nam-Su blinked. Self-cannibalism. A sacred snake poked its head out to watch, and Nam-Su raised her weapon. Want praise? She fired, and its head burst. Well done. She didn't stop there. Hunter Kim Soo-Yui, are you almost done? Kim Soo-Yui teased her, saying the monsters on her side were the weakest. Nam-Su muttered that she couldn't raise them as pets. He snapped back that she was being ridiculous. She insisted she was correct. Their argument carried them through the battle until the last creature fell. But beside them, someone was moving like a machine with no limiter. Every sacred snake was sliced into neat symmetrical pieces, as if cut by industrial blades. Choi was cleaving through them left and right, endless, unstoppable. Nam-Su watched her and shuddered. The more I look, the less she looks like a tank. Choi didn't answer. She simply carved through another swarm, her face unreadable. Deep in her head, a thought repeated like a curse. I should have killed her. Why can't I kill her? Why can't I kill her? Choi kept swinging her blade, killing without hesitation, but her thoughts chased her like a curse. The monsters fell easily, yet her mind was far from the battlefield. One question haunted every movement. Should I kill her now? No matter how much she fought, no matter how many sacred snakes she cut down, the thought returned the moment her gaze drifted toward Nara. The more Choi looked at her former friend's back, the more something ugly pressed against her chest, whispering that she should have done it long ago. She could not forget the words Nara had thrown at her earlier, how she had clung to Choi not out of friendship, but simply to survive, and then bitterly declared she should have died back then. Those words echoed like poison. The past surged into Choi's mind, a memory where Nara had found her, trembling and crying after another expedition. You were eating, where did you go? Why are you crying? Did that idiot Han-chan scold you again? She had asked, furious on Hyun's behalf. I warned him last time, that guy is hopeless. Hyun, the weaker version of herself, had only shaken her head. No, it's my fault. I can't tank much. Every dungeon we enter, I freeze up. It's been 3 years, and I still hold everyone back. I hate it. I want to do better. She remembered saying those words with shame. And she remembered how Nara had scoffed, angry in a way Hyun had never been brave enough to be. What are you talking about? You're amazing. You stand in front and protect us. You're super awesome. Choi had blinked at her, stunned. Really? Nara slapped her arm lightly. You idiot. Yes, I said you are. That conversation had stretched into the night like a desperate lifeline. Nara promised that the next time they entered a dungeon, she would buff Choi more, pour everything she had into her to make her feel safe. Choi had panicked at that. No, Nar, you can't. Other people will be in danger if you only protect me. You have to distribute buffs evenly. Nara had only laughed and insisted that she would do what she wanted to give Choi courage. Choi recalled feeling warmth bloom in her chest, a fragile hope that maybe she could improve, maybe she could matter. Nara even told her to break up with Han-chan and move in with her, calling him a bastard who didn't deserve someone like her. Back then, Nara had been the only person who did not abandon her. Now Choi clung to that one memory like a reason not to destroy her. There is only one reason I didn't kill you, she thought bitterly. Because you were the only one who didn't abandon me. But the recent betrayal stung deeper. Nara's desperate accusations, the resentment in her voice, the suggestion that Choi should have been left to die, all of it twisted the memory until it was unrecognizable. Maybe she should have lived quietly, never trying to be strong. Maybe she should have never trusted anyone. Before she could sort her thoughts, a voice echoed across the dungeon. This place is the collapsed sanctuary. The C-Class boss is here. The system message followed instantly. Statue in the sanctuary, C-Class boss. A carved figure stood motionless in the chamber, but everyone knew it was alive. Those who had fought it before called it Nike. One of the rescuers explained the basics, rushed and breathless. Don't worry, it's only C-Class. We clear it, the exit opens, and we leave. Kim Soo-Yui took up the challenge with confidence. We'll handle it. You prepare everyone. Nam-Su bounced forward in excitement. Everyone get ready to go to the exit. Kim Soo-Yui snapped at her for joking around, but she continued freely, teasing him about letting her handle the boss instead. While she chattered, she lifted her gun. Then she stopped. Hunter Kim Soo-Yui, that statue is stripping. He didn't bother turning around, already annoyed. She insisted, louder. Really, look, it looks cooler like this. Soo-Yui shouted for her to stop talking and kill it before the idiots behind her got curious. Sang-woo added fuel to the chaos, wondering aloud what it would look like naked until Kim Soo-Yui slapped him. In the corner, Choi watched them joke and bicker as if they hadn't almost died earlier. Their laughter sounded distant, disconnected from the blood on her hands. Kim Soo-yui eventually approached her. "Hunter Choi, do you feel better now? The exit will appear soon. When it does, we should leave together." He spoke gently, respecting her silence, something most hunters never bothered to do. Beside them, Nam-soo faced the boss alone, aiming calmly while Kim Soo-yui's voice echoed in Choi's ears. "It's dangerous to be alone here. We don't know how many A-class monsters remain. If you run into an S-class, you won't survive. When Hunter Kim Dongju's strength returns, we'll come back. Let's go." For a moment, Choi said nothing, and Kim Soo-yui waited. Then she finally answered in a flat voice, "He's useless. I'm not going." Kim Soo-yui sighed, pretending to accept her refusal. "Okay, I understand." But his expression betrayed him. He was inwardly begging every deity to spare him the headache. Before he could argue further, the system chimed again, loud and triumphant. "You have cleared the collapsed sanctuary. C-class boss defeated." The group erupted in cheers the moment the statue crumbled. Even the support hunters joined in, praising Namsu with bright voices. She only bowed her head modestly, pretending it was nothing. Sang-woo was the first to speak of escape, relieved that the boss was finally down. Maru echoed him in a tired voice, and even Nara gave a nod. The atmosphere felt lighter, like they had finally stepped out of suffocating darkness. The support team volunteered to search for the exit, confident from countless previous clears. Sang-woo agreed with a shrug, not expecting trouble. But the dungeon did not obey past experience. They walked farther down the tunnels, pushing through ash and broken stone, yet the exit never came. The deeper they went, the stranger it felt. In every dungeon they had cleared, the portal opened near the boss chamber. This time, only distance and silence stretched ahead. One of them finally muttered that something was wrong. The farther they traveled, the more a cold, unnatural dread seeped into their bones. When the boy told them to turn back, he received only silence. He called again, louder than he heard her scream. Hunter Yun Kai hung high in the claws of a mantis, dragged upward like prey, her body jerking helplessly. Blood streamed down her armor as she begged for help. The boy shouted her name, voice breaking, but her cry choked off into a wet gasp. The mantis tore her in two. The tunnel went still, except for the sound of flesh splitting apart. Panic shook them as the other support hunter froze, unable to even scream. Back at the main chamber, Kim Soo-yui glanced toward the path they had taken, frowning. They should have returned by now. Namsu suggested they had simply gotten lost, but Kim Soo-yui rejected the idea immediately. Those two had cleared this dungeon countless times. They knew every inch of it. His voice trailed off the moment a new notification appeared for all of them. Sang-woo stared wide-eyed, horrified at the message hanging in the air. The boss monster has been replaced. Defeat the new boss. Everyone tried to question it, but no answer came. Choi, watching in silence, understood before the others. Her expression grew colder by the second. This wasn't a mistake, this was a trap. Around her, panic spread like smoke. They had killed the C-class boss. That should have been the end. Instead, the dungeon twisted into something new. Kim Soo-yui raised his voice, trying to pull the team together. They had to stay calm. But even Namsu, usually cheerful, was starting to unravel. She had seen level increases, dungeon shifts, even emergency lockdowns, but never a replacement boss. Kim Soo-yui explained the only truth he could. They would not leave until the system's conditions were met. And now the boss had become S-class. Complaints erupted. First, the dungeon upgraded to S-class unexpectedly, and now it reshaped the battlefield. Namsu tried to joke that this was why life was hard and why she could never quit smoking, but the laughter died quickly. People whispered instead about the two hunters who had gone ahead. Should they go and search for them? Kim Soo-yui shut the idea down. They didn't know how many A-class monsters lurked outside. Going after the missing would only add more bodies to the pile. The question came next. Should they call for reinforcements? Kim Soo-yui tilted his head, bitter. They weren't even sure they would live long enough to be found. If there truly was an S-class monster hidden in the dungeon, then their only hope was the same person they all feared. Everyone turned toward Choi. Sang-woo called her first, and she answered like someone disturbed from sleep. Kim Soo-yui stepped forward carefully, trying to keep his voice steady. She saw the notification. If they didn't defeat the S-class boss, no one would leave alive. Choi only raised her chin, eyes cold. She gave a single word, no. Kim Soo-yui froze, stunned. He pressed again, finally dropping the polite tone. If they wanted to survive, they needed her strength. He asked her, almost begged her to team with them. Instead, she declared she hated teams. If they wanted her help, they would have to kneel. Kim Soo-yuai could only stare. Inside his head, a storm of curses bloomed. What kind of lunatic was this girl? Returning to the entrance of the dungeon, Dongju sat guard by the door, restless and tense. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, running his hands through his hair. Even though he repeatedly reassured himself that there was no other way out of this situation, he could not calm the rising anxiety gnawing at his chest. Earlier, Choi had shown no hesitation at all. She had declared so matter-of-factly, "I'm going in." Dongju had shouted after her, protesting, begging her not to act recklessly, but she had only added insult to injury. "I'm the only S-class left, right? So you're planning to go? You're C-class." The casual cruelty of her words had left him reeling, and now, sitting alone at the entrance, he buried his face in his hands and groaned. The stress made him feel gray at the temples. "Choi, please, don't cause trouble," he whispered to himself. Suddenly, a voice rang out, breaking his spiral of worry. "Hunter Kim Dongju," someone called as they approached with a phone in hand. "Someone is calling you. The chairman is looking for you." Dongju sat upright, his grimace deepening. "What did you say?" he demanded, snatching the phone and pressing it to his ear. The moment he did, the chairman's voice poured through, calm but firm. "It has been a while, Hunter Kim Dongju. The last time we met was last month, right? Are you still doing well?" Dongju forced himself to reply politely, masking his nervousness. "It is because you've been traveling abroad a lot lately, Chairman," but the chairman immediately interrupted. "I have only been gone for a week. I also noticed that your name and your sister's name are missing from the list of those clearing the S-class dungeon. What happened?" Dongju hesitated, thinking quickly, then responded cautiously. "It is because of officer's skill. My rank was temporarily lowered to C-class. It will probably take a month to recover." The chairman's tone sharpened, expressing both frustration and concern. "C-class? That is not good. Hunter Kim worked hard to strengthen you, and now you're back to square one." Dongju quickly replied, "I'm sorry," though he knew the apology was misdirected. "I'm not the one you should apologize to," the chairman countered sharply. "Go apologize to Hunter Kim Yan Han. She had to put in a lot of effort for your growth, didn't she?" Dongju fell silent, struck by the weight of those words. He had no response that could make the situation lighter. The chairman pressed further. "And why is there a C-class person on the list? Who is that?" Dongju exhaled, feeling the weight of the truth. "A C-class tanker named Choi. She has not joined a guild in the past month, but though officially C-class, she is extremely strong." The chairman paused, considering. "I think I've heard that name before. Is she an acquaintance of yours?" Dongju hesitated briefly, then admitted, "She is a friend of mine." There was a slight pause on the other end. "I see. It seems she is the reason you have been absent this past month. Don't worry about recovery costs. Focus on the rescue. That is all. I will be back in Korea soon." Dongju, though relieved, felt the tension linger. "Okay," he replied quietly, hanging up the phone. He leaned back, trying to collect himself, but the unease remained. His thoughts immediately turned to the dungeon. How were things going inside? Could Choi handle it? Would the others be safe? Back inside the dungeon, Choi continued to assert her dominance, her voice sharp as she arrogantly commanded, "I hate forming teams, you know that. If you want to live, then kneel down." The other hunters froze, unsure how to respond to her unyielding confidence. Kim Soo-yuai, despite himself, stepped forward, trying to reason. Yet Choi's attention remained elsewhere. A member of the group finally shouted, incredulous, "Are you really crazy? Acting up just because you're S-class." Namu moved forward cautiously, attempting to advise Kim Soo-yuai. "She doesn't intend to cooperate. Maybe we should go on our own." Kim Soo-yui's mind raced. The reinforcements would arrive soon, but he knew they could not risk splitting up. Still, he walked toward Choi with determination. "Hunter Kim Soo-yuai, where are you going?" One of the group called after him anxiously. "Don't tell me you're going to confront her alone." Sang-woo panicked, running up. Hey, Mr. Kim Soo-yuai, what are you doing?" Nam-soo raised his voice in alarm. Kim Soo-yuai calmly faced Choi. Her eyes widened as he suddenly dropped to one knee before her. The group gasped. Even Choi was stunned, frozen mid-motion. "What's wrong with you?" she demanded. Kim Soo-yui's voice was steady, tinged with resolve. "My life is not important. I have prepared for death since I chose this path, but the lives of others are different. I will survive and bring back as many people as possible, including you, Hunter Choi." His words left her speechless, and the room fell into tense silence. Sang-woo stepped forward and touched his arm. "Hey, you crazy guy, who told you to kneel?" he scolded. Kim Soo-yui's reply was firm, almost angry. "You are doing the same thing." Men may not have knees, but they must have self-respect. What good is kneeling if we die? If we die, what happens to the living? Sang-woo flushed red, embarrassed, and frustrated. Hey, why are you talking like I am the one going to die? While they were wrestling with the situation, Choi repeatedly questioned, why should I team up with you guys? What reason do I have to trust you? Nara, who had been silently observing, was startled by the harshness of the words, sensing the tension in the air. But Kim Soo-yui, as usual, stepped forward calmly to negotiate. First of all, he began to overcome a dungeon. At least 3 hunters with appropriate ranks are required. That is the standard. But S-class dungeons are different. Even with the assistance of S-class hunters from other guilds, the chances of success are extremely low. The S-class dungeon, known as the King of Predators, is famous for its extreme difficulty. He tried to emphasize the point. I won't force you to trust hunters you've only met today, but cooperation is what increases survival chances in a dungeon. We need your help, Hunter Choi. Sang-woo whispered dismissively from the side, hey, why are you talking so seriously? If I were her, I wouldn't help you either. He grimaced, ready to argue further. Kim Soo-yui ignored him and continued, regardless, this kid alone probably can't tank this entire S-class dungeon. Sang-woo, never missing a chance to stir controversy, jumped in, what are you saying? Are you dissing me? Kim Soo-yui replied calmly, it's the truth. Meanwhile, Choi considered the options seriously. Tank, huh? Her eyes lit up at the idea. The familiar sound of movement reached their ears. Someone was coming. It wasn't just 1 or 2, multiple figures were advancing. Panic spread as the realization hit. We are being surrounded. If they came all this way, could the hunters who went on patrol already be dead? Kim Soo-yui's voice tried to instill calm. Relax. The entrance here is smaller than the hallway. They can't all fit inside. A sense of hope sparked in one of the team members. If we hold this position, reinforcements will come, he declared. But that hope was quickly disrupted by an urgent rumble. What's that sound? Someone asked. The increasing vibration suggested disaster. Don't tell me they're breaking the entrance, another whispered. Sure enough, the mantises were using their claws to expand the doorway, forcing their way inside. Fear gripped the group. Are we going to die here? Why did the boss suddenly change? If the exit had appeared, we might have survived. Kim Soo-yui stepped forward, urgency in his tone, to stabilize the group. Calm down. Did you come here to die? Everyone, pick up your weapons. Then turning to the strongest person among them, he asked one last time, Hunter Choi, are you really not going to help us? Silence was her reply. With no other choice, Kim Soo-yui moved to take charge. Hunter Nam Sang-woo stand at the front line. The 2 B-class melee fighters will tank from both sides. Mages focus on buffing and healing. Support from the back line. Prioritize tanking. Nara's group immediately responded, understood. Kim Soo-yui continued giving instructions, coordinating long-range fighters to cover the back while distributing weapons efficiently. Namsu helped teammates adjust their equipment, offering guidance. When it came to Sang-woo, Kim Soo-yui assigned him to protect the mages and rotate into the front line as needed. Sang-woo responded obediently, understood. Kim Soo-yui's internal strategy was clear. With passages on both sides blocked, the risk of a sneak attack was low, but if the front line broke, the entire team would die. Supporting and surviving was the top priority, but attacking with full force when possible was essential. Outside, the mantises grew increasingly aggressive, shaking the ground as they advanced. Before the monsters could reach the front, a foreign object approached. Choi, previously silent and statuesque, rushed in first, executing her signature half-moon cut on the advancing enemies. The sheer precision and speed of her movements caused Kim Soo-yui's jaw to drop in disbelief. Despite her usual cold demeanor, Choi appeared merciful, explaining briefly that for the sake of their safety and their needs, she would act decisively. She stood high, delivering swift, devastating strikes, her presence immediately turning the tide. At that moment, the system flashed a warning in red. Eliminate all intruders in the dungeon. Choi responded to the chaos not with hesitation, but by snapping the last monster in her grasp in half. Its body hit the floor like discarded armor. She stood there tall, her hair and clothes soaked in monster blood, a figure who looked less like a hunter and more like something the dungeon itself had summoned. Everyone around her fell silent. They had witnessed her clearing an entire swarm in one strike. Sang-woo, who never believed in miracles, felt a pulse of faith for the first time. If she was on their side, then perhaps they could live. Kim Soo-yui stepped toward her, trying to reason with their savior. He thanked her for joining them and said he would explain the plan. Yet the moment he called her name, she ignored him. The light beside her ear pulsed like a ghost fire, an endless flicker of notifications repeating the same command: eliminate all intruders into the dungeon. Then the line below it that made her stomach twist: you have become the new boss of the dungeon. The message grated at her like a taunt. She snapped at the invisible voice haunting her. Stop treating me like a monster, it's disgusting. She walked toward the others and stated each word like a blade dug into the ground: I am human. But even as she spoke, the dungeon shuddered. The statue in the center of the chamber began to molt again, stone peeling like dead skin. A jagged cracking sound echoed through the air. Choi stood in a shadowed corner and muttered to herself. The boss gave no instructions this time, no strange whispers like earlier. Her mind churned. Maybe she only heard its voice because she had leveled up. Maybe the creature inside her refused to speak now, or maybe she understood monster speech because she was changing into something that was not herself. The thought was filthy in its own way, like rot chewing at her bones. Yet the notification continued, stubborn and flashing. You have become the new boss of the dungeon. She let out a dry, humorless laugh. Even the system UI was calling her a monster now. She knew exactly what the system wanted. If they wanted to escape, she had to die. If they found out she was the boss, they would kill her. A memory intruded then. Kim Soo-yui's earnest voice earlier, steady and full of conviction. We need your strength. My life isn't important. I will survive and bring as many people as possible, including you. The sincerity of it unsettled her. He was nothing like the person she once called her lover, the man who only cared about himself. The thought sent a spike of emotion through her. She let it out the only way she knew, by cutting the mantises into perfect, uniform pieces. Each one fell in clean layers, bodies and limbs sliced into neat cubes. The more she fought, the more exhilarating it became, until she noticed how strange it all was. Why were none of them resisting? The system repeated like an insect buzzing in her brain: eliminate all intruders into the dungeon. That single phrase shifted something in her. Maybe the monsters didn't see her as an enemy. Maybe they believed she was one of them. A new flash: you have become the new boss of the dungeon. She rolled her eyes at the absurdity. Annoying. Then she launched herself forward again, tearing through the mantises like a blade gliding through silk. If they didn't try to defend themselves, then her job was simple. She laughed without restraint. Then it's easy. She waded through swarms the way a person walked through the streets at dusk. Blood rained down in thick sheets as corpses piled beneath her feet. Sang-woo, wide-eyed, finally noticed what was wrong. The monsters weren't attacking her. He whispered the thought out loud. Kim Soo-yui dismissed him at first, telling him not to hallucinate, but Sang-woo doubled down. Choi had killed them non-stop, and they still didn't retaliate. Before he could make sense of it, the dust cleared. A mantis lunged at him, too close, until a sudden shield flashed like glass snapping into place. Sang-woo had opened a protective barrier just in time. His teammates survived the strike, shaken but unharmed. They exhaled as one. The moment of relief vanished when the mantis before them reared back and roared. Sang-woo stared at it blankly. It's still alive. The answer was sharp claws slashing toward his head. He flinched as the wind from its strike grazed him. A blur of steel cut through the air. Kim Soo-yui appeared beside him, moving like an executioner. His sword carved the monster cleanly in half. He barely had time to breathe before another one came rushing from the side. His blade flashed again, eliminating it in a single strike. The sudden rise in difficulty made his brows pull together. Why did they get so much stronger? Sang-woo staggered beside him, muttering in jealousy about S-class hunters, even as he dodged more claws. Before Kim Soo-yui could catch his breath, he sensed another ambush coming. He turned, slicing through another mantis in one strike. Only then did he get a moment to breathe, pausing mid-combat. Sang-woo stared at him with unfiltered admiration. He handled it alone. He sounded confused, like Kim Soo-yui had evolved in the span of seconds. The answer came in the form of more shrieks. A new wave was arriving. Sang-woo cursed as fresh mantises spilled through the broken entrance. Kim Soo-yui didn't panic. He scanned the battlefield and barked an order. Hunter Kang Namsu, how many can you control? Namsu weighed her mana reserves, 7 at most. About 10 minutes, he nodded and raised his sword. 3 is enough, save the rest. Namsu snapped her fingers. Ice wrapped around 2 monsters instantly, freezing them from head to toe. A third mantis tried to question its companion, but its partner, impatient, killed it first. The swarm devolved into chaos. claws tearing one another apart out of instinct and irritation. Namsu seized the moment and assigned tasks. Deal with the injured. Weapons flashed as the others obeyed. The gunner beside her pumped rounds into weakened enemies. Everyone fought like machines, left to right, wiping out damaged monsters before they could regroup. Blood and organs splashed across the ground. The mantis trying to call for help was cut down before it could scream. The remaining ones grew desperate, throwing themselves forward in blind fury, only to get shredded by Kim Su-yui's sword. He paused to evaluate the ruined battlefield, panting, chest heaving. At last, it was quiet. He muttered under his breath that he needed to help Choi. But when he looked toward her section of the dungeon, he saw there was no need. She was still moving with frightening grace, cutting down the swarm without slowing once. He couldn't help but be impressed. She didn't need a team. She didn't need support. She was an S-class storm with a heartbeat. Sang-woo watched her, stunned. Lucky she's on our side, we might actually live. He added a compliment toward Namsu's controlled monsters, joking about their usefulness. Namsu shrugged, waving them off as time ticked down. Sang-woo, sharp despite the situation, spoke first. Something's wrong. He found the truth forming in his mouth almost instinctively. The mantises were running toward Choi. His voice shook. It couldn't be possible, but the answer was obvious. They recognized her. On Choi's side, the monsters surged toward her like water breaking through stone. She tilted her head, confused. A moment earlier, the lower ones let her tear them apart like toys. But now the higher-ranked ones charged at her with fury. She laughed at the inconsistency. You cowards, now you want to fight? That just makes it more fun. The mantis monsters charged at Choi like scavengers descending on a fresh corpse. Their legs scraped against stone, claws drawn, eyes fixed on her as if she were the only target that mattered. She did not flinch. Her smile was calm, cold, almost playful, as though she were welcoming them. Sang-woo watched the scene in disbelief. His instincts buzzed like a blade against his throat. Something about these creatures was wrong. It was not just aggression, it was obsession. His mind replayed everything from the dungeon, the strange movement patterns, the lack of hesitation, the near worship. It was as if the monsters were searching for one thing and everything pointed back to Choi. The moment her hands ripped apart the earlier enemy, he had wondered if she was what they wanted. She rushed forward again, shield lifted, her body moving like a veteran who didn't fear death. And then the system spoke, emotionless, cold as metal. The boss monster has been replaced. Defeat the new boss monster. The words sliced through Sang-woo's mind. His face paled. The notifications were unmistakable. He whispered a plea that wasn't even meant for anyone else. Please, Hunter Choi, don't let this be real. The hunters around him were silent, stunned by the possibility they couldn't accept. Red warnings flooded the space around her, glowing like cursed sigils burned into air. They throbbed in rhythm like distant war drums hammering in every direction. Eliminate all intruders into the dungeon. The command sounded less like a direction and more like a death sentence. The monsters responded instantly, their bodies gathering in wave after wave. Choi stood in the middle of the chaos and read the new message with a practiced stillness. Start implementing punishment. The monsters feel deeply betrayed. They will see you as a traitor. The moment the system finished, the closest mantis brought its claw down. Choi leaped aside effortlessly, voice sharp as steel. She didn't scream, didn't panic, she snapped. She cursed their assumption, telling them she was never one of them. A calm fury burned in her, the kind that came from insult rather than fear. She seized the nearest opening, her shield slicing clean through the mantis' neck. Its head rolled away, but instead of fear, more of its kin rushed in, scrambling to fill the gap like bullet casings loading themselves into a gun. A claw tore into the ground beside her, sending dust and fragments upward. She ignored the chaos and launched herself into the air. The monster's eyes widened, terrified by the sight of her rushing forward like a god descending. She didn't need a weapon. Her fist plunged into its eye socket, tearing away a chunk of its head. A crescent of flesh was missing, like a moon carved from its skull. The creature fell heavy and final, and silence followed for only a heartbeat. She inhaled slowly, catching what little breath she could before the next wave came. The swarm didn't pause. They hurled themselves toward her, shouting accusations, traitor. The sound was less language and more emotion, a collective hatred given shape. She replied with a careless smile. They could call her anything they wished, she said, as long as they did their job and tried to kill her. That was the only way the exit would open. Sang-woo stared at the battlefield like a man watching logic crumble. Every creature aimed only at Choi, ignoring the others as if they didn't exist. Namsu muttered in disbelief, unable to tell what was real anymore. Kim Soo-Yui stood at the cave entrance and barked at them, irritation mixing with urgency. They were all too distracted, he said. They had entered the dungeon. The only thing that mattered was the enemy before them, not confusion. His tone sharpened, cutting through the haze. Would they really let Choi fight alone? The group exchanged glances, uncertain, but the demand struck something in their hearts. Kim Soo-Yui continued, explaining what they all knew. Whatever the monsters were doing, their numbers had to be broken fast before something worse arrived. His expression darkened, as if he could already feel that greater threat coming. Choi continued fighting without pause, shield spinning like a meat grinder. It tore through limbs and armor, painting the ground with broken bodies. The only rhythm she understood was destruction, but even she slipped for a breathless moment. A claw struck toward her face, sharp, clean, fast. She reacted late. It would have pierced her if not for a sword that cut it down mid-strike. Kim Soo-Yui had arrived, blade drawn, eyes locked on her with concern. He stood in front of her, shoulders straight, and asked if she was injured. He scolded her gently, telling her a tank shouldn't fight alone forever. He would take the front for a while. If she pushed herself to exhaustion before they even reached the true boss, she would collapse. His tone wasn't angry, it was steady, protective. She snapped back, defensive and wounded. She didn't need help. She always fought like this. Kim Soo-Yui didn't argue. He explained instead. He didn't know what kind of guild she came from, he said, but no proper team dumped everything on one member. That kind of burden would crush everyone, not just the tanker. For a moment she was confused, not because she didn't understand, but because the idea itself was foreign. Her mind drifted backward. She heard the voice of her again, smooth, manipulating, cruel. He had told her she belonged on the front line, that she must block every attack alone. The shield was her burden, he said, and she alone would ensure no one was harmed, not even him. He called it duty. He called it sacrifice. She obeyed even when fear shook her hands. She remembered the moment she agreed, willing to bleed so he could shine. His words had been poison disguised as comfort. He promised to sacrifice too, but she knew now that he never did. Kim Soo-Yui kept talking, unaware of the storm in her head. She didn't need to bear everything alone. They would fight beside her even if the dungeon itself turned against them. She was not alone. The words hung in the air, unfamiliar. Namsu stepped forward, supporting his claim. The rest followed, their formation shifting, spreading out, covering each other. It wasn't dramatic, it was instinctive teamwork. Their weapons lifted, their spells readied. They would take their roles seriously. Choi gripped her shield tighter. Something inside her shook, denying every bit of kindness. She remembered her talk telling her she was disposable, that her death meant nothing as long as he escaped. The anger gnawed like a parasite. Why had she died for someone like that? Why had the world told her it was noble? The next attack interrupted her thoughts. Something fast, silent, and deadly rushed straight for Kim Soo-Yui. He was still cutting down a mantis and couldn't react in time. The strike pierced his back. Sang-woo screamed his name. The others panicked. The noise hit Choi like a hammer to the skull. She turned, slow and stiff, dread filling her veins. And then she saw it, the figure the dungeon whispered about, the shadow that lurked in every warning. The true boss had finally appeared. Its eyes locked onto her, ancient and hungry. It spoke with a voice like cracked stone, calling her by name. It told her it had been waiting a long time.